8 minutes past the hour. A brand new day has started. New hour. However you join us, thank you.
It brings me to my knees.
The Good Time Gang all settling in, and we're here for another day. We kick things off. That's why it's called the kickoff hour. We just kick things off for the guys. We kind of look around the old crazy world, talk about some of the few stories, and then we break them down in greater detail during the main show. That is starting in 1 hour from now when Rick, Bubba, Adler join us. But until then, it's the Good Time Gang. And we thank all of you for starting your day with us, or however you stream and whatever time of day it is. Thank you so much for choosing the Rick and Bubba Show. Over to my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good. Hello, hello, hello.
Are y'all okay? That's the question.
Yeah.
All right.
Not bad. Internet's out at the house, but outside of that, all good.
Oh, man.
Boy,
Are you serious? Hey, Dad, what's wrong with the internet? Why can't I get anything?
That's all I heard last night.
Dad, why I can't stream anything?
Can I use your hotspot? Turn your hotspot on.
Hey, Dad, when's it going to be fixed? Like you work for the company.
I know.
And they're so hard to try to communicate with to get somebody. You can't just call a number and them go, yes.
No.
It's been a good service. I don't know what's going on, but about 5:30 yesterday went down. And usually, you have outages from time to time. That's part of having internet. But usually it's a 5-10 minute deal. It comes back up, and I guess about 6:30. You text me and you said, "Hey, just a heads up, World Series is in a rain delay." And I thought, okay, well that's actually a good thing for me because I can't see it right now.
Right.
I could see it, but I didn't want to go to the links to see it at that point because I had some things that I was trying to get done, and then all of a sudden another hour goes by, and I thought, wow, so we're just not going to have internet tonight.
Right. You're out.
Maddie was trick-or-treating with Amanda. Caroline was at a friend's house doing their Halloween party stuff. Braden was actually at home, and, hey, Dad, what's this with the World Series delay? And I'm like, well, looks like they got some weather issues. No, they've canceled it for tonight. And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can watch Monday Night Football. Well, I got some bad news, son. We can, but I'm going to have to do a little trickery here.
Yeah.
So I pulled up my hotspot on my phone, connected the Roku to the main TV, and to my phone, and we watched. I just put it on Monday Night Football and let it go.
Yeah.
And because of it did fine. It streamed really well doing that. So that was the workaround. But the minute Maddie got in, hey, what's wrong with the internet?
Yeah.
Hey,
is that how she said it?
Hey, is something wrong with the internet? I can't get Dude Perfect on YouTube.
By the way, Maddie claims that we're the adult version of Dude Perfect.
The adult version.
So
of Dude Perfect. Y'all try tricks around the house?
Well, they do. They don't just do tricks anymore. They've had this line of shows, and they sit around at a desk like this.
Pretty
and
funny too.
But see, the other day it was on, and she had it way louder than she needed to. And I said, "Will you turn that down?" And she goes,
She went,
"Dude, you don't like Dude Perfect?" And I said, "They get on my nerves. I'll just be honest."
Oh wow.
I said, "They're loud, obnoxious." She goes, "They're y'all."
Oh, wow.
They do the same things y'all do. They're the adult version of y'all.
Do you hear yourself,
And
Dad?
I said, hey, by the way, they're adults. And she goes, yeah, but y'all are older adults.
Yeah.
She goes, you're just an adult version of Dude Perfect. That's all y'all are. Yep. And I thought, wow, okay.
So
she's
thanks,
right.
Dude.
And she goes, and y'all can be obnoxious too.
Well, let's throw it all.
Like,
and by the way, no internet's really obnoxious.
That's all coming from a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
But anyway, so still no internet. I checked this morning. I even thought I'd try to go through some diagnostic thing this morning, like I had time to do that.
Yeah.
Because I need to take the garbage cans up the hill. Wow, real full today.
Yeah.
And
I gotta do that
no dice, nothing, just nothing. So I had to call. I had to go through this. Evidently is not going to resolve on its own.
Yeah, it looks like somebody's gonna have to come out.
Good luck.
Dag-nabbit.
Even the app told me that.
Yeah.
As I went through it and I got to the end of it, they're like, technician's gonna have to
sorry,
come out.
dude, you're out.
So
speaking of garbage, I rolled ours is you got to get it out Sunday night or Monday before work. I always try to do it Sunday night just so it's not a bip on Monday morning. And like Rick said, thought he saw some creature coming at him in the in the fog Monday morning before work. But ours were so full, and we normally I guess it's because of JC's birthday weekend and more people, more food, all that. It was so full, I almost couldn't get it to the road. It was one of those things where I had a mound stacked up, and I'm like, boy, I hope this stays.
What I've started doing is putting the
Yeah.
stuff that, because the can, when the top barely closes, you're gonna fail trying to take it up the driveway.
Oh yeah.
So I'll put those in the back of the truck, and then once I get everything settled, then I'll put them in.
You still drag yours down?
Just depends. Sometimes I drop it in the truck. Sometimes if I go, well, I'll just push it down there just to go. But most of the time, I put it in the truck.
I was going to ask you, Greg, has Millie the stray dog, has she come around at all?
She still keeps at a distance.
Really?
Been there a while.
Yeah.
Think you might
Sleeps
move
in your
past it.
garage.
Yeah.
Now, when you come out, does it run off?
Mm-hmm. She
Really?
takes off running.
Tail underneath?
A little bit. It's getting a little better on that. But
Okay.
You ever thought about shutting the garage door, trapping her in there, see how close you can get to her?
I thought about that. But
You ever thought about laying down going, give me a Millie?
no, never thought about that.
No.
But, she'll come around eventually or leave. So whatever.
Well, if you're feeding her, she's not going to leave.
Nah, you're right about
Mr.
that.
Buddy,
She was in
treat her
bad
good?
shape when she got. Yeah, he's all right. He'll get on her every now and then.
Mm-hmm. So you can't even
Snap
catch
at
her to
her.
take her to the vet?
No,
Wow.
she'll get about maybe from me to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does she think? Can you tell she's thinking about it?
Yeah,
Like,
she'll
I
consider it.
I might.
Oh man, I don't know what her deal is.
Good night.
Bad.
Thought about that. I actually had a question
Tired
about
of
that.
dogs showing up at my house.
I know. Well,
Done with
you're
that.
the
Whoever
family
keeps
that
letting
takes
them out.
in.
I'm done with that.
Hey, Burge will take it. Just let it out. You'll be all right. So last night, if you're listening live, was Halloween night, and
Of course, we get no trick or treat.
I bet you don't. Well, Greg, you're the house
I
that
kinda
is
like
so
having
far off the
trick-or-treaters.
road that people are scared of it. Like, I dare you to walk up to that house.
Of course, every year Lacey goes, well, when somebody comes, we need to have something.
I know.
I'm like, but they never come.
Yeah. Terry was coming out of work yesterday, and she texted me and she said, "Have you gotten candy?" And I'm like, "No, I was out doing something." I said, "I'm gonna stop on the way home and get some candy we had just forgotten." And she said, "Well, I've got to stop. I'll grab some." And I was so thankful of that, just to be honest. But so we always get more candy than we need, and because of our little sidewalk community and the cove and stuff. I mean, we've tried the lights off, but it doesn't matter.
No,
they
you're right.
still come
You're
knocking.
in the hunt.
And so we were like, well, we need to have some. And plus, there's kids on the street, and we want to be sweet to them, and all that. So
You won't be that guy.
No, we don't want to be the guy that goes, we ain't got no candy.
Everybody shuts all the lights off and hides.
Yeah. But still, we got half a bucket left. And I knew it happened.
you'll get to eat
It's
on it then.
every
That's
year.
good.
It's every year. And she got the little bite-size candy bars and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And
Fun size. They're all fun.
Yeah.
Isn't that fun?
But it was weird because we had for about 20 minutes it got a little crazy. We had some groups come through on trailers, but then after that it was very laid back, and every now and then you'd hear a little knock on the doorbell ring, and trick or treat.
Yeah. The kids that don't want to say nothing, they just kind of
I tell you what, there was some that was just like looking
I
at
was
me
one of
like that,
those,
and the
by the way.
bag was shaking, and they were just like looking up at me. There's this one little girl. She was so sweet. Trick or treat. Well, how are you? I'm doing fine, sir. I'm like,
Smell my
that's
feet.
sweet. And then Terry's like, well, you look so nice. Thank you, ma'am. And then like
Better
we give her
voice.
candy, and she like step away. She, y'all have a good night. And she was like 7 years old. I was like, well, that's a polite little girl. Look at that.
How about
That's
that?
rare.
Yeah,
You
Dad
just
standing
give
on
her
the
some candy.
sidewalk. Dad standing on the sidewalk, all proud, waiting on her to come back.
Sure.
I was like, hey, good job, Dad.
Has no idea in 4 or 5 years she's gonna hate him.
Right.
Enjoy it while you can.
Or you know it, she's going to say you're an adult version of Dude Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got a lot to break down. Some stories that we need to hit, plus some other Helmsy drama at the house, which was funny. Cannot wait to hear about that. There's a lot out there. Some news stories. I'm not saying new stories, and then some updates, but we'll get to all of it this hour.
Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. We use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com today. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere. Save yourselves.
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba Adler join us at top of the hour for the main show. Until then, it's the good time, gang. It's only we can do it, right? Kickoff Hour live. Browns really manhandled the Bengals last night, Monday Night Football. A little shocking. And World Series was pushed back a day. So Game 3 is tonight in Philadelphia. And I believe it goes tonight. If you're listening live, it's Tuesday, November the 1st. It goes Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Philly. Friday's travel day. And then Saturday, Sunday in Houston. So that's kind of your World Series schedule for the rest of the week. But Philly has 3 games, so we'll see that atmosphere tonight. I know you're all about that, Helmsy, and so we'll
I tend
see
to
how
pull
that plays
for the
out.
home team because of atmosphere. I have found myself doing that in every sport.
Yeah. So so I saw pictures that that Amanda put out of Maddie dressed up for Halloween, and she looked so cute. But explain what happened there.
And this
did
is
you
where I
ruin
should
it?
just shut my mouth.
Yep,
and
there
and
you
not
go.
and not say anything at all. But her and like 9 of her buddies dressed up like a league of their own.
Oh, okay, the team.
All right.
And so why that is popular now, it's not because of Tom Hanks, the great movie that he did. By the way, he says that's one of the top 3 movies he's ever made because he got to go to the ballpark every day.
It is a good movie.
Yeah. And so, but that's not why it's popular now. Why it's popular now is there's an original series. On Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, in this series on Amazon, they play out the lesbian theme.
There it is.
So yesterday,
Of course.
I shouldn't have said what I said, but I said, "Hey, which ones are the?"
Oh, stop it!
And Amanda's like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean, you got them all dressed up like the Amazon original series. You seen it?" And she's like, "What are you talking about?"
Oh no, Helmsy.
And I said, "Just get you a gander at the first couple episodes."
Oh, boy.
I said, "I'm just trying to figure out who's who in all this." And she's like, "So really, that's where you're going?" I said, "First thing I thought of. I'm sorry." But I said, "Until you've seen the series, can't really comment on it. This ain't the Tom Hanks League of Their Own. Y'all didn't watch that movie over the weekend and bring it back. These costumes are out because of that series, and I'm telling you, some of them are dressed up like lesbians." And she said, "What?" And I said, "Okay, I'm just gonna hush." So I ruined the moment for Amanda and the
sure
thing,
did.
she laughed at first, okay, but then she got to thinking about it. When I explained to her that this is actually a thing, and I hadn't seen the whole thing. I saw maybe 3 or 4 episodes. Didn't take long for them to start playing that out, and so anyway, I just ruined a good moment. And now listen, Maddie I didn't say anything in front of the kids. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
but I couldn't resist saying something in front of Amanda. So you dressed her up like a, and she's like, "So that's where you're going?" Yeah. Well, I mean,
which one's who?
Yeah. I mean, I hope she's not so and so.
Yeah, I saw that. I haven't watched it.
I hadn't
saw
either.
The
I hadn't seen
previews
it
that
yet.
it was a series.
Yeah, it's actually pretty
always
good.
liked the movie.
But you got that theme all through it. So get ready for that.
We had some creative little costumes come knocking on the door last night. Like I said, it wasn't a ton, but cute little things. Nothing. One thing I was really pleased with, it was nothing like evil and dark. It was just fun stuff.
Yeah. No Jeffrey Dahmers?
No.
I'll get Adler to pull him up when he gets here, but I got the 3 grandkids. They were dressed up. It was pretty funny. Of course, we had some sickness and some didn't get to go trick-or-treating.
that.
But their
What'd you
costumes were
have?
funny. Well, we had Mario, the video game.
Mario.
So you went with Mario.
I don't know the game.
Okay, buddy.
Mario.
Right, Mario. That's cute.
And then that was Ellis. He's all about Mario right now.
Is he really?
Yeah,
That's
then,
interesting.
I know. And then Marion was Princess.
Okay.
And Pace was Elvis.
Elvis. Now, why Elvis? Who
Lisa
did that?
has got him where he loves Elvis. She keeps him during the week.
Yeah.
And somehow they got to watching videos, and he loves it, especially Poke Salad Annie.
Really?
And y'all, him and his
funny.
Elvis.
Good night. Does he have?
But all 3 of them.
Can he do a little bit?
Oh yeah. But of course, Ellis is serious. When he's like he was Woody last year. I mean, he's Woody.
Okay.
And
stays in character.
Oh yeah. So, but anyway, it's funny just to see what they're all going to be. But
Now, why Mario? Let's go back to that.
he somehow got.
Is that still a thing with?
I think
mean,
it is.
Okay.
Yeah, evidently he got. He's watching.
You should have been
something.
Luigi.
Yeah, I could have. See, I don't know about all that. I don't. I kind of remember it, but I don't.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I loved Mario.
But yeah, he.
I got to see Elvis, though. I'm just tell you right now.
Yeah. I got some.
Please tell me she's got video too.
Real quick.
She can just send, Lisa, please just send me some.
it's funny.
Just bypass Greg.
They
and send it
were,
right to me.
and Ellis was he was holding his little sister's hand, taking her to the door.
Well,
got
that's
pictures of
sweet.
that.
Well,
Sweet.
look
It
at
was
that.
good, yeah.
That's being nice.
He was taking care of his sister.
So they're the grandkids.
Yeah, there they are. This time next year we'll have a fourth one.
Oh, hey, they'll be real busy then.
Oh yeah. So anyway, but
And
I
kids will get a little bit older, and then it's just, boy, it happens quick. I mean, in a blink of an eye, too.
It does.
Here we are, y'all. We're past Halloween, so that means that before you know
It's
we're going to be
Christmas.
saying Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Because Thanksgiving's here. I mean, and Christmas is too. Terry sent me Terry, and when we were doing all the candy stuff that I was telling y'all about, texting, she said, "Hey, do you think you can pull down the Christmas stuff from the attic this week?"
All that right there is hanging over my head.
I know.
It ruins it.
Right.
Ruins it for me.
I know.
I know. And you know what though?
Can't believe
this
I'm
is
having
what
to
I
get it back out.
This is what I did last year.
Can't just enjoy it.
I said, yes, I can. And I spent one day early, and I got it all down, boxes down, sitting down. Instead of fighting it, just dive into it and
If
get
it
it
wasn't
down.
for that one tree, I would be fine.
Yeah, the
It's
one
the
tree
one.
y'all keep saying that you're gonna what, upgrade or make easier. It's just so big, Greg. It's
Bubba,
huge.
Rick and Bubba.
If all home purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, yes, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science in air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is how you help stop colds and flu from taking your whole family down. This is how you destroy allergy and flaming toxins and mold from the air your family breathes. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, use the code BUBBA for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. So that's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. Now, we use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. When a threat is detected, Simply Safe's monitoring professionals promptly contact you and dispatch first responders to your home, even if you're away or you're unable to respond. 24/7 professional monitoring cost under $1 a day. That's less than half the cost of ADT's traditional professional installed plans. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Don't miss this chance to save big when you protect your home with the best. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher, plus no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap, or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866 We Be Big. We are the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms, and we host the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show, as well as Adler, right at top of the hour.
I want to walk
Go
something
ahead.
out. Well, I want to walk something out because I think it's a great point. Greg made it yesterday, and I think we're all guilty of this to some extent. You maybe not so much, but I don't know what you. I think you're going to agree with me, Greg, because you don't know how I'm going to word it. So you're going to agree with me on this, but and I won't give you the specifics of why and when this came up. But yesterday, Greg and I were talking about something that's funny or entertaining, but we don't laugh at it.
Yeah, don't mean I don't think it's not funny. I just didn't.
Correct. And so
which is weird.
The question or the statement was, it doesn't have to. We don't have to laugh to think it's entertaining or funny.
Yeah.
And so I thought it's a great point. And there's many times where I think something is entertaining or even funny, and I don't laugh at. Mm-hmm. And so. Now, I think you probably laugh at everything that you think is funny.
There's times that I don't. I'm with you guys. I'll be sitting there watching a show or something, and I'll think, now there's some things that are just, I'm talking about.
You can uncontrollably.
They're hilarious.
Yeah.
But there's some things that they're kind of funny, and I just sit there and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing out loud.
I've had to explain this to my kids before. Just because I'm not laughing hysterical doesn't mean I'm not enjoying it.
Yeah. I'll even say it's the same thing with sports. There's some people that are like, yeah, woohoo, they're screaming. And there's going to be some big things, and I'm not doing that. I'm enjoying what's going on, but I'm not raising Cain about it.
You ain't chest bumping.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So we're good. So we're all in agreement that you don't have to laugh in order to actually think something's funny.
Correct. Now, where we struggle on this show is because,
Now, if you want to go degree of funny, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why I want to walk this out a little bit.
Yeah. Still be funny, but just not at a high degree.
Right.
Or clever. Sometimes I go, oh, that's good.
Yeah,
You know,
that's me.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Yeah.
clever.
Yeah, I'll do that's good a lot. Probably too much. I find myself going, quit saying that. Oh, that's good right there. Yeah. Instead of laughing, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Because on this show you got to give something, or it sounds like crickets.
And there are things that you can uncontrollably.
Well, that's the thing.
laugh at,
Sometimes I'll be kind of in my world over here doing my stuff, and Rick and Bubba or one of you two will say something, and I don't laugh, but I'm grinning inside, and then Bubba will say things like, well, I thought you'd give me more on that.
I know.
And he doesn't realize how much I'm actually giving him.
Yeah.
On the inside,
Yeah.
I'm giving him a ton.
Yeah.
I just hadn't given him a ton on the outside.
Right.
If that makes any
Also-
sense at all.
I mean, a ton.
You know where I am too. It's not a fake laugh because that's different. But it's a laugh like, I think that's funny, but I'm really too lazy to laugh.
Yeah.
You know,
I've
it's
been
like,
there.
okay.
I felt like I owed you
something
like
like
one.
Something like that where I actually am enjoying it. This isn't fake.
That's funny. For
but
some reason,
just
I'm not hysterical about it, but
right.
it's funny.
I'm just too lazy to laugh harder than I am, but I'm going to give you a little bit. And it's not fake what I'm giving you. It's just I can't give you more right now.
And I think
Does
we're
that make sense?
well, and I do. I think we're in this unique situation too,
Sound like you
where-
just gave me, Greg.
where we
Yeah, I
probably,
like that.
and this is a great thing. People don't realize it because y'all hear what's on the air, you see what's on the air, but you don't see everything that goes on. We laugh a lot. Like, we probably laugh more than most human beings, okay?
Yeah.
So we only have so many laughs to give. So a lot of times when we're just like smiling, if a normal person may be hysterical laughing, but we've already done that our allotted
We've used
time
that
for the
laugh.
day.
We've already
and
used
so,
that laugh up.
I just feel like it's unique discussion, and we and Greg, on what we were talking about yesterday, he kind of, because you said it, and I was like, I don't know about that. And then as I started thinking about my own life and my own conversations and what I think's funny and not, I'm really entertained a lot, and I laugh a lot, and I smile a lot. And
he does study.
but there's
on himself.
different, there's different levels of it,
Yeah.
and so you come to the conclusion that, hey, I can really enjoy this without laughing. So
So just because I'm not laughing don't mean I think it's not funny.
that's what I want the people to know.
Yeah.
And I think that goes for all of us.
Yeah. I mean,
And for
you
Bubba.
only have so many laughs
Because when
a
Bubba
day.
tells us those things, like, I thought you'd give me more, and he has no idea how much I'm giving him.
Yeah,
like, I'm
yeah.
giving him a ton. Deep down in my heart's laughing hysterically.
I just don't have any physical laughter
Yeah.
left.
I just don't.
It's done for the day.
Hey, look.
A lot of times when I look up and grin at the person that's delivering it, that's a ton.
Yeah.
Y'all don't realize how much that is.
Right. Where some of you are done with work and you go home and you're exhausted because of the physical labor you've done and you can't hardly pick up an arm.
Yeah.
We are emotionally drained.
We are. Yeah.
It's different with us. Physically, hey, we have nothing to say to you. But emotionally, we're just giving a ton. But we're very blessed. It's a very rewarding job, to be honest with you, because we get a lot of great feedback from all of you, and some of you are really honest on things you don't like,
Sure.
and so we appreciate that too.
Not really, but yeah.
We love the honesty.
Nah, sometimes honesty makes me mad.
It does. It
Yeah,
does.
sometimes.
Oh me. But no, that's a good observation though, Helms. I'll give you that.
Well, I kind of walked it out yesterday, and I thought, well, I want to see if this is just
Found
me.
out you
or-
laugh a lot.
Right.
I do. I laugh a lot on the inside.
Yeah.
You're just happy that way.
Oh wow! Look, my dad gave me another fact about my family. You remember yesterday?
Give it to us. You
Y'all
can't
do that?
say that out loud. and
Yeah.
not
Oh
share.
wow! By the way, he says y'all are sounding great as usual. I just want to let y'all know that, Greg.
So
Helmsy.
encouraging.
He's just being nice. We're not
He
saying
says, "Here's another milestone, and your family background. Your grandmother on your mother's side's birthday is today. She would have been 100.
How about that?
Keep kicking it." That's what he said.
Keep kicking it.
Oh, something like that. How about that?
right.
Huh?
How about that?
I just thought that was kind of interesting.
What about Davy Crockett? Ain't you kin to him too?
Yeah, yeah.
Or one of 'em.
Daniel Boone. Let's get it right. Come on
I
now.
always get that mixed up.
Come on. You do. You get that
Every
mixed up a
time.
lot.
You know,
get that mixed up
y'all
a
want to
lot.
take a
They're
wild
the
guess.
same person, as far as I'm concerned.
Y'all want to take a
Wrong.
wild guess at what the first text I've got from a family member says this morning?
Internet.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet. What's
Yeah.
wrong with the internet?
Yeah.
Still down.
Hey, what can I do about this internet?
So
Well,
you've gone through
considering
the little app that I see I have, the
Yeah.
smart home thing. Okay, you've
It's a
done
cool
that.
little app.
Yeah. So it says,
Of course,
hey,
they told me
we got
technicians
problems.
got to come.
Yeah, we got problems outside. Is that what they
Yeah.
say?
Well, it doesn't say outside. It just says that. I do think the modem that we have probably is out of date. I've had it forever.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, the last time when we made the move, 7 years ago, it probably should have been upgraded then. And they were like, just keep that modem. I'm like, okay, it's a little old, but okay. So it's probably that.
The stories that came out yesterday, there was a lot of them. I mean, we'll dive into this whole Auburn thing and Harsin being fired. And
yeah, we saw that coming a mile off.
We did. Cadillac Williams, the interim head coach.
That's surprising.
Yeah. And then Mississippi State's AD, John Cohen, on the week that Mississippi State hosts Auburn.
Yeah, how about
is
that?
now the Auburn AD. Saw he was getting quite the pay raise.
That may be the best hire Auburn's made in a while.
Right, true. We'll have to see how that plays out.
Remains to be seen.
Well,
everything.
Here's why I say that.
Crap.
That's just a blanket statement, and anybody can make it. But here's why. Because Auburn is notorious from going on the inside, where I feel like that's where all their problems are anyway. I know they went outside with this Allen, Green, whatever his name was. But the guy knew nothing about the SEC. Okay, he came in here blind. Then he hires somebody that knows nothing about the SEC. Mm-hmm. This guy knows about the SEC. He knows every workings around it. He's been a part of Florida. He's made huge strides at Mississippi State. He has been a player and a coach in the SEC. I think that's a fantastic hire for them.
Yeah, he's a good one for sure. The president at Auburn said he made the decision on the firing, but you wonder how all that played out because there was rumors that John Cohen was going days ago, and then they made it official. He told the president at Mississippi State, so they're looking for a new AD.
It does seem that
things kicked in high gear.
It does seem like Cohen said, "Hey, listen, I want to be the AD at Auburn, but I'm not coming in and my first job be to fire the football coach. Y'all do that, and then I'll come in and take over." Yeah. That's what it looks like.
From the article I saw, it looks like he's going to get like $1.5 million if those numbers are right, to come over and be the AD, which is fairly big bump that he was getting at Mississippi State. So we'll see, but that'll be a big topic today. We'll kind of skim the surface of that a little bit. But Bryan Harsin out, Cadillac Williams is the interim head coach, and then they head to Mississippi State. I was thinking. Because there was also, and I don't know if this is a true or not, but I don't know if y'all saw too, we were going back and forth with a bunch of stuff, just laughing, having a good time with the team, Rick and Bubba text messages. We thought that was funny how they're putting different coaches with the Auburn gear on. Yeah. Like apparently Bill O'Brien at Alabama, the Alabama fans want him gone, so they're trying to promote him as being the next Auburn coach, so they got him in Auburn gear. It's kind of funny. But I saw is it true where the OC, the tight ends coach, and everything else, they've also been fired at Auburn? Is that true, or was that a rumor? Because that was breaking late yesterday.
You remember he went through about 3 coaches before he ever got a coordinator.
Right.
One guy worked like a week.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But on weeks like this, historically. When there's been a firing and an interim comes in and there's been major changes, the team plays pretty good. So we'll see what happens. I can imagine being the defensive coordinator for Mississippi State trying to figure out, now what are y'all going to do now?
Yeah.
Wow, this will be interesting. What do we get prepared for? We have a lot of in-game adjustments, I can tell you that. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It's 14 minutes till top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-611-3437. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-611-3437. That's 800-611-3437. Again, 800-611-3437.
Nacho fries are back at Taco Bell. You know, the fries covered in bold Mexican spices you dip in a warm nacho cheese sauce. You can also dunk them in nacho cheese sauce or pour the sauce onto a pile of them and create like a nacho fries nachos. The thing is that you eat them with nacho cheese sauce. That's what makes them nacho fries. Otherwise, you're just eating fries and sipping on nacho cheese sauce, and that's the wrong way. Sorry, just really passionate about nacho fries.
Nacho fries are back, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan where results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 9 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by cleanpods.com/Bubba. We're all particular about the cleaning supplies that we use and tend to stick to them, but whatever you're using, there's something better, and it costs less, too. There's a terrific all-American company based in Dalton, Georgia we've been telling you about, and we've been hearing a lot of great feedback from you as well. But if you've been procrastinating, let us tell you again, they're right out of Dalton, Georgia, and they have really changed that industry. They've even been recognized at their trade show recently. They use technology to create something every one of us needs and uses. That's cleaning supplies. And to help you join us and give them a try, they are stepping up their offer to show fans 10% off all products and any order plus free shipping. They are offering the show fans 10% off all products and any order plus free shipping. So stop wasting money on cleaning supplies for windows, glass, bathroom, kitchen, and floors. Instead, give a try to cleanpods.com/Bubba and start experiencing the smart, clean way of cleaning your countertops, your windows. They got a multi-purpose cleaner. It's really good stuff, and so you need to check it out. You simply shake, and you have these small pods of solution that you drop into their spray bottles that are really nice spray bottles, by the way. You add water, shake, and then you're all set. They just offer a safer combination that works just as effectively as anything you currently use, and without the harsh chemicals that are awful for us, your family, kids, pets. They've taken cleaning products to a new level. So check them out right now at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. And you're going to get that 10% savings and free shipping just for listening and watching the show. Gotta love them. Right out of Dalton, Georgia. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling back. We've hit a number of different things, just kind of skimming the surface of some of them. Helmsy has brought some things to the table when it comes to trick-or-treating and his family and all that kind of stuff. No internet, and the laughing comment breaking down was pretty good. There's all kinds of stories. Yesterday, it was kind of funny. My first encounter with a trick-or-treater or someone dressed up was actually someone in a bouncing dinosaur outfit. Remember I was telling you
bouncing dinosaur.
Yes, and it's hilarious.
The blow up.
Yes, gosh, it's funny.
Yeah.
So I pulled up to see Sean at the exhaust shop in Pelham. That's where I was meeting JC. Try timing that down to fix his serpentine belt or whatever he's got going on with his car it's got that high pitch noise or whatever. Anyway, I pull up and Sean's family is out there, and all of a sudden coming from right by one of the cars is this bouncing, and I say bouncing because when you walk it bounces, and it's a dinosaur.
Yeah,
he's dressed in these dinosaurs, and it's got like a little vent that you can look out of. Mm-hmm. But I guess his the kid that was dressed up, once it might be his grandson, I can't remember. But anyway, his brother was throwing the football with him. And if you've ever seen a little dinosaur T-Rex that's trying to catch a football out in the parking lot, it's pretty funny. But when my eyes, it's like I was like, what is this? What it looks like? But just hopping. Look, hey, funny. Hopping. And I did ask the kid, I said, now, the only problem is when you get candy, how are you going to feed yourself? He said that. Now, through the dinosaur, he said, that is a problem. Yeah. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'm like, you got to create some kind of hole that you can kind of push the candy through into your mouth, Clearly, you got to have some. And last night, that one of the trick-or-treaters, Jacob, who's up the street, just sweet little kid, we have these little crunch party bite. The little party bites. What do you call them? I don't know.
Fun size.
Thank you. And he looked at me because he couldn't stand it. That's his favorite. He goes, "That's my favorite." And I said, "Is it really?" He goes, "Yeah. Will you start opening it for me?" And I said, "Is it okay with your dad?" And Jason was like, "Yeah, it's good." He couldn't wait. He said, "I got to have one. I got to have one now." So when you were trick or treating and you were young and you were in it, did you start eating on it when you were out, or did you go back and dump it out all on the floor?
I think I waited till I got home.
Did you?
I think.
That was our big thing, is that we would get out and we'd dump it out on the kitchen table or the floor, and we'd see what we got.
I'd make a mental note. Somebody put something in there. I said, I got to find
Do y'all gravitate in this situation? You get the best of both worlds. I'm not a big candy guy, but there is something I always gravitate to. So when you've got a bucket full of chocolate and then the sweet and sour hard candy, which one, if you go in, is it a mood type thing, whatever mood I'm in, or do you find yourself going to something all the time? Hey, I might grab this Twix for later, but I'm definitely going for this piece of Jolly Rancher.
I'm normally going to chocolate.
Yeah,
okay.
Now, the other is secondary. Then I'll go back to it. But my first one's always the chocolate.
Yeah.
Always.
I kind of thought that would be the case with me. And, of course, I'm doing studies on myself.
Yeah.
And so we've had buckets of candy out at the Racket Club for the kids the last few days.
Okay.
You know what I always grab? A sucker.
Really?
I grab a sucker.
No, that's the last.
Well, I got a great line right now.
I know you do, and I didn't even want to say it in the microphone.
Right.
But for some reason, I'm grabbing either blow pops or some little sucker.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
How about a dum-dum?
And it may just be that it's the maintenance of it, and I can,
Possibly,
I don't.
possibly.
It's low maintenance. I can just toss it in my mouth, and
Yeah.
got a stick right there. I can pull it out if I need to. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I tend to go towards the chocolate. Not the. I've never been like a big Skittles person, and that sugary.
I'll
side.
go sweet tart spree. I'll go that. I'll even go nerds.
But you gravitate
to Nerds rope.
But so you'll gravitate to chocolate and grab you some Nerds for later.
Yeah. My first move is chocolate, but I appreciate sweet tarts and all that old giant chewy sweet tarts.
I'm not frowning on them. I'm just that's not my
Sprees.
first.
When I was a kid, I'd tear a tube of Sprees up.
Oh, would you really?
Pixie sticks. You remember the big long giant Pixie
yes.
sticks?
I just didn't realize I went for the sucker.
Yeah,
I really didn't.
That is surprising.
Noticed
You've
it
given
last
me
week.
so many great ones. And this is a lot of growth.
Maddie
on my
even
part.
asked me last night. She came in there with her little bucket bag of candy, and she said, "Is there anything you want?" And I said, "Hey, where's your suckers?"
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
So blow
that's
pop
I'm
your
that
favorite
guy.
one? What flavor blow pop?
Yeah.
Green apple.
I like the grape.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like the strawberry. Green apple's I like it, but it's like my third or fourth.
The
choice.
gum's not great.
really?
You know, the gum's too chewy. Too.
I usually
spinach.
I usually don't worry about it.
I know.
I tell you, what I struggled with yesterday was for JC's birthday. Terry made some chocolate cupcakes, and
What's the struggle? Just eat it.
I opened up the microwave to heat something up, and she had put a plate of brownies and chocolate chip cupcakes in the microwave to keep them, fresh, and it was really hard to avoid those because I want
that's
them.
your fault.
But I'm just trying desperately to not.
It won't hurt you to eat a cupcake.
Well, I know I did plenty
You'll
on
be
Sunday.
Fine. You'll be fine.
You know what I'm saying? But how you eat so many on one day, you're like, okay, that's it. I can't have any more.
Yeah.
That was my Sunday. And so I told myself I'm not going to have any more. And then there they were. It's like they were talking to me. Like, eat me.
Oh, wow.
I had to close the door as quick as I could.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it sound like Dip and Dan and Dickie Nadmeyer, they're stirred up, aren't they?
Boy, they are.
It's
fired up. The passions run deep, Rick.
I'm telling you.
That fire doesn't go out overnight.
No, it doesn't.
No.
It'll keep. That's the reason why, and this was brought up again at my house yesterday, is one of the boys said, do you realize there's a scenario that Auburn and Alabama could be in the playoff? And I said the state of Alabama could not take it. I really believe I believe that the state of Alabama would implode. I think it would cease to exist,
especially if they made it to the final against each other.
I know if you're on the outside looking in, you want that because it really would give you a thrilling game again. But the problem is the people of this state. I don't think we already have people getting killed over just.
Oh yeah, we have shootings every year.
Yeah.
If you're not from this area,
have we got the number from this past year? This past game, how many deaths we had?
Directly tied to it. We had one the week before.
I knew that.
That got in a gun altercation over it.
Right.
It is interesting, as you pointed out yesterday, or it was an emailer, that there is a potential for Auburn to have to play. They are going to play Georgia twice. They may end up playing, if they win, get into the playoffs, playing Clemson
twice
and or Alabama twice.
Yeah.
Good.
Which means out of 6 games out of your year, you could have played Georgia, Alabama, and Clemson. That's a lot. I've heard of a tough schedule, but I'm gonna have to say that's a lot.
So we'll see. We'll see what
the Falcons would want that schedule.
I mean, good night.
Yeah,
it's gonna. I mean, it takes its toll. It does. You just a lot of hits.
Well, I just I know that people are tampering with that, but I mean, really, the guys make a good point. You do have to say, what we're going to do about Bama because they're sitting over with one loss.
I know.
And you think, are these other teams better than Alabama?
The Wisconsin-Ohio State game is going to be very instrumental in Alabama's future, I think.
And don't forget, last year we set that precedent with Ohio State.
Yeah.
They didn't win their conference, but
they got in.
They got hammered.
And they caught a lot of grief about it and got drilled. And I think there was a lot of I told you so's after that. But here's the scenario. If Wisconsin wins, it's going to be almost impossible to keep them out. They're undefeated. They're conference champions. If Ohio State wins, then you have an argument. But if Ohio State wins big, that bolsters their argument.
So we're just acting like Oklahoma doesn't have a big game this week.
Oh, yeah, against TCU.
And as good as they've looked, TCU can beat them.
And who beat? I forgot who beat Oklahoma.
Ohio State and
Iowa State.
I knew Iowa State.
No, they won Ohio State.
Correct.
Yeah.
With the third string quarterback. In Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Good night.
This is a weird.
And then you got Clemson in Miami. I mean, Miami would need to beat Clemson for Clemson. I mean, because Clemson, if they win, they're in, even though they lost to Syracuse. We know that. Miami, on the other hand, because they lost so late against Pittsburgh, you wonder if they win, would they be kept out?
Don't they also?
Never know.
Wasn't it the Syracuse game that their quarterback got hurt? Clemson's quarterback got hurt?
Exactly.
So
now Miami doesn't have an excuse on Pittsburgh.
Still though, Syracuse, what they win? How many games this year? Not
many.
Four.
Not many at all.
Not many.
Yeah.
That's still to me an ugly loss.
But I mean, what I'm saying is, sitting around here, let's put all the conference stuff and all that. Let's put all that away.
Right.
Just what you know about football. Okay. And in the room, there's a lot of pretty good football knowledge. Is there anybody here ready to say that you can think of any team that if they played Alabama, they just drill them?
No, not at all.
No. Matter of fact, I'm doing a playoff.
I'm talking about drill them. I'm talking about
if I got
blow them off.
Hey, if I got to put in 4 teams today, it's Oklahoma, Clemson, Auburn, Alabama. I'll probably leave Georgia out.
Yeah, I do think if you those
that was Feinbaum's pick, I think.
If I had to do it today.
Yeah, based on how they're all playing right now.
Yeah.
Saturday may look at things different.
Yeah. I mean, there's a chance that we could come away Saturday thinking that Auburn or Georgia, Alabama, Clemson, and Auburn or Alabama.
Well,
I mean, if we want to be honest about who the best teams are.
I heard somebody saying, well, the thing is, what I'm always looking for when I lose confidence in a team, and really, if you look, that never really happened to Auburn the entire year. It has not happened to Alabama, and I don't think it's happened to Clemson, and it hasn't happened to Wisconsin yet, is if you see there's this game where all of a sudden they just get drilled.
Yeah.
And Georgia has.
Yeah.
I mean, Georgia has run.
The best team they played beat them bad.
Yeah, I mean, and that always concerns me. It's like, and I heard somebody, and look, let me be clear, they can win this Saturday, no question.
Yes.
Especially if Kerryon Johnson doesn't play. They can absolutely win. And they can just win because Auburn just chokes or doesn't get the job done. But I heard somebody bring up the fact, the only thing about this game that doesn't change, though, and I heard somebody say this because everybody starts saying the things which you should say, that Georgia's a good team, that Georgia can beat Auburn, and they absolutely can. They're playing them again. They'll make adjustments. That's absolutely true. Playing a team twice is always difficult on the team that won. Always.
Yeah.
Okay? However, I heard somebody say, so is Georgia going to get a new offensive line? When did they get them? Because they're like, they did not block Auburn's front at all.
Yeah.
So are they magically going to be able to block them?
Yeah, if I drop a pass or I fumble a
right.
ball, that's one thing I can correct.
Yeah.
If this guy's physically whipping me consistently, it's going to be hard for me to correct that.
And
I always feel like I think the surface
quarterback was exposed to
might matter too. You're in a different environment, which I would think would favor Georgia, being that it's in Georgia. I don't know what the ticket split looks like for sales already, but I'm going to say it will be more of a home game for Georgia. Artificial turf makes a difference. Teams play different.
6 minutes past the hour. How about you? It is the Rick and Bubba Show, and a brand new hour has begun. We thank you for being with us, and we start this hour with the national anthem. is 7.5 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show as we continue to roll on. Kickoff hour is behind us. Now we join the gang and we go forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, we now add Eddie Van Adler. The YouTube option, live or archived every day, and all sorts of content flowing from Adler's booth. There he is, sitting there ready to go for another one. I be Rick, and we got to bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to November.
How about that?
2022. How about that?
How about that?
Huh? How about you, November?
Meet me in the middle. That's all I want. That's right now. Meet me in the middle of the day. Let me hear you say everything's okay. Romeo's Tune by Steve Forbett. And so we've always asked the question on the One Hit Wonders, what is Steve Forbett doing today? Has he had a gig?
Is he sleeping late?
Is he in a coffee house? Got his guitar out? Ready to go? I'll tell you, the coffee house people, I saw those a little bit, taking a little beach trip this past weekend. And, you know, it's pretty common for you to go to a restaurant or something and you look and there's somebody over there and they've got their guitar and they're set up their little mic and you know, there's a lot of people talking, very few people paying attention to them. And they'll just, you know, they'll sit over there and crank them out. And I think to myself, I know they're getting paid, and I got that. I know they're not being paid a lot. Are they still inspired? I mean, is this something?
Can I ask this question? The people who just wanted to go buy and drink coffee, do they want to be serenaded?
You know, it's
that's a good question.
It's interesting now
because you know a lot of times if you play the guitar, and we've joked about this over the years. Mm-hmm. You will set up and play the guitar even when somebody doesn't ask you to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And y'all know if you've ever had a guitar-playing friend and just say you have a get-together, maybe a birthday party or something, they'll bring their guitar and start playing when you're like, I didn't ask for guitar
absolutely.
play.
Especially if there's a campfire.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, campfires.
It's like we're two or more gathered. I think I'll perform, you know?
You can't.
And maybe you enjoy hearing you perform. We may not.
Yeah. It's
no offense, Adam.
Yeah.
We all like James Taylor, but we don't have to hear the whole selection.
Sure. Well, if you don't like James Taylor, don't go. But
if you don't like Wagon Wheel, you might as well leave.
Right, just get out.
Because you're going to hear Wagon Wheel.
Right. Heard an interesting arrangement of Delta Dawn.
Oh, wow.
Really? From a person real young, and I thought, you know, really, that's a real troubling song.
Yes, it is.
It's a very troubling. Somebody needs to tell Dawn, hey, put the suitcase down, get the rose off. He ain't coming. Okay. But anyway, you know, does she have a friend that says this is not normal? You can't keep doing this. You know, you're 40, you're 41. I know your daddy still calls you baby, but I've
never really listened to the lyrics.
Oh, it's not good. Basically, a woman's gone crazy because a man said he was going to marry her and he didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she's
we need to print
something to do with the flowers.
She's gone off the deep.
Take you to that mansion in the sky.
Greg, Delta Dawn, what's that flower you have on? It's faded. Okay, it's not coming.
From days gone by.
And you keep getting the suitcase coming there.
And did I hear you say he was meeting you here today?
Yes.
To take you to that mansion in the sky.
Yeah. She's 41. Her daddy still calls her baby.
That's weird.
It's a rough song. It's not a pleasant song. It's about mental illness.
Okay.
But anyway, so
There it is.
Well, I hate to say that, but I mean, I was able to hear it. I was able to hear it loud and clear when I was one of 4 in the restaurant listening to the young lady sing it, who for some reason had her dog up there with her.
Really?
But
keeps getting better.
Yeah, but I mean,
Must have been well behaved.
Seemed like a nice young lady.
You
but,
know?
Yeah.
You get a dog sit through a little singing, you must.
I'm always people watching, folks. I see a lot. That's what we do for. That's what we do for a living.
I tell you, Mr. Buddy wouldn't make it through no singing.
No,
They get to barking.
No, the dog was
wrestling.
Yeah. It's the dog people. They're interesting. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the normal like the dog goes everywhere with me people. That's a very interesting bunch. And I saw one bunch. I had 3 with them at the beach, and I thought, wow,
Rick, let's not make fun.
Yeah. I'm afraid that ship's already sailed. So, but I mean, it's the everywhere we go, they go people I'm speaking of. If you have dogs at your house, that's all right. That's pretty normal. But
where you at on people that take them every once in a while somewhere?
It's not my thing, but I think that when you see
that's
people,
the category we fall into.
Yeah, and every now and then, I mean, it's not my thing. I'm a never, but the people that do, I mean. Like the problem is, it's perfectly fine if that only affects you and your family.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
See the no negotiating people. That means if you're doing anything with them, you have to. The dogs are part of it.
Yeah.
Because if they're coming to the beach and you're going to have a beach weekend, they're bringing their dogs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you're like, well, I didn't really want to spend the weekend at the beach with somebody's dogs.
Yeah.
But if it's
the
your
good
own,
news is, sometimes I'd rather spend time with my dogs than the people that were going with us.
So
sometimes it's a deterrent.
Yeah,
and a good one.
I still like human beings more than dogs.
It depends on who the human being is.
It
just depends on the human being.
Right.
Rick, what about people that dress their dog up in Halloween costumes?
No, those people.
No, Bobo.
Those people should be arrested.
Yeah, for real. Immediately.
Depends on what it is.
They need to go stand with Delta.
Bubba, did y'all do that? Do you need to tell us something?
No, I don't. Not more than a festive collar collar for the holidays.
Right.
But it's funny. I think some of them are pretty funny when I see them.
Yeah, I put those.
I don't know how they get them on their dogs because the one I used to have, where you tried to dress up, would bite you if you tried to dress him
I
up.
always make a note. If somebody if it's somebody I thought I knew, But but mine's weird. I mean, I'm a no dog and the holiday pictures and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Right.
It's here's the
I
family.
guess my dogs live a sheltered life. They just stay at home.
Yeah.
Right, and that's fine.
Yeah. The dogs I've had, they don't like to ride. I guess it's because usually they're going to the vet.
Oh,
put
yeah.
them in there.
Yeah.
None of my dogs like.
Well,
to
remember
ride,
this was under the long monologue long ago. There's things that the dogs are having to do that the people want them to do. The dogs don't want to do it. Yeah, this is the I love animals bit. You know what I mean? This is
a lot of dogs like to ride. They like to stick their.
Some do, but mine never have. Of course, then I had the one that locked me out of the car.
Right.
Yeah,
there's that one.
I call the police.
Remember, I've already, and it's fine with me if we'll just admit that we love to have animals. We don't truly love animals. I'm perfectly good with it because we're human beings. They're for our enjoyment.
Mm-hmm.
But are they enjoying all the things that we make them do?
Well, that's a different. Sometimes
thing.
they have that look on their face, like, "Boy, I'd like to be at home."
I've looked at my dog, and like you said, Speedy, he seems to really think this life I have here is fantastic.
Yeah.
Try not to make it complicated for me.
Yes.
When I look at Buddy, he's rolling on his back in the yard, flopping back and forth. Yeah, I think that's pretty good day.
Yeah. I noticed yesterday, like the dog we have was bathed, and the first thing he did was go out in the yard and roll around on top of the grass as hard as he could to try to get dirty again. I said, see, that was something I needed. That he didn't care about it. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Natural grass, and they do turf. I think it helps the running backs.
Yeah.
I think they're quicker on that.
Now, that may be that Georgia adjusts, and here's how Georgia wins the game. If they can go back to how they beat everybody else, establish the two running backs.
And just pound you with
Well, that's key. If
they can do that, they'll win the game. If they can't do it again, I don't think that all of a sudden in just a couple of weeks, suddenly the young quarterback having to win the game against Auburn's defense, suddenly he can do it.
Right.
You know what I mean? If they what they did, to Helmsley's point, Auburn shut down the run because their front is really good, and they made the young quarterback not just be part of an offense that does great, You got to beat us, and he couldn't. And he couldn't do it. And he couldn't.
He was one dimensional. And
and
that wasn't there anymore.
Yeah,
Right.
and he couldn't do it. Now, if they establish these two great running backs, it'll be a whole nother game.
Yeah.
How are ticket sales going at each school? Have y'all heard? I know each school gets 16,300 tickets. The others all go to sponsors and general public and all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard. And let's all put our hands together, can we? And let's. Hey, Bubba. Yeah. The 12 working days of Christmas coming up this week. Thursday, the first gift of Christmas.
Yeah.
Y'all now see that'll also help. That'll kick it all in.
Right. And I brought something up in the kickoff hour. You know, the Christmas tree. Adler brought his little bitty Christmas tree since he was married.
Where's it at?
And it's in the storage room.
Why's
and
it
I
not-
didn't know.
I put it back there.
Are we
I
going
was-
to bring it out because we put the gifts around it last year?
I was tired of
Is
walking
that gonna
by it
help?
in the bathroom, so I moved it back there in the back.
Do we want to get it out
back
here?
there? I think so.
I think we bring it out.
Oh, yeah, that'll help.
Yeah.
That'll help.
I need to get
It's
some.
still together. At least you ain't got to put it together.
Yeah,
Right, just pick it
I
up,
didn't
bring
tear
it
it
out.
down or anything.
I can't stand
Speaking of that, I need to get some of the Rick and Bubba ornaments.
I was
Yes,
gonna
you
say,
do, Mr. Buddy.
Yeah, I got questions yesterday at the house about that.
I know.
I don't have the new one.
I
I've
know.
got
I
the
need to
old
bring
one.
some in. I got to bring some in.
Yeah, and we haven't. I'm getting emails too. We haven't like gone over what the gifts are. Like, I mean, we've ran by.
We
it.
don't want to do it yet.
Well, people are wanting to know. They want
Do
the
you want
hype
to talk
of,
about
of,
them yet?
of
I kind
like
of
what
wanted. I
all's
kind of
out
wanted to
there.
wait till Thursday and say, here's what we're doing this year, and then all of a sudden, boom, here's one.
Well, and that's fine. They just wanted a little sneak peek.
Speedy, you want to talk about it? I get it.
No,
Run it
I'm
down.
just saying.
Well, run it down what we got so far.
Well, you bought them.
You getting right in the
Well,
middle.
go ahead. I heard you do a rundown this
But
morning.
the
You
key
did
is
a
to
good job
get
with
on the other side of the wheel of meat, then get into it.
You and your hair today. Just hush.
I know. I don't
look, coming in. Look, coming
Mama's
in.
little man.
Look,
here comes
coming in.
Oh, good. Here comes our Christmas tree.
Don't help him. Let's see him struggle with it. That was the fun
there
part
it is.
about
Bring
it.
it in. Watch out.
That thing has been decorated.
Watch out.
Since this time last
Watch
year.
out. Watch the lights.
Gosh, if Hank
We
the
need
Hound
it.
could have done this.
We need a skirt at the bottom of it.
Oh my God.
And then let's
We do.
neaten that up a little
We
bit.
did. We did. Thank you, Rick.
I
See,
mean,
Rick's on
Wait a
board.
minute, didn't Terry bring us? I brought a skirt last year.
You did.
We
We
used
don't know
one
where
of
it is.
ours.
Thank you, Adler.
Yeah,
Did
I
you
bought
see
one.
the
I'll
skirt
bring
for the
it
bottom of it
Okay,
anywhere?
We have another one.
Yeah. Speedy, you on that?
I got it.
You got that?
I got it.
Okay. Need a few more ornaments.
We need some lights, too.
Well, we need
do we
Rick
want to go
Bubba
clear?
staff one.
Do we want to go clear lights this year or stick with the
thought
color?
it had lights on it.
Well, it does, but have you looked?
They're looking good.
Greg, please look at this.
He's putting his flannel shirt down. That, by the way, I've already told him.
What's
real
Adler
hot
going to do 3 days a week with that down there?
Turn the lights
Thank you. I said the same thing. I said the same thing this morning. I said, I like your new shirt. I know you're proud of it. It's on too tight a rotation.
We got to have more lights. Yeah, we got to have more lights.
You think?
Y'all want color or clear?
Well, let's look. Let's plug
These
it
are
in.
color. These are color.
Oh, we could just plug it in and let it go.
Let's plug it. Well, Speedy, let's see. Let's plug it in.
That
and
ain't
look.
much of a tree, is it?
We don't have to make a decision. Can I see it first?
I'd like to see a
Isn't that
staff
Adler's
ornament.
bachelor tree that he had when he was a bachelor?
And
I tell
somebody still got that scary old world Santa on there.
No, yeah, I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I brought some old ornaments we were putting away too. What's going on?
All right,
Oh
look,
my gosh!
we want to
what's
see what it
going
looks
on?
like. Let's see.
Plug her up.
Oh, it's got clear lights on it. I didn't know that.
What about the colored
What
lights?
about those red
Where's the
ones on there?
colors?
I'm like a little
What's
kid.
wrong with that?
What's wrong with the colors?
A lot of light.
You need a
By the
what?
way, that looks
Splitter.
Watch your mouth. By the way, that looks
Got a
fantastic.
splinter. What?
That looks good. I like that.
It
Right
does look good. Couple more ornaments.
All right, let me ask you this: we're not doing snowman
the way
tree
he's
anymore. Did we
going.
bring some snowmen in?
You're big on snowmen.
Well, we got 100 of them.
You know that I know because
we don't put
y'all
them
had
up
a
in.
snowman.
Yeah,
It seems like there were more things on this last year.
were.
Where
That
is it?
could be.
Where have they
They
gone
were.
to?
You probably took them.
Did you drop some things on the way from the storage?
hit a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, there's a few things off of it.
Trail of ornaments.
But I like that. Doesn't it? Now, I'm already feeling better. I
Yeah,
want
it
y'all to know
looks
I'm
good.
already feeling better.
Are you really?
Yeah. Looking at that helps a lot.
Let's play something.
I
and
like
look
the
at it.
shirt down there as a tree skirt.
I think Thursday night when I'm sitting looking at the tree, it's going to be a whole new evening. You know it?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
There we go. All right, I almost like it just like that. Why do y'all want colors too?
Can we see it, Speedy?
What's wrong with a good clear light?
I'm with you now.
Thank
that
you.
Can we at least
Pre-lit. Fine, Scrooge. Let's see it.
Can we at least see them? Can I make a decision after I viewed it?
Well, that added a lot.
I 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Wheel of Meat's back in play for another week. Got that rolling for you. And, of course, yesterday, no real surprise here. The time frame is a little surprising, less than 2 seasons. But Auburn University announced yesterday they have officially fired Bryan Harsin. So Bryan Harsin, as the head football coach, out at Auburn after less than 2 seasons.
We met Bryan Harsin, played golf together in the Regions Pro-Am. Like Bryan Harsin, just enjoyed getting to know him. Always been very, kind to the show. But look, you're paid a lot of money to win football games, and part of that is you recruit, you develop, you execute game plans, you win football games, and that wasn't happening. So that is the nature of that job.
Mm-hmm.
It's high pressure, high risk, high reward. But you're always on a tightrope.
Yeah, the only difference I remember, Greg, when Dad was coaching football, of course, in those days, Dad was never made wealthy by it. They didn't pay the kind of money they pay now, but he made that very clear to my mother and to us, his children. Here's how it works, gang. If I'm coaching and we win, I stay. Mm-hmm. If I'm coaching and we lose, they get rid of me.
Yeah.
So of course now you didn't have the big walk away with money. As a matter of fact, Dad had to basically, scratch and claw to get any money. But nowadays you can feel less sorry for them, even though you should never feel sorry for them because they know the nature of the business. But you can really feel less sorry for coaches now because basically they walk away independently wealthy.
Yeah, Harsin will be owed $15.5 million and a buyout. 50% of that due within 30 days. So he'll get about $7.5 million in 30 days. The other $7.5 million will be paid for over 4 installments. So he's gonna be all right.
Can I ask you guys something?
Cornell Williams will serve as Auburn's interim coach.
2 years ago, they paid Gus Malzahn $21.7 to leave.
Yes.
So they seem to be good at that.
Well, let me ask you this question because things get talked about out there, and honestly, you don't know what's true and not true now more than ever. Would y'all agree with that? Now more than ever.
Sure. Yeah, unless you have firsthand information.
Well, I'm just talking about if I don't have that. If I'm hearing reports and looking at social media and even listening to the media. You don't really know what's right and what's not right anymore. Mm-hmm. Was it true or not true? And I don't think anybody here in the room knows, so I guess I'm asking anyone who would know. Is it true or not true that if they had just let him finish the season, the buyout would have been less than that? Was that true? It was the rumor. Was that true or not true?
I do not know.
Yeah,
do not know.
Because it doesn't seem to make sense if it is true because the season's not going to turn around. You're not trying to save the season at this point. But I know about recruiting, and you got to get your new guy in there and all that. Maybe the timing, even if
is the buyout worth getting a new AD that don't want to have to fire a coach day one,
right?
And recruiting, I think there's probably something to that.
Well,
there's probably an equal value there.
I think at this point in the season, your advantages are you make this change. Prospective coaches know the job is open. You can reach out, or they may reach out if they're interested. Yeah. Recruits that may have written Auburn off are now back in play because they'll say, well, I'm going to wait and see who the coach is, what they're going to do. You kind of NIL, it opens that up. So, I think the timing, given the situation they're in, is probably pretty good.
And that's what I'm asking. It may be even if you were going to save money, you don't have a choice because the timing must be this.
It's a good investment
if you want it to work. So anyway, I don't know if that was true or not, but I do understand what you guys are saying on that part of the timing. And then Auburn.
And I think with the new AD coming in, he wants to, make it his department. And I think part of his arrangement coming in was that he would run the athletic department.
Yeah, and on that note, Auburn did hire a new athletic director, John Cohen, from Mississippi State.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And paid him $400,000 more a year than what he was making.
And I think maybe an advantage with him. Of course, everybody knows anybody that's played baseball. They're probably the cream of the crop. We all know that. But I'm joking for some of y'all. Mm-hmm. The fact he knows SEC football, he knows SEC He's been involved with that. You know, not that you couldn't come in from somewhere else and be successful, but I think having SEC knowledge, SEC West knowledge, is obviously a big advantage.
I wonder if he'll because there's been some criticism, you know, of all this happening the week that Auburn goes to Mississippi State to play.
Strange.
I wonder if John Cohen will leave Starkville, go to Auburn, then return to Starkville with Auburn gear on this weekend.
That
to
will
watch
be
the
kind of
football
strange.
team.
That is weird. That is weird.
Yeah, just a couple of days from being the
Timings,
AD in Starkville, or what will happen there. But
well, I will say this, and we know this: coaches, athletic directors, they are not fans. Players are not even fans.
No. Right.
Okay,
It's a business. It's a business.
Fans,
Coaches too, really.
Fans have loyalty to these places that coaches and players and athletic directors just do not have.
Right.
And when the check is right, they will put new colors on like that.
Yeah, especially when that check is getting a bump to,
Right.
if reports are right, to $1.5 million to be the AD.
Yeah,
that's a big bump.
You know, managing athletic department is can be financially rewarding nowadays.
Well, it can now.
Yeah.
Well, the money's
Big
up.
business.
The money's up on all of it now because of it being big business. I mean,
It is
If
big.
you're
It's
tied to
huge
it,
business.
the money's
Huge.
big. Did you ever
Huge.
think that an athletic director would move to increase the salary guaranteed every year to $1.1 million?
No, but you know, I remember thinking when coaches got up in that range,
yeah.
and then when we heard assistant coaches were in the $1 million range, you know, that was just unheard of when we were kids. But you know, it's supply and demand. If the demand is there, then
Sure.
the supply is there. And,
Absolutely.
you know, SEC schools want to win. Everybody can't win every week, and somebody's going down, somebody's moving up.
Did I
That's
see
how
where
it is.
Auburn launched this past weekend an NIL fundraising deal where they raised $13 million?
Yeah, they're trying to. I think they were a little late on the NIL organization, but I think they're trying to play catch up now, big time.
So Harsin out. Who will be the next coach at Auburn? And John Cohen in as AD.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's better than them being on there and being off. I'll
Yeah,
say that.
I'd rather. I'm with you, Bubba. Let's illuminate them or let's take them off.
I don't know if that's the way to fix the
You are
decoration by
slinging ornaments everywhere.
shaking the fire out of it.
You almost. You know what you did? You nearly knocked the joy off of it.
I know.
All right. So
look, it ain't as bad as that when Charlie Brown picked
no,
out.
it's not. That's not a bad tree.
It's better than I remember.
That's
What's
not
wrong
a
with
bad.
that?
That's not
That's
a bad
better
work
than I
tree right
remember.
there. I like it just like that.
So I've been looking at it for a
With
year
a few
by the
more
bathroom.
ornaments. A few more ornaments.
How about the staff one, Rick?
Standing.
I'll get that,
Yeah.
guys. And then just I hope when I get over there, they're
Hey,
already.
why don't we bring that treadmill and that incline, put it beside it where it's been all year? Let's do
Well,
that.
The reason it's back there, that's a storage area.
That's right.
Well, evidently it is.
Yeah,
That's where you store
That's
stuff.
where we store.
Bubba,
things.
you got on me about the treadmill, wanted it back in your
Yeah, I
office,
do.
and I took it out of my office, and it's now sitting in the storage
I
area.
just hadn't got it yet.
That ain't much of a treadmill.
Bubba, that was 9 months ago.
I just hadn't got it yet.
You don't want that treadmill.
Yeah, I do. I
do
paid
with-
for that treadmill.
But what are you
I
gonna
want
do
that
with it?
treadmill.
You gonna give it as a gift?
Huh?
You gonna give it as a
No,
gift?
I need to get my fat butt on it. It's what I need to
Well,
do.
you need a better one than that one.
You're gonna
that'll do
slip
for
and
the
fall
office.
on that
That'll
one.
do for.
What if you got in some exercising kick and we moved this chair out and you were on a treadmill? And you
Now that's not a bad idea.
The whole time.
What if we all had one? What if we all had one?
Look at him acting it.
There he goes. Speedy, what if he was on an elliptical? What would he be doing?
You got to hold on to do that.
All right, that's hard to do.
Hold on. You hold on to the desk. You can do it.
I want Bubba to do a country song or it ain't on the treadmill.
Daddy said.
Well, because you will have to go with a different plan because the original plan of bringing it in here and seeing if weight would come off with it just sitting in here.
Yeah, it ain't working.
It hadn't worked.
Nope. Bubba, that treadmill, I helped you unload it from the car. It was the first year I was working at the show. I've been here 10 years. I'm not exaggerating.
We call it the decade of fitness.
Now, I did use it for a while during the SOB, but I haven't used it a lot lately.
Bubba, they wasn't here during that because
Bubba
I wasn't here.
during
I
that.
wasn't here during that. I helped you bring that.
Bubba, you got your years mixed up.
Well, it got more use when it first got here.
The reason why I know when SOB was because it's the pictures you still use as your individual pictures.
Sure.
And that we were over at that interim, that in between studio.
Yes, we were.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I remember helping him bring it up these stairs in a box.
Yep. Well, it was a
into
new
his
day.
office.
It was a new
and
day.
the next day he had shirts hanging on it.
Well, it's been functional. It's done something.
Well, he wants it back.
I said, I thought it was treadmill. I know it was a shirt hanger.
Yep. They work both ways.
It was in there that day we was trying to get that moth out of his ear.
Do you see yourself ever getting on it?
Yeah. I see myself.
Do you think you'll ever
It makes me
the way it turns.
I don't know why we can't try it just right here.
Yes. Can I bring it in?
I'll go get it right now if you will.
Let's do it. Let's just try it.
I just got
I
excited.
hate slow news days.
I just got really excited.
They're the most dangerous, by the way.
They are. We're coming out of break. Bubba's on a treadmill doing the show.
Well, they'll never get it in here and plugged up.
Oh, watch
One,
this.
we're out of
Watch
extension
this.
cords.
Oh, we'll find one.
Robert in Alabama. Robert, how you doing?
How you doing, sir?
I'm good.
Good. Merry Christmas.
Well, Merry Christmas to you. I understand you have a request.
Yeah, I want to see if y'all would please play I Believe by Brooks and Dunn.
You know, of all the things I thought you were going to say, it wasn't that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought you were going to request Porky Pig. Porky Pig, White Trash Christmas.
Gobble gobble.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. I didn't think you'd go with that one.
Yeah, I love that song. It's good. Maybe get Rick in the Christmas mood.
Okay, speaking of that, should
Mark
we
it down.
Is that
should
a
we?
Christmas
We
song?
haven't done White Trash Christmas yet. Should we do it next?
You know, I think every day we ought to have the designated funny Christmas song and the traditional, and just call it that. You know?
So we're gonna play 2 full songs a day
I think so.
in their entirety.
That's
beginning
what I
and-
suggest.
Right. What do you think
It's
about?
Brooks and Dunn's I Believe going to be one of them.
That could be one of them.
So, what do you think about White Trash Christmas when we come back?
I don't have any problem with that.
We haven't played it yet.
It's about time. Knock the dust off.
You know
of it.
why? It's because it doesn't feel like the season yet.
It doesn't. It's not really here.
Do you
Rick.
think there's something? Or it's something different this year? How about like the calendar? Is it a different
Y'all,
setup?
Look coming in the door.
Treadmill ready to go.
Treadmill ready.
Just put it right there next to me.
Oh, no, you got to be on the mic.
You need to get up on the mic, Bubba.
I'm sitting right here.
Bubba, that's a good
Oh, my goodness.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba. Are you listening right now to the Rick and Bubba Show on the Raycon earbuds? Well, obviously you can. A couple of ways. The TuneIn app is available to you. You can stream. You can listen to the radio, catch a Rick and Bubba affiliate. You can also go back on our podcast channel and catch Rick and Bubba podcast archives every day, or maybe the best of hour. So anyway, buyraycon.com/Bubba is available for whatever you may be listening to, and you have options on whether you would like to, cut out the atmosphere around you for serenity, or maybe you need to hear everything that's going on around you, and you can do the awareness mode as well. Whatever the situation, these Raycon earbuds are ready to provide it. So I want to tell you right now, there's the wireless earbuds, there's headphones, there's speakers. They all have premium sound. They have you can almost custom them completely to fit your ear, because I just can't. There's certain things that my ears for some reason won't work. So they have different options to be sure they're fitting comfortably in your ear. And once they're in there comfortably, they're not going to fall out. 54 hours of battery life. They start about half the price of the other premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. Or knock that list out all at once and get 30% off holiday bundles by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba and just simply use the code EARLYBF. EARLYBF. So put that together, and that gets you 20% off site-wide. That's 20% off, or save even bigger, and get 30% off their exclusive holiday bundles. So 30% off the bundles, 20% store-wide if you use the code EARLYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So that's the announcement out of college football yesterday. I mean, do y'all want to speculate on who Auburn may hire. There's two things we can discuss in two completely different categories. Who do you think Auburn should hire, will hire, or could possibly hire? Or should Donald Trump go back to Twitter or stay on his Truth Network?
We can cover all of that.
They're very similar because you read it to me, and I saw it yesterday too. Elon Musk is saying if I had a dollar for every time somebody asked me when Trump's coming back to Twitter.
He said Twitter would be minting money.
Yeah, minting money.
Yeah.
But if you're Trump and you created your own platform to compete with Twitter, do you want it? Definitely will devalue the Truth Network if they can also get you on Twitter.
Mm-hmm. Well, or does it help promote it?
But why would I be on that if I can access Twitter the same exact way and not have any limits anymore?
Well, what if I post on Twitter and send a link over to the Truth Network that I'm more in depth in my comments?
Well, there you go. I tell you, now if I'm Trump. It's kind of the way we're doing it now. I'm for being on all platforms.
Yeah, I am. I would be too.
I don't want anybody not to be able to access me, and I want to be speaking to the largest audience that I can possibly speak to. But if you created that platform, you certainly want some exclusivity there to draw people to it.
Yeah.
So I don't know,
well, I think. It may be what situation you're in. Truth is still an emerging technology, so you might want to get out there as much as you could. Now, if it was a powerhouse, let's say it was reversed. If Trump owned Twitter, would he be on Truth? Probably not.
No.
But you got to go with what you need to do. I'll tell you one of the oddest things, and I really we'll come back to Twitter. Let's come back to that. Let's stay with the coaching situation.
Okay.
Of course, the immediate rumor mill is Lane Kiffin from Ole Miss, Hugh Freeze from Liberty. I think this is the wish list. And an outside chance that it could be Deion Sanders. There's a lot of talk about Deion.
Guys, please look what Adler's put on TV.
Oh, I know. It's funny.
No, that's good stuff.
That was hilarious.
We sent a lot of memes yesterday.
Those were all very, very funny.
Mm-hmm. Adler, do you have the one of Deion on the cover of Sports Illustrated?
Yeah,
that is
favorite.
funny.
Yeah.
That is funny. Primed.
Yeah.
Social media, I'm always entertained at this time of coaching searches because a lot of times it's dead on, and then there's some times where it's so far off it's unbelievable. Right. Like this one site, I think it was some SEC affiliated source said that Kiffin is not interested. That Freeze does not want to return to the SEC. And it was Matt Rule from the Panthers that was on, and then Kendall, is it Briles, I think, the young offense. Briles.
No, it's
Briles. I
It's
thought
Briles.
so. Okay. That's is he offensive coordinator?
His dad was the coach at Baylor.
Right.
It's Art's
yeah,
boy.
Yeah, exactly. So you hear all kinds of stuff.
I did two things
It's
yesterday.
pretty entertaining, to be honest with you.
I did two things yesterday. I've not done it forever.
Yeah.
One was get on Twitter and type in the search portion, Harsin fired. And I just went through there and read. The second thing was I listened to Feinbaum.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I bet that was
Hey, buddy.
Oh,
watched it, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't
Very
done,
interesting.
I haven't done that in a long time. I did go to after the Tennessee-Alabama game. I meant to go and see what was going on, and I never did.
It was a party.
And then yesterday I was too active. I never got to it. So I don't know.
What a joy.
But I bet it was a blast.
Goodness.
Yeah. That culture is it's something, isn't it? And
just to hear these people that call in that.
Well, it's crazy.
Well, let's play the speculation game for a minute. Lane Kiffin, he's been very successful at Ole Miss. Is he happy there? Is there more to accomplish? Can he accomplish everything he wants to at Ole Miss?
Here's what I will say, and I think, Bubba, because I think I've said this to you before, and you seem to agree. I don't think the Lane Kiffin thing at Ole Miss is all about football. Lane Kiffin just seems to belong in Oxford, Mississippi. It's almost like if you had a pet and you were trying to find the right environment to build where you want him to be, where he could flourish. Yeah. Lane Kiffin just seems Oxford, Mississippi.
He really does.
I mean, quintessential. It's like he belongs there. Yeah. It's a hotty toddy. It just seems like his environment. Yeah. That he can flourish there. He's winning. It's Ole Miss, so. The kind
He's
of
winning that SEC West, which is not easy.
Yeah, well, and it's also, I mean, I know this is going to upset some people, and I don't mean to, but I'm sorry. Fan bases are different, and they do have different demands. He keeps rocking along like he is right now. It don't matter whether he wins a national championship or not.
No. Right.
He has Ole Miss competitive. They can beat anybody on any given day. They sometimes will, they sometimes won't, but they will more than they won't. And they're not expecting championships. They're expecting good teams and a high-profile coach that has an exciting offense, and they got that. Their defense is getting better. And as y'all don't understand how much better their defense got in the last year. So the defense is catching up to the offense, and I think that the demands on him there will never be where the demands will be on him if he goes to Auburn.
I guess it depends on does he really and truly think he can win a national – I think he wants to win a national championship, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't be doing it.
Right.
Does he truly in his heart of hearts think he can do it at Ole Miss? And then if he can't, if he thinks he can't, does he think he can at an Auburn? I think that's where it is with Lane.
Yeah, now Auburn –
Is it a move up?
Auburn it can be done. It has been done there. But Ole Miss has never even been to the SEC championship game, right? Out of the West,
I don't
think
think
they're one of the few.
I don't think so.
That have not won it yet.
I don't think so. But he's still relatively new there, and it keeps getting better every season. Last season was really good. This season now when they dropped, that loss that they just had to LSU was bad.
Their schedule's been a little weaker than people want to admit, too. If you look at it, it's not been. Now it's about to get real.
Yeah, it's heavier in the
But a
second
good
half.
win,
real.
The LSU loss hurt, but a good win against A&M. So
yeah, well, A&M,
a team that's won 3 games,
right? But he's had
Still
good wins.
dangerous.
He's had good wins this year though already.
Sure.
And how about this? The team just looks like it's playing well. They didn't look good against LSU. They kind of
so what about Hugh Freeze? Does he want back in a Power 5 SEC program?
I think Hugh Freeze, because of what he went through, all indications, and again, I do not know him personally, but I know people who do know him personally, and they seem to absolutely believe that the spiritual awakening in Hugh Freeze's life, he and his wife, that this is the most important thing in their life now, and him being at a Liberty and doing what he's been able to do, and now the money keeps getting better there. They beat BYU last week, which was, I know BYU's not some of the greater BYU teams, but they've
been a national.
But that's still a big win.
Yeah. They got Arkansas this weekend.
Yeah,
they do.
And again, what he's doing at Liberty is all that's ever going to be asked of him. Mm-hmm. Nobody asks you to win a national championship at Liberty, and he's got a life where he seems to be spiritually healthy. His balance in family life and everything is like he wants it. And I could be completely off on this, but I think there is a good chance that Hugh Freeze is looking for quality life over I want the spotlight and I want to win a national championship somewhere.
And I think this, and I could be completely wrong here.
And
too,
I could be wrong on that.
But I think the expansion of the playoff to 12 teams
that changes
keeps
a lot of
guys like Hugh Freeze at Liberty, not to say they'll win a national championship, but to get in the playoff. Because that's doable now.
Yeah.
If they have a really, really good year, they can pick up that 6th spot if they win their conference.
Yeah, there's teams that do things. Take Jacksonville State, for instance. The move that Jacksonville State just made was a move that says we never desire to win a national championship.
Yeah.
The national championships for football are over. You'll never win another one.
Right.
But they said, but that's not our goal.
Right.
Our goal is to be Division I and to be competitive and make more money and have more prestige.
Upgrade facilities.
Yeah. So it's all what you're after, And I think at Auburn, they're going to expect to be playing for the national championship. That's what they're going to consider to be a successful coach. And so if you take that job, that's going to be the expectation. And
Day one.
Yeah, and to be able to beat Alabama in the Iron Bowl. So, which, by the way, Harsin nearly did last year.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Today,
I hear you.
we have brought the treadmill in that he got 10 years ago, and now we've set it up to where you can actually do the show while on the treadmill.
Yep.
This is really nice, Rick.
That may
Thank
be a
y'all.
good
I
thing.
appreciate it.
Is it working?
We're about ready to start. I've got to get all the safety gear on.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I think you're okay with that. You're just walking.
If you have RBTV, you can see Bubba on the treadmill, and it works.
We must be safe. Okay.
So you're gonna put that on.
We got the extension cord here, which we'll unplug after we're done using it, because everybody knows extension cords are not permanent drops.
They are not. We learned that the hard way.
We don't want any more.
Will the
trouble
Will
with
of
that.
Meat have a short in it tomorrow? I can't go through that again.
No, we shouldn't. I think we got that going. Hey, there is one slight, I don't know, it might be an issue, it might not, that I do need to bring up.
Okay.
It clearly says on there that it's a 250-pound weight limit.
Oh, just hush.
Does it really?
Just don't say that.
Okay. Just
They
keep going.
undershoot that. It's really
it'll
more
hold
than that.
300.
Okay, good.
It'll hold 300.
I think we're within the margin of error.
All right.
Right.
Hit it, buddy.
Huh?
Hit it. Let's do a
Let's
segment.
just do a normal show and you do it
Yeah.
from the treadmill.
There you
Well,
go.
this is a stroll speed, isn't it?
You're going to pick it up a little bit.
About 2.5, 2.6 ought to be a good stroll.
That'd be
for
good for you.
2.4.
Let's start out slow.
Okay, so you're because we don't want to have a
Like we said,
knee injury or
2.5,
heart attack.
2.6.
That's why I said 2.4 and 2.5.
Right. How much you go nowadays?
I don't know. We're in the margin of error here.
Okay, we're good. Right. Okay. All right. So the audience, we have not played White Trash
Pick it up a
Christmas
little
yet.
bit.
You want to hear?
I'm starting slow.
You want to hear White Trash Christmas while you're on the treadmill?
Yeah, I do.
I see him sing it while on it.
Yeah, it really fits into your little area over there really
does.
well.
It does. I like it. I'm gonna keep it.
Hey, by the way, I thought
gonna do the whole
my
show
biggest
with it.
concern is I thought we could hear it, but we can't.
No, we
Yeah.
can't.
I really did. I thought now the golden ticket seats, it may be bothering them. I don't know, but I can't hear it at all.
I can't hear it.
There
So
you
that
go.
means Bubba can stay on it at all
There
times.
you go.
All right.
Better, Speedy? You like that?
Yeah, that's perfect.
There you go.
Oh,
Now
this
you're
is
getting
great.
there.
That's it,
No,
right?
don't get crazy now.
See, you can do tricks.
All right, here's
But
the
I almost fell off of it in the break. Speedy missed it.
Act
I
like
almost turned it over.
Act like you're ice skating to this.
Let's sing it. Here we go. White Trash Christmas.
The stockings are hung by the wood-burning stove. Papa just told me that the well-done froze. Mama's on the couch just picking her nose. It's a white trash Christmas. Everybody, let's
Go, Bubba.
Daddy, get the gun for eggs and beer for Santa. God bless us, everyone. God bless us, everyone.
There it is, Brother Kane's version of God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen there eventually, once we reset the old CD player. How about that's on our list of frustrating Christmas music, that we play every year, and that is because these songs, a lot of them are hard to find now. On this one, we do believe that if you go to Damon Johnson's own website, not the various bands he's been in, but his own website, and don't look for it searching Brother Kane, because I did that yesterday for someone.
Won't find it.
So just look for Damon Johnson's own website, and usually you can find it there. So hopefully that'll help some of you. But some of this Christmas music, I like it being uniquely Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you got to be
I
listening.
do too.
So, Bubba, that is us playing almost in its entirety, kind of your regular song, and then sometime today we'll drop in a funny one. Based on what you were saying yesterday, and I'm thinking maybe Porky Pig today.
I could deal with.
You know what I
Porky
mean?
Pig.
We did White Trash Christmas yesterday. I'm thinking Porky Pig today. How's that one sit with you?
Look, there is no day you will find me going, no, don't play Porky Pig.
Well, you know how
I just can't say no to Porky Pig.
You know how sometimes people get in their mind something and they're almost got it right. It happens here a lot. I mean, we're the king of it. So I'm sitting around, and my wife and I were goofing off yesterday and having a fun afternoon together, and we got to playing Christmas music, and now with the technology, you can just search and find any song you want to find. So we were discussing, what are some of the best ones of all time, and what are your favorites, and we're cutting up, and one of the teenagers walks in after football practice. He gets involved, so I throw out "Blue Christmas" by Elvis. Sherry says, I can't take that song serious, and I said, you can't take it serious, and she said, I'm sorry. Every time I hear it, all I hear is Elmer Fudd singing it, and I said, you mean Porky Pig? She goes, no, Elmer Fudd. I said, no, you mean Porky Pig? 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so we'll see what happens in the Auburn situation. New athletic director. That's some stuff. And, and I'll say this, and I know, Bubba, you said it, and I know this is, probably people go, yeah, who cares? And I got you. But I think the one thing out of all this that I don't think is fair is I do think that Coach Harsin is a good football coach. And I think this was one of those where sometimes personalities and cultures just don't fit. And I don't think he was a good fit for this particular job in this particular conference at this particular place. But I do not think that's an indictment on how good he is.
No, he's on record for being a good coach.
Yeah, and I think he'll do good again. I don't think this is his last stop. But
yeah, and so it just one of those things, and it didn't take very long. It just never seemed to be a good. And you know what I mean by that? It just never seemed to be a good fit. For that particular program, that particular conference, that particular culture, and this coach.
Well, you guys look at Lane Kiffin.
Yeah,
he's been at programs where it wasn't a good fit.
Yeah, USC.
He has found a good fit.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
I mean it's almost like
he was the Raiders coach.
Yeah,
I forgot that.
Raiders, USC, Tennessee.
He was young.
Yeah, and really, Coach Saban rehabilitated him. As he's done for many.
Yes,
like he has Sark.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll rehabilitate you. As a matter of fact, maybe Auburn should look for whoever Saban's rehabilitating next and take them.
Who's about to come off the assembly line?
Who's coming off his assembly line? But I'll tell you one thing. Bubba said it in the break, and Greg did too, and y'all are right. Let me tell you who's pulling for Deion Sanders to go to Auburn, and that's Affleck.
Yes.
But it will be an Affleck home run. I mean, they got Auburn, Alabama coach in their commercials.
So well, there's a book that it's either come out or it's about to come out on Coach Saban, and it talked about his first few days when he went into Alabama, and he said, and I'm paraphrasing, it's all about recruiting. He called up everybody. I mean, people answered the phone, the janitors, everybody, according to this book, and said everything we do is about recruiting. It starts there.
Correct.
Because we can't coach up players that don't have the ability to be coached up past a certain level if we're going to be at the top of this. And he's certainly done it like no one has done it in modern history. So recruiting is where it starts.
He's the GOAT.
And then you can deal with other issues. You can deal with coaching them up. You can deal with your game plans. You can deal with game day management and making calls and all that kind of stuff. But it's kind of like the pizza commercial, better ingredients, better pizza. You can't win without having the biggest, baddest players. You just can't do it.
Or, as our dad said, I noticed that I was a much better coach when I had great players.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and it all starts up front with a line, right. And you got to have those linemen that can move people out of the way and people can pressure the quarterback.
Yeah, look,
and without that, the rest of it doesn't matter, and I think that's one of the problems Auburn's struggling with right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at Bo Nix behind a good offensive line versus the way he looked behind bad ones.
He's having a great year.
And, of course, his competition there is not as good either, but it's
still –
a
clean pocket makes all the difference as opposed to running for your life.
Well,
we knew that playing PE ball,
Right. Well, go back to this. Let's talk about, since you mentioned Deion Sanders, or we were cutting up and talking about
because I think he would be a great recruiter. That was the bottom line to that.
No question. Well, but remember, to your other point, what did he say as this Jackson State thing is moving up? As somebody said, do you think it's time for y'all to start taking some checks and play in Alabama? And he said no. And why did he say no? Our skilled players are as good as anybody. But what we don't have is those big fellas up front. Mm-hmm. And until we have them, we shouldn't play teams like that. And so even he knows what they got to have to go to the next level.
Right.
And so he's aware of that, and he would be a great recruiter. I think there's some PR problems there with him leaving the SWAC too quick, but I think he can turn even that PR problem, if that really was a consideration, into an inspiring story by saying, I'm going to be the first black head football coach ever at Auburn University. So there's that history too, and that would be his. What he would hit back over the net to those that said, "Well, you went off and left the SWAC." Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to make history, baby. For and so that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so,
and I know I hear the race thing brought up. I think that's just people speculating that don't know, because I'm gonna tell you, when you're pulling for your team, you don't care. There's one part that racism is dead, and that is when it comes to athletics.
Oh, it was the biggest salve that the civil rights movement ever had.
Let me tell you, you don't care what color your coach, your players are. If they've got your colors on and they're competing, you're all behind them. And so I think some of that talk is a little crazy.
I've seen some of the racist old men I've ever known stand up and cheer their hearts out for a lot of black players.
Absolutely. If they got your colors on, they are wonderful.
Suddenly, it all this negativity they had about people, which is horrible to hear, but they'll get in that stadium and they'll clap and they'll cheer and they'll jump up and down.
I think the one thing against Deion is just not having as much head coaching experience as what a lot of the Southeastern Conference coaches would have. But again, I think he would more than make up for that in recruiting. And then if he had good assistant coaches, which actually do a lot of the hands-on work, as you know, I think it would be good. But look, it all starts with recruiting. It doesn't matter how good you are with the X and O's. If you can't get those players, get those kids on campus, get them eligible to play, and get them on the field on Saturday, it really doesn't matter how good you are with the X and O's.
And if you don't believe that, look at Saban's first year at Alabama when they had average players that didn't play hard. He was
same coach.
He was still there.
Same technique.
Mm-hmm.
Same way they train them today, but It made all the difference in the world.
Yeah, and what he did is told all those players, you're not good enough to play here for what we want to do, and I'll help you transfer it anywhere you want to, but we need your scholarship because we're replacing you.
All about recruiting.
Right.
Starts there. That really, I think that may be 80 to 90% of the battle.
Right. And then you
or
got
more.
And you have to also have the expertise within the best players of picking the ones that won't give you problems.
That are going to be there for you to play on Saturday.
But you go up to the elite and pick from them.
Yep.
The best of those who have all the other stuff that you're looking for. Right. And the ones who don't pan out, you just get rid of them and try again.
Yeah. Move on.
Yeah. Top of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. And we'll get you some of your phone calls as well. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's talk about what's going on with the economy. Look, I don't want to be Debbie Downer. I don't. But I do. Here's the thing. I don't want you to feel helpless, because sometimes I will admit, I go, well, what can I do other than go vote? And then if the rest of my country wants to outvote me, what am I going to do? Well, there may not be much you can do about what the Biden administration is doing to our economy, but you can prepare for it. That you can do. And that's why I would encourage you to take a look at Allegiance Gold. It's they're going to recommend to you to diversify with gold and silver, and to do it now. But if you're like me, I don't know what I'm doing. So they help you, and they also design a plan specifically for your situation. They're not going to give you the same plan they gave somebody else, because your situation could be completely different. So if you want to protect your IRA or your 401k with physical gold and silver, they're there. Now, if you prefer, so I really, Rick, would rather get it out of the market and I want it sent to my front door. Okay, they can do that too, securely, of course. Their approach is different. They're going to get real specific and pick the plan that's right for you. This is why you see some of the highest ratings in the industry: 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with Business Consumer Alliance, and an A+ from the Better Business Bureau. So if you want to get the best offer, this is the best they've ever offered, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase. Be sure they know that you're coming off the Rick and Bubba Show. One way to know that is to go to this URL, protectwithrickbubba.com. Not Rick and Bubba, Protect with Rick Bubba. Put them together, protectwithrickbubba.com. Or you can call them, and if you call them, mention us, 844-790-9191. Can't control the Biden administration, but you can prepare for it. She goes, no, when Elmer Fudd sings it. I said, well, I don't know if Elmer Fudd's ever sang it, honey, but I do know that Porky Pig And, of course, then I do the search. And, you realize
I started to say, have we missed
Have we missed
Elmer
one?
Fudd version that maybe we need to look at?
That could be out here on the other, but what she was thinking about was Porky Pig, because when I searched it, and I said, you talking about this number right here? And then she searched it. You can search it, and it'll come up, and it has his cartoon picture there, and it sings it.
Right.
Yeah, and then of course the whole story of that again. I'm not going to relive that. She goes, "Is that y'all laughing in the background?" And I'm like, "Well, here we go again."
There it is again.
No, it really isn't. But she was just
Well, we're laughing too, but there is some laughter on the original.
Yeah, it is, and we've had people tell us it was John Boy and Billy. People tell us it was Bob and Tom. And one year we got to the bottom of it, but I can't recall it. Heck, Bubba and I were trying to remember what we ate at the Rick and Bubba Christmas party last year. We can't even remember that. So anyway, look, let's just stick with what we can do today. Yeah. So we do have a lot to discuss today. There's still a lot of college football stories and coaching stories, which I know we kind of wore out a little bit, but there's updates, so we'll have to give those updates to you today.
And Rick, we have breaking news this morning. I mean, just now breaking that Matt Lauer has been fired from the Today Show
And it
for
said
inappropriate workplace behavior of the sexual nature.
See, look, somewhere in the entertainment left, somebody is crying, who started this? This was the worst thing that could have happened to all those. I mean, so now, and now don't forget what we've been saying. And please hear my voice. If things have taken place that are of horrific nature and no one was ever held accountable for them, that's fine. But y'all do realize, I heard, I was talking to my oldest son yesterday, and he said that somebody in the entertainment business, because he works in it too, made the comment, says, we're going to get to the point now where no one can run for office again because none of us thought that you could go back 40 years. He goes, my goodness, he goes, 40 years. So we're not talking about you can be fired, removed, or whatever for something you did last week. If they go back in your life and something ever happened, and I guarantee you what's happened now, all these people come forward. Somebody's come forward on Matt Lauer now, and now
Matt Lauer was the staple of the NBC Today Show, and they've had their ups and downs. Billy Bush was fired, and one thing and another. But I'm shocked by that. That will shock a lot of people today.
Well,
he's been there a long time.
So, Speedy, I know right now you go ahead and chase that story, and we'll have that update for you today. And again, this is going to be the new thing. We're going to have to come up with groper music or sexual harassment music, or because it really it's hard to find music because it's such a wide range of things you could have done.
Oh, I know.
There's
you're right.
There's your groping, there's your criminal acts, there's your photos, there's your commentary. It could be
all the way up to illegal activity. Where you really have crossed the line.
Yeah. Really, because
those are your biggies.
Yeah.
And y'all hit it. It's kind of vague, even though it's specific in nature. It's the sexual behavior, inappropriate sexual behavior. That's what all the websites, all the news outlets are saying right now, I guess, until they know more. But he's gone. He's been fired. And that's the headline. That's the breaking news on all the websites. But it really doesn't go any deeper than that.
Right. You realize, I'm trying to – classification point A on this was who? Bill Cosby? That kind of was almost
of this latest fire. I would say, probably so. And then Weinstein was when it really somebody threw gas on it.
Yeah. So he's breaking. NBC fires Matt Lauer over misconduct allegations. So.
Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you live from the EIB building in downtown New York City. Now, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 6 minutes. 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Got no intern today, so we'll have to rotate the fellas through the call screening room. So we'll get to some phone calls before the hour is done. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us here at the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Babylon B, I have had a blast with them. Did y'all see the one I sent y'all yesterday about Fall Festival?
Oh,
tell me y'all love that one.
Babylon B, for those of you not familiar with it is a site for satire.
Yes.
That means comedy.
Yeah.
That means comedy for most
people. And they have a blast. The one I laughed at yesterday was report Jesus is aware that your harvest festival is really a Halloween party. God, that's good. Man, that's good.
Well, they've got a little pre-produced commercial here dealing with Mike Lindell and the FBI that is just gold.
Yep. The other one, parents buy a giant bag of candy to give away while sending their kids out to collect giant bags of candy. So they're kind of like, why don't you just give them the candy you got? But anyway, and look, I was looking at some, Greg, your grandkids and stuff, little kids and some of the stuff they dressed up as, and y'all talked about some of that, and Helmsy, some of your kids that are still young enough, and Adler with Ruby. Let me tell you, when I saw Greg's grandson as Tiny Elvis,
yeah, we got to see
golly, that's it all slayed me. But there's
gives us so much more than we thought he would.
There's something about Tiny Elvis that I just was not ready for. But anyway, back to Babylon Bee. They have had a blast with how the FBI is being used by the government now to destroy people. And they've done a spoof about them raiding Mike Lindell. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, you remember when he was in the drive-thru and they come flying in or whatever? Yeah. They did this about a month ago.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right around that time.
I saw that. It was very funny. So here is Babylon Bee's spoof of the FBI out to get Mike Lindell at the drive-thru.
Hi, I'm FBI Special Agent Hetfield. We recently raided founder and CEO of MyPillow, Mike Lindell. We expected to find evidence of election tampering, fraud, support for Trump, which, as you know, is highly illegal. We didn't find any of that, though. What we did find was a good night's sleep. I gotta say, politics aside, these pillows that we confiscated from Mike Lindell are the most comfortable, nicest pillows that I've ever slept on. I mean, all the guys in the office can't stop talking about how comfortable and soft they really are. Before we raided Mike Lindell as a political stunt, I was using a competitor's pillow, and I just couldn't get a wink. It was not a good pillow.
Oh, gosh.
I can't sleep. How can I sleep knowing I'm just a political arm of the Biden administration? But now, after a long day raiding Biden's political opponents, investigating concerned parents at school board meetings, and egging on disturbed young men to commit acts of terror, I can finally catch a few Z's with MyPillow's patented adjustable fill stay cool technology and fluffy design that will not go flat, no matter how many Trump supporters I beat with it.
Where were you on January 6th? Scum! You want me to do it again? I'll hit you again! Is that what you want? Go ahead! It's so comfortable.
MyPillow, the official pillow of the FBI. When you can't sleep at night because your conscience is bothering you from all the raids on American citizens you're carrying out each and every day, make it a MyPillow. Order yours today and save with promo code B1. That's BEE and the number 1.
That is solid.
That's gold.
Gold right there.
Gold.
See, and this is what comedy has done up until we've decided we can't handle comedy. Comedy has been used to make some very, very important points. Through exaggeration and fun. But the problem is our society's become so bizarre. Even that parody, it's kind of like someone who told me the other day that was talking about what we do with Dickie Nadmeyer and all that. And they said the reason why people are confused on whether this is a character you are doing or a real person is because y'all can't exaggerate the comedy enough for us not to think that that's possibly a real person. And that's happening with all comedy. Everything in this parody commercial is actually happening.
Yeah.
I mean, they're using some exaggeration, but there's so much truth in it. You're almost like, it's hard for you to come up with scenarios that aren't really happening in our society.
Right. If I was Mike Lindell, I would write Babylon Bee a check today.
Oh, yeah.
Get that and actually use it as a commercial.
Yeah. It's
that is excellent.
Well, and of course, Babylon Bee's back on Twitter now.
Sure.
Sure. You realize we banned satire.
That's
on Twitter.
Let me ask this too, on that topic,
and that's dangerous.
There was a story yesterday where some people, quote unquote celebrities, which I didn't know any of them, were all leaving Twitter, saying, "No, thank you, Twitter. If that's the way it's going to be, I'm out."
Fine.
What has Elon done that made him mad? I mean, it's still Twitter, right?
Yeah, but their claim is there's no gatekeeper on hate speech. That's their thing is that these people are going to, and of course they define what hate is.
That's it.
what
That's
they
what I'm
call
saying.
hate speech.
There was plenty of hate speech out there. They were just okay with it.
Yeah, what they really were saying is now we want to be the only ones allowed to spew hate.
Right.
Yeah.
No one else can say mean things. Only us.
Right. That's it.
That's fine to say, but do we have evidence of that?
No.
Is there something that's floating by on Twitter that you think should be taken off that would not have been allowed on a few days earlier?
Yeah,
that's excellent.
Yeah, Elon tweeted, "Comedy is now legal on Twitter," and there's truth to that.
There is.
Also, that Babylon B promo code is real and actually works. Also want to mention our promo code is promo code Bubba.
Right.
Yeah, Thank you, Adam.
Don't
That's
forget
good.
that.
Yeah. Don't you dare.
Whenever
forget
you go
that
to
one.
MyPillow,
that's it.
Promo code Bubba.
Man, that's good. I mean, that to me that is just solid gold. and I love that they're doing it, and they continue to draw. Now speaking of that, draw attention to it. Speaking of what we just said, so now the View is getting some flack. I didn't know this. It comes on as our show ends when we're doing the live show. So we saw that they were dressing up for Halloween yesterday, but that's about all we saw.
Yeah, we just catch the very beginning.
And I saw,
we can't hear it. So
and I saw Wendy. I saw Whoopi's, drama queen deal she did. But I didn't know this happened. They said the View draws disgust. Remember, they decide what's mean and not mean.
Right.
And some people are saying, well, this sounds mean to me. And they're saying, well, no, it's not mean because we're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So we should be allowed to say things that we don't like, and that's not mean. That's just us expressing ourselves. Right. Now, if you say something against something we hold dear and you're expressing your view and we find it mean, it hurts our feelings, and that should be stopped. Mm-hmm. Really, we just want to filter what we want.
We want to be in charge. Yeah. That's the bottom line. It's what we want,
now,
not what you want.
Imagine the things they claim to believe, okay? The View draws disgust for dressing kid up as a Trump toilet stuffed with documents for Halloween. They call what they did to the kid deranged. And it said halfway through the show, kids came on stage in their costumes picked out by the View. 2 were intended to poke fun at Republicans, and they had a child dressed as former President Trump as a toilet, flushing classified documents. He was accompanied by 2 other kids dressed as FBI agents. See, to me...
You know what? I think that's funny.
I think that's funny.
I don't care where you are on the spectrum. I think that's funny because it's been in the news. Why not have a good laugh at it?
And what they're saying is that seems to be, if you're all loving, all caring, and whatever, if somebody on the right had taken a kid and dressed them up as Biden and our Hillary Clinton in emails and this kind of stuff as a toilet and all this, then the left would have lost their minds as how can you use kids for your own. If you want to do that stuff, do that with adults.
Right.
But they did it with a kid. But again, it's just you have to understand and then move on. You're not going to ever say to someone who's saying I'm leaving Twitter because hate speech is back. You're never going to sit down with these people once they cross what I call this line of being maniacal. They're never going to say to you, you know what? That My Pillow thing kind of woke me up a little bit today. I realize that I have a double standard, and really I just have views that I prefer, and I don't want anybody to be able to oppose my views, but I want to be able to oppose yours. They're never going to say that. So don't just do what you do. And I think Elon Musk is the kind of person who he hears these things and he's like, yeah, Twitter's free. I couldn't care less what you think about it. People are free to express themselves on there, and if it bothers you, then leave. We don't care. Mm-hmm. You have to have the right personality for these kind of things to roll off of you like water off a duck.
Yeah.
Or you can't move on. You can't. Then you need to just get out of the battle. Because let me tell you what's not going to happen. You're not going to change their mind.
No.
And so you just have to say this is what. Remember, everybody's allowed to be what they want to be unless you oppose what they believe. If part of you being you is you standing on a truth that they don't like, they don't want you to be able to allow to express that. And by the way, that will eventually, and they've already tried it, this will, and it's already happening, will get down to Scripture. I don't like what Scripture says. I don't like what God says. And I don't like anybody who says that's what he says. And I don't like the Bible saying it. So that has already started to become hate speech.
Yeah. Another one that the View is has gotten some supposed fake outrage from, or that people on the right would not have been able to get away with, was They dressed a kid up as the Oscars slap when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, and it's just a kid.
That's funny
with a handprint on his face. Yeah, I mean
that's
sure.
funny.
I think
the trunk toilet is funny.
Yeah. Sure,
might as well. I mean, it is funny.
Comedy is legal. Yeah. Comedy is legal.
But it is funny.
And it's on Twitter again.
And it is funny though when they get caught in their own trap.
Yeah.
Because they set this trap for themselves.
Yes.
They're catching flack because of the way they acted toward other people. I think it's funny. But they have said they didn't think this kind of stuff is funny. But when they do it, it's funny.
Yep.
We'll be back. I think it's funny whoever does it. Saying that on Monday night, NBC received a detailed complaint from a colleague about inappropriate, and you guessed it, sexual behavior in the workplace by Matt Lauer. The news president has put this out now in a memo. Said his allegation against Mr. His allegation. He said the allegation. Okay.
Whoa.
Well, I was just saying, well, Greg, it's possible.
Oh, I thought Kevin Spacey may have walked by.
Represented, after a serious review, a clear violation of the company's standards. As a result, we've decided to terminate his employment. Not put him on probation. I mean, you realize Matt Lauer's been fired. Terminated. Bubba, here's what you were mentioning in the break. Mr. Lauer's co-host, Savannah Guthrie, announced the news on Wednesday morning, appearing on the verge of tears. Ms. Guthrie said, all we can say is we are heartbroken, and I'm heartbroken. She described.
So it doesn't sound like she's the one that made the complaint.
No.
Right?
She described Mr. Lauer as a dear, dear friend, as Bubba did in the break as well, and said she was heartbroken for the brave colleague who came forward to tell her story. So she said it's another woman there. Calling Mr. Lauer's resignation part of a national reckoning, she continued. How do you reconcile your love for someone with the revelation that they have behaved so badly?
Did he admit it, or are we just canning him based off what somebody said?
It says he resigned and has been terminated, so undoubtedly he's not fighting it. As of today, as of this moment. Now, we may see another story tomorrow. Matt Lauer comes out.
Strange.
Don't miss
Every day it's a new one.
No, this doesn't have anything to do with the girl from Fox that's over there now, right? That they can't find out what to do with her, Megyn Kelly.
Look.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm just asking. I don't know.
Bubba, let's chat about that tomorrow when the new headlines come out.
Yeah.
But nothing. They're not saying who it is here, but we do know that Megyn Kelly does have a history of saying that people are inappropriate around her. Now we do know that. Look, there's no connection. I'm just saying that's not.
I know.
Absurd. That's not absurd.
Rick, we're only speculating. Back porch talk. That's all it is. And I could go further, but I'm not.
I mean, if you really read into this, the way it was written, it looks like to me the complaint was so detailed that he probably couldn't even deny it.
Okay.
When they confronted him, because it says it was, and you even said that when you read it, but I didn't want us to just pass that by. It was a very detailed complaint.
Right.
And they say, after being presented this complaint, they have good reason to believe this may not be the only incident.
Well, they terminated.
Well, I got news for you. If it was that type of deal, I promise you'll see others.
But now, look, keep in mind these things that are not are kind of questionable. You hear about has been taken off the air, suspended indefinitely, looking into it, terminated. That's different.
Yeah,
that means this one had a lot of detail, and undoubtedly Lauer didn't deny it, and there may be more. Guys, in the term that the co-host said, this is a national reckoning. There is a. And like people aren't saying we're going to say times have changed and we're going to be sure that behavior of the past does not exist for anyone in today's society. Now, they're going to go back and get you for anything you ever did.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's – now I don't know what the time frame is on this one because they don't say, but it may be recent. But it doesn't matter. But I'm just telling you, if you're someone who may have behaved badly, corrected yourself, and you're a new person, it doesn't matter. If it ever happened, there's a reckoning that may be coming. And I mean, you're talking about you can go back as far as they want to go to. There is no limit to how far they will go back and still hold you accountable for it.
Yeah, and of course, with the correct reckonings, you will have those that take advantage of it.
Oh, sure. Well, that's the point we were trying to making with this senatorial race, and I don't know what happened one way or the other, and now we're seeing some inconsistencies with the allegations against Roy Moore. So that shows you that, to Bubba's point, The sad part about those that make things up is they make the people who may have had something legitimate to say, it really hurts their case. I say this about racism. I say this about sexual harassment. I say this about everything. I say this about violence and assault. But the problem is now if we get into a society where we don't – now, in this case, I'm not talking about Matt Lauer because it looks like this was detailed. They've responded in the subject. But I don't want us to enter into – there was a time in our country, sadly, we've all read the book or seen the movie To Kill a Mockingbird, that the racial component of our country was so evil that if you just made an allegation against someone of color, you could have them dead by the end of the week, and there's nothing they could do about it.
All right.
Rick and Bubba, earning a living off low expectations.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Your fall festivals, your neighborhood candy, whatever, however you did the Halloween thing for kids last night, if you did. We've got still got some kids that are still small enough that are doing that, grandkids as well, and some of the costumes for the kids connected to Rick and Bubba, I'm telling you, I got to laughing. I mean, looking at Greg first year grandkids.
Yeah, I didn't know if Ellis was going fireman because we'd seen him earlier, but I forgot. I didn't realize that Mario.
Yeah, Mario. Yeah,
is still around.
Oh yeah, Mario.
Super Mario.
Yeah. Evidently it is because Ellis is all about it. He likes to wear a hat anyway.
Yeah.
And
please look.
That's funny.
And then the little Peach Princess.
Is that who that is? Yeah. From the Mario games?
Oh, I don't know. Is that?
Yes. There's a pic. I just remember my kids when they would play.
Okay, I
that.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
I wasn't. But
I see, you could put that bucket on your head and go as Marshmallow.
Yeah, you could. You could. You really could.
But see, they did good, and then Ellis held her hand, went to the door with her. And
I saw those
got
pictures.
along.
Precious, Greg.
Yeah.
Greg, let me ask you this. Didn't you tell me that Ellis stays in character? If he dresses up something, he stays in character?
Like last year when he was Woody, I mean, he'd put his hat on and walk by people because he thought he was sharp with his hat on.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, that's Mario right
so
there.
So he took care of little
the Peach
sister?
Princess.
The Peach Princess. How precious is that right there?
Look at that look on his face.
And then
little Pace.
And then I didn't know about Tiny Elvis. Now, I knew that Pistol Pace Jones, Greg's other grandson,
this is Lisa's fault, by the way.
Lisa
Lisa has somehow, she keeps him during the week, and she had, somehow they got to watching Elvis videos.
Yeah.
And he loves Elvis, loves it. And he knows, I mean, and so Chandler found an Elvis costume. It's a little big for him because he's not a very big guy.
No, but Tiny Elvis, and then this, if you keep going on this on her story, he actually starts, there's video.
Do we have video and audio?
Yes, we do. Yes. Which is great. I love the fact he shakes his leg a little bit.
Yeah. So look at Tiny Elvis. Look, Tiny Elvis.
He's got a microphone.
He's got to turn it on.
He's got his mic. Look at his leg. See how he's trying to get a little leg going?
Rocking it.
Rocking Tiny Elvis.
If you'll hear in the background, one of his favorites, Poke Salad Andy.
Tiny Elvis.
Oh, it's great.
I was not ready.
It's so good.
All three of them really lived up to their parts. And they take it serious.
Oh, wow, Greg, that's funny. Adler, how did Ruby do?
She did good. We made it to about 8 houses total.
Okay.
And she didn't really love the first 6 houses, but the last 2 she did on her own.
Well, if some of these people won't have such scary things, I mean,
look at that.
Oh my goodness,
the corn.
So
the ear of corn.
Precious.
Initially, Ruby was going to be a butterfly, and she wanted Mom to be a bumblebee, and she wanted me to be a cowboy.
Right.
Which, sure, whatever.
Right.
And then
not a cowboy.
I had this that corn outfit.
Yes,
that was the hunting outfit I designed.
Yes. And so I had that in a box, and I just as a joke in the garage popped it on. And I got some laughs from the butterfly, and so I went with it. I just went with it. So I just walked around the neighborhood as corn, and it's tough introducing yourself to your neighbors.
Yeah.
Dressed as corn.
Yeah, it is.
Carrying on the conversation.
Yeah, and I spaced at the first couple of times. I was like, "Hey, hi, we're the Adlers. We're on firewood right here."
Yeah.
but they live on firewood too. So that didn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, you remember this is a great little time for you to really assess your neighbors.
Yes.
And for them, they're like, all right, the corn guy bothers me.
Yes.
Right. We got to ear the corn.
But she did good. I had held her hand up to most of the houses, and I would say, all right, can you say trick or treat? She go, it was really.
That's a little
I was like, can you say thank you? Thank you. It was really quiet.
Yeah, right.
But she did great, and it was a blast. It was an absolute. And my just beautiful wife is just so cute as a bumblebee.
Yeah,
I couldn't
and last year she was a caterpillar, and then this year a butterfly.
Yeah, right. Keeping the theme going.
I love that. Maddie's group was pretty creative.
Yeah, no, let me tell you something. I laughed so hard in the truck on the way in here, listening to you.
I know.
Because when you said that they did a League of Their Own, and of course the first thing I think about is the Tom Hanks movie, then you reminded me, no, this is the reboot on Amazon.
Yeah.
And it features some different
The gay
themes.
community really loves it.
Yeah, the gay community loves this show, and you and your wife didn't know that.
She did not.
And you brought it up.
There it is, Hartford Peach. Look at that. Look at all of them.
Look at can't you just make it be Tom Hanks?
That's what I'm doing. I'm having to.
Yeah, don't let it be this Amazon.
Look how coordinated they were with all this.
That's really good. That's where I'm going.
That's fantastic.
Tom Hanks,
also.
But just
very creative. Of course,
I didn't know this because I'm not watching this thing. I didn't know that's what. I'm not surprised. Just like you said, I'm not surprised by it at all. I just said, but
For
this
some reason she included a picture of
Who's that? Who's dressed up as the dog?
Yeah,
that's a good costume.
That's really good.
After this picture, they put the pumpkin.
That's Braden and Caroline. Y'all were wondering.
Wow.
But when you brought it up, did you ruin this? Because a little
bit for Amanda. I didn't say anything in front of Maddie.
Okay,
she may be listening down in the car.
Well, let's not even get into it.
Yeah, but I just for Amanda, I said, hey, just a heads up.
Yeah, the reboot has some new themes.
Yeah, the reason this is coming back around is because the Amazon original has nothing to do with Tom Hanks in 1992.
But we're going to leave. We're going back to Tom Hanks.
We need to go there
because that's as cute as it can be if you'll do that.
Absolutely,
that's right.
Absolutely,
if you'll do that, that's as cute as it. Them dressed up as the Georgia Peaches or what is it?
Hartford
Peaches.
Yeah.
See, that's precious.
Coordinated effort. Love that. They got all their friends together. It was cool.
Well, once again, it continues. Everything the woke community touches, they ruin.
They do.
Yeah, the original with Tom Hanks and Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, never mind.
I know.
Right, but at least
we didn't.
Are you crying?
Yeah, right.
It wasn't shoved in our face back then.
No, did you go out there and scream to them, "There's no crying in baseball"?
I did not. No.
That would have been awesome.
It would have.
What if you'd have dressed as Tom Hanks'
That's
coach?
what should have happened.
And stood in that picture.
Why
that would have
did
been
you
fun.
do that?
Yeah.
Come on,
a lot of fun.
I gave my dad the clown wig to walk around as we went trick or treating. Also gave him a clown horn. That was a mistake. He overdid it. He did too much.
He gave you a little
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We don't want to go back to that archaic dark time concerning, hey, if I don't like somebody, I just have to trump up something on them and then it's over.
And then you just wait on the folks with the torch to, which is now the gas of that is the social media, which can spread things so very quick.
Yeah, I had lunch with my oldest son yesterday, and he was like, you ever wish social media just didn't exist?
Yeah.
And he said, you talking about some things that just get to running now, and you can't get them, and everybody's like, whoa, click, click. And journalists admitting that they make up headlines to get you to pass it on.
Yeah.
And the story doesn't even have to be. And all they do is come back, well, now the story didn't say that. Yeah, but your headline insinuated your story said something different. Well, but you just read the story. So anyway, Matt Lauer, the latest, he is gone from NBC.
That will be shocking today.
And I keep thinking about the promotion they did wearing the world's Matt Lauer. But anyway,
well, if there's a bright side, at least Billy Bush will have somebody to hang out with.
Well, that's true.
As he recovers from being hit with a golf ball.
Right.
Golly.
Will Saturday Night Live, owned by NBC, will they go after Matt Lauer and do something this Saturday night? I bet they don't.
No.
He's expendable.
Right. He's been fired, so they might.
Yeah, he can't really pay them. Right. Weinstein had influence over them and movie gigs they would get. That's why they laid off him.
Have they yet to go after Weinstein, or are they still?
They kind of made a semi-swap just so they could claim they were, fair and balanced.
This is all happening so fast with so many people.
Oh, yeah.
From the left and the right. I don't know. It would be hard to write a skit for this.
It would. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah, about you.
Buddy, how are you?
I'm dandy. How are you, sir?
We also announced the winner of the Rick and Bubba Challenge coming up today as well. We do have a winner. We've been discussing the playoff coaching changes. Matt Lauer has been terminated by NBC and the Today Show for inappropriate sexual behavior.
And Rick, in an amazing turn of events, is being interviewed by Tennessee for a coaching job.
Well, Tennessee in the news again. Well, the coaching search at Tennessee continues to be a soap opera.
You think they'll do a 30 on 30 on Tennessee's coaching vacancy?
Are you okay, buddy?
No, I'm not.
No,
I got to laugh.
Get the treadmill back out.
I got to laugh thinking about it.
So 30 for 30. We have to understand yesterday, and we think this is all accurate, that Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State was offered the job, a really substantial raise to come to Tennessee, and turned it down.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Hams, you said he would be the fourth highest paid coach. He would be the fourth highest paid coach. Ahead of Urban Meyer at Ohio State.
There was a 6-year deal put in place for $42 million.
Come on.
7 a year. He made around, I don't know, 4. He would have nearly doubled his salary and got I mean.
According to the list I'm looking at, Hams, he was at 4.2. Okay. He was the 18th highest paid coach in the country.
And Bubba believes that T. Boone Pickens just transferred money into his account.
He said, "Go check your bank account. You got $4 more million in there. Let's just stay where we at."
Yeah.
Or is this a hobby now that he's got? I mean, he's a funny guy. He's got his
Gundy.
You know, he's got his. He's got his hair like he likes it. And is this just a new hobby that he messes with Tennessee every time they have a job opening?
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
And
I
he's
like
50,
him. He's
and he
funny.
is 50 now.
He's funny, too.
So we have to come after him. I'm a man, I'm 50.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, I got to go with this again. And I don't want to upset anybody because, it's not my nature. But I was...
Careful.
You do have to get
it's football we're talking about.
You do have to. I know this is people's.
People hang on a little too tight.
Rick, there's some white knuckles out there. Be careful. But what I'm saying is this: does Tennessee have to say, after now people are turning the job down, which most of us see it as it's supposed to be a sought after job? Hey, maybe it's us. I mean, you know how you ever talk to that friend that you have to say. I realize you keep thinking it's everybody else, but the same thing keeps happening. You're the only constant. Could it be you?
Yeah, if you've been divorced 8 times,
right?
You kind of got to play the odds on that and go, it could be me.
And every boss you work for doesn't like you. Everyone. Every boss that you've been, you're always. Could it be?
And based off the emails and tweets I'm getting, they're not realizing that at this point at all.
There's something wrong with that situation. Leadership. The board.
They won't give up control of something. What is it? Because I'm missing something.
Two men who warned you that soccer would destroy the country. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Cold and flu season, it is upon us. EnviroCleanse is ready. EKPure.com is the website. This is the system that the U.S. Defense Department selected to purify the air on board all of the Navy ships. And when you hear that, you're like, that gets my attention. Well, it's a new way because the Navy only uses EKPure.com because the advanced mineral technology goes beyond the ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses, the ones that cause cold and flu. And yes, the coronavirus would now be in that because it's here to stay and it's part of the viruses that we deal with and will continue to deal with. But if you would like to have a system for your office, for your home, then you need to go take a look at this. There's a Georgia school system. They said, look, we're investing in this, and it has been life-changing for them. So if you would like to find out all about it, go to ekpure.com. EnviroCleanse.com. Again, it's EnviroCleanse home air purification unit. And you get a free air quality monitor if you use our promo code Bubba. Plus, you're going to get free shipping. Again, use the code Bubba. And we're going to save you $150 using the code Bubba. EKPure.com. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so speaking, we played coming out of the break, the soccer liner that we have a little fun with. Mm-hmm. But, soccer, it really does seem to breed frustration. You hear about fans fighting all the time. We think it's because
they get bored.
It's such a frustrating game to watch that you just come apart when your team once again cannot overcome an insurmountable 1-0 lead.
Right.
So we have. I didn't know this, Bubba. Did you know that there is an LSU versus Ole Miss rivalry in SEC women's soccer?
Well, I know there's one now since they had a fight.
Correct.
Yeah.
Cat fight, and it's
it's two top 10 teams, and it looks like they're fighting over the ball, and they get to, I don't know what I'm talking about, but leg kicking and pushing and all this, and then it turns into a slap in the face, and then it's on.
Now, can I ask you this?
It's 0-0, and it looks like second overtime.
Right.
Yeah. 0-0. Don't miss that. Here, look, full blown fight. Full-blown fight. Look,
Wow.
Greg rabbit punch.
Yeah.
Oh, and tried to pull out her extensions. All right, so look. Now everybody's involved.
Yeah, we're going to get a close-up.
We're
here
all
in a second,
fighting now.
too.
We're all fighting now. Yeah.
Don't you give her that red card? No, don't you dare.
Oh, somebody's weave's in trouble.
Yeah, it's been pulled out.
Now we're red. Now, what does that mean?
Card.
What does that mean?
Red card means they're gone.
Is that it? I'm out.
They're out.
You got a yellow card and a red card.
So you have Ole Miss, of course, in the white there, the white top, and then you have, LSU in the white top.
Yeah, it's hard. You can't really tell. On these soccer
so here
uniforms.
we go. Here now it's on.
Yeah. Oh, boom, boom, boom.
Oh,
boom,
one shot
boom,
there.
Boom,
One shot
boom,
there.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that weave's in trouble. Look at
Back of the head.
Right. So then it's over, and then it looks like a LSU player.
Did you see her say she punched me in the face?
Yeah.
Did you hear read her lips? She punched me in the face. All right.
Now you have them, then you have somebody.
Watch 33 come running in here. It's been broke up here, and the Ole Miss player goes over
right
the sideline.
there.
Now 33 comes in and starts pulling her hair.
Oh, wow.
No, you go. I'll pull
to
your
the ground.
Yeah, I'll pull your hair.
Yeah.
Pull my teammate's wig.
Yeah. From behind.
So what?
And I think she's thrown out too. Watch the referee. He throws her
He's
out.
throwing all kinds
the
of
initial, and then he goes over to 33.
Says you out.
Throws her out.
Yep.
I like how he sticks the card up there.
Oh well, they're very dramatic with it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of drama in soccer because there has to be because the score is 0-0 and we're in overtime.
Right.
Okay. And watch this first punch from the Ole Miss player. It's a pretty good punch right there.
No,
Yeah,
the other one had
the
other one had a punch before that.
Yeah.
Little
But she
backhand,
pulled her around her by the hips.
Yeah.
There's no place for that.
She punched me in the face.
Wow.
Rick, watch it. Let's see it one more time at her. Watch when she pulls her around. She takes a swing at her. I can't tell if she hits or not.
Yeah,
And then the Ole Miss player punches.
I know.
Is it an open hand slap?
Yeah, I think
like
it may be.
And I thought it might have been.
Watch
a
after she
backhand.
pulls her around. Watch, she goes up. Woo! Right there. Then you have the slap.
Yeah. This.
Take that, you.
Right.
Yeah.
And we
there
got
it is.
ponytails flying.
Yeah, we got
everywhere.
extensions being pulled.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's-
0-0 in overtime. right,
she
so-
hit me in the face. You can see it just plain as day.
So she punched me in the face. Well, I didn't know about all this, but I know that if I had to,
mad.
I know if I've been playing this long and it's still 0-0.
Yeah, I'd be wanting to punch somebody.
Something's got to happen. This is it's just such a something's got to be done about soccer. I don't know what, but something's got to be done.
Well, none of us can say the country's better off since it's been introduced. You know what I mean? Nobody can say that.
Did you like that cat fight? Yeah, it was definitely
one of the teammates. I feel so bad.
He loved those sounds.
She punched her in the face. I feel so bad for her. I feel so bad for her.
Now, were all these biological females?
Yes.
Okay.
It looks
all right,
like it.
good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you have to ask.
Well, can you even have women's soccer anymore?
I think you'd have some better punches if they weren't. Oh,
right.
All right.
No.
All right.
Well,
okay.
okay.
Whoever said that is rude.
Okay. But let me tell you this: there were some college guys that got guilted into coming to this game because they're dating some of the women. They have to act like they care about it,
right?
And they said, now that's worth coming to.
I got
you know
the
what
money's worth.
Right?
That'd be a season
You
ticket.
know what? It's the best soccer game I've seen so far. Wish I'd have showed up once overtime started, because up to that point, it was just a bunch of kicking it out of bounds. Wow, they'll kick it out of bounds.
Yeah,
a lot of that. What are the rules, by the way, in hockey? Did they just let them fight?
Yes,
they do.
For a few minutes,
and then they break them.
There's kind of some. You can actually go over the line in the fighting, but certain amount of fighting is allowed.
I mean, they'll just watch. From what I've seen,
Isn't that crazy?
They'll just skate around them while they grab each other's jerseys and just tee off.
Yeah. They'll sling them gloves off, and then they start teeing.
The referees get out of it for a while. Then it's almost like they know, now we got to go break it up.
And they'll follow the ground.
Right, that's enough fighting.
But just like in baseball, when you know you're about to get hit, they have guys that when their leg throws over the wall, he's coming in to fight you.
That's right.
Because you've done something. The team said, all right, we got to go get him. And there's some guys, they're just the fighters on the team.
Yeah, hockey, they call them goons. That's all they do is fight. That's their only skill.
Yeah, when you see their leg come over the wall, you're like, I wonder who he's coming after.
Here comes a goon.
Right.
Maybe women's soccer could learn something from hockey.
Right.
You know?
Well, Bubba and I we've been trying to help soccer, but then everybody gets all sanctimonious about it, and they won't let us help. They won't let us be critical of it, and all we're trying to do is help.
This clip on Twitter has 1 million views, so maybe it'd get a little bit more viewership.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, how about this? Take a clip and show an entire game and have it at nothing and see how many views it gets.
Yeah.
You put one fight up there, and guess what happens? It's on.
It goes nuts.
We're showing it.
We did. We enjoyed it.
Well, I mean, I don't like. I mean, but something. I mean,
what if they broke action? Okay, they fought, and whoever won got a free kick.
I'd watch.
Well, I think
like
if you got to get the score up so it's like 10-12, whatever it takes.
Right,
Do away with goalies, put the ball on fire or something.
You're right.
I mean, this is 0-0 forever is killing that game.
Well,
with me, I just cannot watch back. You just kick, and nothing
what
ever
do they
happens.
do?
Kick.
No,
it's just nothing
Kick
happens.
out of bounds.
Well,
kick.
Now, if you go down and every 2 or 3 times down they get one in, then you're gonna pay more attention.
Well, it's an odd looking game too. Let's say that you came here from another planet, okay, and you walk up on this and you go, "What's going on here?" And I said, well, "Now watch this game." And all of a sudden he looks at you, he goes, "Do you think they should be ramming their heads into that ball like that?" So they just use their heads. Why are they not using their hands?
The first thing I would say is, why are they not using their
Wait a
hands?
minute. So they just kick at it? I said, and they kick and use their head. Their head. They ram the ball with their head? That is correct. Why not use their hands? I don't know. We've been asking that question for decades. So it needs some work. Now, Bubba and I still say, and no one will hear us, we said this years ago, you don't have to do it the whole game. Let's say you get down to 5 minutes left in the half. Set the ball on fire.
Yeah.
Just 5 minutes.
Yeah, and we, man, I thought that was one of the best ideas we ever came up with.
You know, because I would be in my seat after I'd been to the concession stand because we didn't miss anything for the first whatever.
Yeah.
I'd be in my seat for the ball on fire time.
Oh, if you looked up and saw the countdown, would you not?
It's called the BOF, the last 5 minutes, ball on fire.
Hey, Rick, there's...
Get ready, the BOF's coming up.
Yeah.
Get the lighter fluid.
BOF.
Hey, Rick, are you hungry? Yeah, go get something to eat now. Well, there's 15 minutes left, but do not leave.
Hey, get back with those nachos now for a BOF.
Soccer's a fun game to play, but I do struggle to watch it sometimes.
It's on my list of things that looks fun, but it's not.
Have you guys ever played soccer?
I've kicked it around a little bit, and I was bored then, too.
We have some version of it in PE, but it was not the...
What do we call that?
Speedball.
You didn't have goalies in it, did you?
Speedball.
You had to kick it between the cones?
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Something there that the kind of coach that you think you deserve and want, and I would agree with that. There's something in the setup there that is turning them off because we just learned with Gundy, it's not money. It can't be money.
No.
absolutely not. And I will say this, and it goes back.
It's my gun day.
Coach Mo.
And I'm going to tread as lightly as I can here. You can take what happened with the fans away. We all know fans are idiots and
Right.
writing on
For all
rocks.
teams,
and
yeah.
The whole Schiano thing, the way they acted about that was ridiculous.
I've got an email that'll show you.
You went holy ground. I'm gonna do that, and even though he didn't do anything, okay, throw all that aside. They have a major internal issue with this Haslam character, okay? That's the owner of the Browns, and we know what that organization looks like,
Right.
okay? He's like the big dog at Tennessee too. So he evidently is running this place about like he runs the Browns, and that's what the fans are really frustrated about.
Right.
Is because this John Curry character, the AD,
Talking about loving somebody to death.
I mean, he can't make a right decision. I mean, and he's there's no leadership there. Okay, you let the mob change your mind.
Yeah, what you're going to have to do, you're going to have to go out, and the kind of coach you need is the one that says it is my way or the highway.
And Greg Schiano would have been that guy, by the way.
And then you step out of his way and say, and you may have that, just win.
Yeah.
And if you don't win, then you're not allowed to be the my way or highway guy. If you're going to be that guy, and by the way, let me just give everybody a heads up, most of the my way or highway guys do win. So you're really not going to have an issue with that. You got to give that type of coach the control and the complete dictatorship that he wants.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to do that, those kind of coaches aren't going to come to you. They're not, especially if they don't have to. If they're like, now you can go back to what I keep suggesting to everybody, much to the hate of UAB fans everywhere, is you could pull the deal. We've seen this happen in professional football where somebody gets a rookie that nobody wanted, and they produce really big, and you think, we got this guy for $500,000 a year.
Like that guy leading receivers that play for the Vikings that nobody would have.
Yeah, so you can go back later, and you're going to have to pay them at some point if they prove themselves.
Like they're probably going to do with T. Martin.
Right. But you could go in there and get a Bill Clark and say, you haven't coached enough for us to warrant the kind of money that money a Gundy wanted or a Mullen or whoever, but we'll pay you much better than you're getting paid now. And then let him be the rise to the top with your program. Now, like I say, well, we above somebody. Well, do y'all want to win or not? And you need to get somebody that can win. And I'm telling you, this man will win.
Yeah,
who
absolutely.
Wherever you put him, at what level, he's going to win if you let him be him. Now, if you won't let him be him, that's different. And I think Tennessee's got to understand. Undoubtedly, we come across, whether it's rightful, whether this is truth or not, we come across as we're going to be the kind of place, if you coach here, we won't let you do what you need to do to win. We're always going to be in your business. We're always going to be you're having a say. We're always, and most of the great coaches don't want to be in that environment.
Yeah, no, and well, we're seeing that because they're down to about. And look, I'm not taking shots, but they're down to. Let's be honest about it. They're about their 11th or 12th choice at this point.
Well, keep in mind, still an assistant to the university, a consultant. Philip Fulmer's over there in the corner going, I'll take it.
Well,
you remember when Barry Alvarez came back and coached Wisconsin?
Okay,
right?
guys, and then I would also like to talk about. Yeah. I would also like to talk about the Razorback in the room. So over here, we
have to have a coach though at some point.
We see Mississippi State made our decision.
Yep.
We see Florida made our decision. We see Tennessee at least trying. Okay, they keep being turned down, but they keep trying. Okay. But Ole Miss made our decision. Arkansas just sitting around like they're not they're waiting on something.
Rick, you know what? I think they've made their decision, and they're waiting.
I think they're throwing a home run pitch at Gus, no doubt.
Because
like I said the other day, the longer they go without hiring a coach, it has to make you nervous if you're an Auburn fan.
Well, it's like they're not even trying right now. They're just kind of like.
I don't think they. I think they're done.
You know what I would say about the Razorback in the room? He is seated and silent.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe.
You talking about the ultimate walkout? You win a national title. See you. Good day.
I don't know. First of all, that first part's quite a little road, but
it is. But hey, look,
there's three pretty good ball games out there in front of you.
Right. But to where you're at, you've
Yeah.
had a really good season.
Yeah.
Even though a month ago they wanted to fire him. Don't forget that.
Sure.
Oh, well, Greg, I said,
and part of the reason that he's going to be wearing different colors at some point.
Yeah.
Well, I said, but that's fandom, and that's college football in our part of the country. buzzer sounds, your time on the program is done, and we move to the next caller. A couple things going on. Man churches this week. I'm so excited about Friday night. My home church, Valleydale in Birmingham. We're going to have a big chili cook-off, 20 different chili recipes, the men of the church, and then Rich Wingo coming in to speak to us at our next man church. And then we'll continue in our small groups. You can plug into one if you want to with the curriculum that we're doing from themanchurch.com. So if you want to be with us Friday night in Birmingham, come on. But we do need you to go to the link there at themanchurch.com under events and let us know. Just register that you're coming. We're just trying to get an idea how much chili we need. Also, Crestview, Florida, this Saturday, Mark Garnett speaks at your next man church as you wrap up year number 1 of the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Calvin Speedy Wilburn from the Rick and Bubba Show will be at Protective Stadium in Birmingham for the UAB game. He's the stadium guy, and you guys will have a great time with Speedy coming up this Saturday if you're coming to our city for that. And then on Sunday, I'll represent the show in Americus, Georgia. It's their big fall festival, a big outreach, a big concert with Mac Powell. They're going to be great food. Man, Bubba, I don't want to overwish. Is there a chance they'll have carnival corn dogs?
Oh,
man.
Are you talking about with a brush or you can paint ketchup on one side, mustard on the other?
I hadn't had one in so long.
Golly.
So anyway, I'll be there.
Bad day to mention that.
I'll be emceeing that and also bringing the message that day. And look forward to seeing Mac Powell, too. So Americus, Georgia, this sponsored by Central Baptist Church. It'll be at their facility, and we'll see you guys coming up on Sunday. All that can be found either at rickandbubba.com under events, or if it's a man church, go to themanchurch.com under events. Jesse gets us started. Jesse, 30 seconds on the program. Jesse, go right ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was reading through some of the online Auburn football message boards last night.
I bet that was a blast.
Well, I'll tell you what, the hot name that I kept seeing was Dickie Nadmeyer.
I ain't never been nothing but a winner.
I was just wondering what Dickie's thoughts were and if he was interested.
Well, I mean, my goal is to enjoy my life, not live in misery. Roll Tide. Staying where the wind is going.
Hey, we need to get in touch with his Dippin' Dan and see what he thinks.
Oh, poor Dippin' Dan. It's been a hard year on Dan.
He's been awful quiet.
Golly, he has. Adam in Alabama, welcome to the program. 30 seconds, go.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey.
Just listening with the kids every morning on the way to school, and it made me remember when I was a kid, we used to listen to John Boy and Billy, and I was just wondering, do you see a redneck do out there set to take the reins when y'all get ready to hang it up, and what do you think of the future of legacy radio as a whole?
Okay, you broke up just a little bit. Are you saying who's going to take the reins when we go on in, and what is the state of legacy radio? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like traditional radio with all the other platforms out there now.
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't really know. I will say this, and Bubba and I have been saying this to terrestrial radio to the point we're not invited back to the conventions anymore.
Yeah, and I guess we've been disbarred from many awards.
Right. But what we are saying is kind of what you were saying. Shows like ours, John Boy and Billy, we grew up listening to lots of different ones. Radio's only hope for the future is to go back to entertainment-based radio. If radio is just going to turn into we say a few things and play the next song, it's not going to have much of a future.
Because, we have a thing called an iPhone now and streaming, and people can put their own playlist together.
Right.
They're not enamored by your playlist because they can do their own. Really, the advantage that radio has is having some personality. And I feel like the radio people have cut their nose off in spite of their face on that because they're trying to limit people. They don't want them to talk. They don't want them to share. They don't want them to, be personable. Or if they do, they have to do it in 10-second sound bites. And I think it's a terrible mistake.
Yeah, the thing that makes this medium the best medium, and it always has made it the best, is the intimacy. You feel like you know the people on the radio. I've never felt like I knew the people on TV. That feels distant. It feels cold. And what we've done is we've taken this medium that had that going for it,
that the other would give anything to have.
Yeah, and then we want the people on radio to become cold and distant.
Yeah,
and you know, people,
we're ignoring our greatest attribute.
People are loyal to shows. They're not loyal to stations. They're not loyal to that anymore. They're loyal to shows, and they're loyal to shows because they felt like they connected with the person because the person through this medium was able to make a connection to the audience that the other mediums don't do. And if you take that away, then you're taking away the very thing you had for survival. And so what will be the future of these kind of shows? I don't know. We believe that we are the only hope for radio for the future, and hopefully those that make those decisions see that the same way, and more shows like this become created for us to pass the baton. But right now, like you asked, the shows you just mentioned, including ours, I don't know who we pass the baton to because I don't think radio's developing any of them. Now, podcasts are developing them,
yeah,
but radio isn't.
Unless they come internally.
Right.
Like here, we've got a
Yeah.
lot of folks that could take over.
Oh,
any
sure.
day and
Yeah,
do
well,
fun.
that would still be an offset of this,
Right.
but like a spinoff of a successful show. But
Also want to mention Rick and Bubba plan on keeping going for as long as they possibly physically can and can do a good show. Why do y'all keep saying that? Why do y'all keep asking me that? We're trucking along. We're
Come
going.
on, man.
We're good, man. We're rocking.
Come on. Let's go to
At least 15 more years, according to my banker.
There you go. Devin and Boaz. Devin, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just wonder if you could have had a little help at the car wash with the Ole Miss LSU and let them shut it down.
Boy,
somebody shut this down.
I tell you, they were just red cards flying
Oh,
everywhere.
I'm
wasn't
telling
it?
you.
I tell you the shame of it all to have a red card thrown right in your face.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know how they get up. I don't know how they get up the next
not
morning.
a red card. That'll show them. Jordan standing by.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, boys.
Hey, buddy.
Hope you're doing well today. Listen, first of all, I know I always got something good when Greg Screening calls, and I can make him laugh before I even get on the show.
Oh.
But I want to know what Dickie thinks about the possibility of Bill O'Brien leaving the Tide to go over to Auburn.
Well, I mean, anybody that would leave the Tide, I mean, that's like I'm on a ship and somebody tries to invite me to the Titanic, and I say, hell, I'm in. Why in the world would I jump off a seaworthy vessel to get on one that is sinking? But if Bill O'Brien ain't focused on the Tide, then he can go.
Oh, wow.
And don't let our national championship trophies hit him in the rear end on the way back to the plains. A roll tide. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where, we can go from 3 years to we love you to you're the worst thing that ever happened.
Yeah.
In weeks.
I'm
sorry, we can go 3 weeks.
Exactly, in weeks.
Matter of fact, that's happened this year. This year it's happened. Love him, hate him, love him again.
I'd like to know how many.
Ogeron with the same thing.
Ogeron, yeah, same exact thing. So it's you win. So would there be an example that a coach would say, I ain't crazy about this roller coaster ride. I won. I'm out. Have a good day. Because I could be back on this same amen corner next year, and y'all hate me when we don't work our way through it next year. So we'll see. But yeah, they are. There's a Razorback in the room that ain't saying anything.
It's awful quiet, isn't it?
Yep. A couple of things updating. So yesterday I did find out what happened to my hair gel and beard oil. I still am yet to get a clear answer on why my son, who does not have a beard, would need the beard oil. I'm still gray on it. But this did have to do with a photo session. Again, as we've talked about, people start these new traditions, and then we all have to get in line with them. They keep adding stuff to everyone else's list. And so now the senior portrait that you have a senior in high school that the school does in the standard, tux look and all that's one thing you have to have.
That's for the annual.
That's for the annual, and then you have to put that up in a frame picture in your home.
Right.
And then there is now the photo shoot of like a more casual deal that you send out with invitations to graduation. And I used to think I thought you set the traditional with that, but now people are doing this other.
Yeah, we did that with Hunter last year.
So anyway, and we're going to have Lance Ingram on the show tomorrow. He wrote a new book. This is the guy that does Dr. Lou for us and was an intern, Firestone, with us. Well, his brother, which you've used him before too, Bubba, is a photographer and just did an incredible photo shoot. And Sherry's got some of those out on her Instagram, and I'll put one out too. Did a great job. But I found out yesterday from my wife that they took these products that I have where I want them every day, and used them, and so that's why I had a no gel day on the hair yesterday and no beard oil. It was a very uncomfortable day.
But I mean, if you're going out to a photo shoot, you just grab everything. You get all your products and your sprays, and your powders, and you're just going out there.
So anyway, this other thing's been going on because I had yesterday was kind of my day to when my wife and I, she had something she was doing. We've been running busy, and then you have that day where you get together and you start covering things. And there's this new thing that my wife has brought up, and of course Speedy heard about it and he's been laughing about it. Is look, we all can change. I mean, we don't there's things that there's a lot of things about me that have changed, thankfully, and then there's these things we're kind of set in our ways. But if you go to the traditionals of Sherry and I and our dynamic as a married couple, she is kind of known as the journal person, writes a lot. She's a great writer, takes good notes, really researches, does a great job, and then I'm the kind of the other end of that spectrum, and so she had noticed that I last summer did some men's conferences, and one of them was with Lifeway, and I'm going to be doing one in Mobile with them again coming up in February for those of you that are starting to churn about that and looking forward to that. And I was an old friend of ours, Bubba, that you and I have worked with, lives in Nashville now, and has done some handling of speakers and stuff in the past, so he came out to Damon, remember Damon from Premier Speakers and all that. And he's not with them anymore, and we've done book tours with him, with Ollie North. So he came to the event and then sent me a gift in the mail, which was a notebook, which was very cool. It was kind of this old school kind of leather type throwback, and it had this cool paper in it where you could take notes, on sermons or things you were hearing and all this, or any kind of notes you wanted to take. And I liked it, and it has the paper in there. And
you talking about an attaché case?
Well, no, it's not that. It's more of it's on my desk in there. It's a notebook that you open up, and so
I saw you carrying it.
I liked the note paper that was in it, and so when it ran out, I looked in the notebook on how you could order refills,
right?
And I ordered some refills,
right?
And so Sherry said, "You realize you could have just put a legal pad in there, those legal pad." And I said, "But I like that."
Does it have a different?
It's a different style.
I like that.
What is it, like a Franklin Day planner thing or something?
Kind of. I'll show you.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole system.
It's this right here, and he sent it to me. And
I noticed you've been carrying that in Bible studies.
I
like when you walk by the window carrying it.
I'll teach out of it today, and as you see, like this paper in here, has and I like the way it's set up. And what I'll do is I'll put up here.
What's it got on the top up there? What is all it?
It's I don't know.
Just you can just title your whatever you're
never use.
Well, it's a no, and I make it my own thing, and it's got a date, and it has a memorandum number, whatever it is, and portfolio number, whatever, and it's Colonel Littleton stuff and leather goods. And
that's my wallet's Colonel.
Is it okay? So that's who makes it.
Colonel who?
Littleton.
Look at that right there.
Yeah. See right here it tells.
Look, that's salty dog.
I've got Colonel Clink.
Right here it tells me when I'm done.
Yeah.
I can reorder. So they came in and Sherry said you could have just gotten legal pads. I said I like the Colonel Littleton refills that go with it.
From Linville, Tennessee.
I'm that way too. Once you get used to something like that.
I like my new notebook, and then it happened. She's used one of our turns back to me. And this is where I wish she did not have Greg as a brother-in-law.
There we go.
Then she said it. She goes, "You think you're sharp with
I got my own special paper, Colonel Littleton."
And she goes, "I've been watching you with this notebook. You think you're sharp with it."
The heck with Staples.
And I said, "Well, so what do you mean I think I'm sharp? It was a gift.
It is nice.
I didn't go out and
Rick,
buy
I'm gonna have to agree with you. You came by the window the other day holding it, trying to be sharp. I saw it.
And I teach out of it on Wednesdays. Do I look like I think I'm sharp with it?
No, but
it's just when you're walking.
I like it. I like.
Can I tell you this?
Rick, don't let this crowd in here.
It's just when you're walking to the car.
Because
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Is this the real? Or is this just radio? Caught up in the landslide they call the Rick and Bubba Show. Open your ears, conquer all your fears and see. They're just two big boys, always on my radio. Make sure you're always up, never bored. They love to laugh, love the Lord. Anyway the ratings go doesn't really matter.
Past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world on America's boldest radio stations, on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, live on the TuneIn app. If you don't have a station, but you want the show, 24/7, the TuneIn app is there for you. Also, our podcast archives, our live and archived opportunity on YouTube, best of hours. Blaze TV runs an hour. Terrestrial TV stations across the country run the hour. There's just so many ways to get the show. Rick, where are they? They're all found at rickandbubba.com. Go there, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. What'd you say, Helmsy?
Your brother. He's got him a new coffee mug he's all fired up about.
What is this thing with this new coffee mug?
And listen, he keeps telling me, I'll tell you, because I keep asking, hey, where'd you get that?
Oh, I asked him about it, too. We were walking to the bathroom. I said, what's up with the Moon Pie coffee mug? Because, we've only got, about 40 coffee mugs here?
Sure.
And I said, what are you doing with a Moon Pie coffee mug?
Well, a few weeks ago.
Here we go.
I brought up, Lisa and her sister. They have, let me think, where's that again?
Greg, look,
not again.
How can you give a shameless plug if you don't even know what it is?
I told you to write that
It's
down.
at Emporium South in Gadsden.
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Forest Hills Homes is the name of their business, and it's
So
home
what is the name
decor,
of it? It's
Forest
like you
Hills
always rush
Homes.
through it. You
He
chew it
does.
up.
I don't know if it's got an S or not. But
Say
no,
it where
does.
people can
Forest
hear you.
Hills Home, and it's booth 49 there. Plus, they have stuff online too. I just don't know where you go. But
You don't know where to go get it online. That's the majority of the audience.
I'll get to that. But anyway, so they've got a moon pie line coming out just in time for the holidays, and they sell these mugs. And she also sent all y'all mini moon pie. Bubba, sorry about that.
What would somebody?
Where are they?
Does somebody eat Bubba's?
You haven't given them out.
They're in my office.
Oh, you've eaten them.
No, I haven't opened
How long
them
have you
yet.
had these?
Well, this
But
is Don
anyway-
Day's fault for not bringing peanuts last
Rick,
week.
we got moon pie tins, holiday tins, with
So
moon
they
pies
have
in 'em.
come out with
Where?
a line.
At the Emporium South.
Greg, right now,
Your wife and business partner.
I actually delivered. A lady came here, had bought one of these online, and I delivered it the other day.
Greg,
So I've been
Why
doing
do
that.
you keep this from us?
What do
No,
you
I
do?
thought I told y'all that.
So much more to that
When'd
mug
you
than I
cut some
thought.
licensing
listen,
deal with Moon Pie?
Listen, we got look. They're putting out the holiday stuff today at the Emporium South, and it includes the moon pie collection.
Yeah, Greg,
So-
can I just say something?
It's a good mug.
We
And
all
there is
love
no
them.
S on home,
And-
by the
and
way.
By the way,
Forest Hills Home.
There you go.
hey, let me tell you this.
Got
Do
it.
you know their website? Because
I
right now,
don't, Rick,
right now,
but-
you know what you've done. You've limited
Well,
Hope's
I
Bluff
forgot to get. I
and
forgot to get.
Gadsden. I mean, what about the
I don't
people
know.
all
I'll
over the
get it,
country
though.
and around the world?
It's good. We're getting there.
There's a guy watching right now in the Bahamas. He's like, I'd like to have one.
Might be a moon pie freak. You don't know.
Can I tell you something?
I didn't know moon pie had all these little different versions of moon pie.
Where are you on Moon Pie, Bubba? I mean, that's
Oh, I like them. They're not. They're not
they're,
my.
they're snack
my-
perfection.
Yeah, they're not. They're not my. My go-to snack, but I don't turn them down.
Here's my relationship.
I like when one comes in your life and you didn't expect it.
My
And
relationship.
Every
with the
time I eat one, I like it more than I thought I would.
That's it. Perfect.
And-
Bubba, that's
and-
what I was about to say.
100%.
I'm the same way. While I'm eating it, I go, how to eat these more.
You know what I like?
The marshmallow in it gets me.
You know what I
Especially
like
for
with
fresh.
you know what I like with the mini moon pie, or even the regular size.
Do you think if I
Really
eat
the-
one, it'll show up on the scan?
Yes, really
Now,
the
let's just
mini.
eat one.
Hey, really the mini.
Yes, I mean.
Put it in the fridge. Don't be afraid to put it in the fridge.
Oh, that's a good.
Don't be
move.
afraid to put it in the fridge.
But anyway, Rick, there's a lot of moon pie stuff out there. So
yeah, okay.
they got.
That's where
I,
I
wish
get.
I wish I
to
could
be all
gi-
over.
I
it,
wish
bud.
I could give the website.
Hey, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Well, that just recently happened. So
Hey, do this.
I'm doing
going
good.
forward. Going forward. Listen. You're the person who said, "Shut your hole, know your role." Mm-hmm.
But-
if you have something that you're trying to let everybody know, give it to me and let me
I
know.
know. Hey, Penny Miller asked me the other day. She's been to the Emporium.
Penny Miller,
when
she's
the holiday
gonna walk
stuff's coming
on-
out.
Yep.
I didn't have an answer, but I do now, Penny. They're putting it out today.
Okay, now Penny, there's your answer. By the way,
so I'm not a very good spokesman for the business.
No, you could just wait and tell Penny when she's going to be in here again.
Is that open all the time?
Yeah,
or just on weekends?
Yeah, they have them booths. It's open all the time.
All the time.
Not 24 hours.
Well, who mans 24
hours?
Nobody. They just go by. You get stuff and take it to the front, and then you settle up with the people. It's a pretty good little system.
Where is it? Is it in the mall or out in the parking lot?
It's right there beside it.
Is this Save a Penny?
It's right beside the Longhorn Steakhouse.
All right. So here's what Lisa,
not
your
far
wife
from
says.
the original studio.
They don't have
very close.
They don't have a website, but if you go to Facebook,
I don't know,
and search Forest Hills Home, then they'll
going right
Thank
now.
you,
guess
Speedy.
where you'll be.
So it's outside and everything's free. Is that right?
Well,
have a penny,
Rick,
give a penny,
Rick,
take a penny.
so me being a spokesman not going very well?
No, that's not your role.
Well, Rick, I mean my NIL deal. All I got was a mug.
Right.
But anyway, but like I said, what'd you say, Speedy? Go to Facebook.
She says we don't have a website yet, so don't say that. But
I delivered a mug to a lady here though.
But if you go
That
to
ain't
Facebook,
the same thing, Greg.
Their Facebook page is Forest Hills Home.
Okay. Just in time for the holidays.
Can I tell you this? You are the worst hawker the world has ever known.
Right.
I mean,
Really
I'm
are.
talking
Rick, I'm
about.
gonna continue to get at it.
I'm telling you,
Is that it?
It's like herding cats.
that's it.
Greg, your appearances. I feel bad for everybody involved with the crap run every year.
No, I
mean,
did good this year though. I
with-
actually started
with
a
my
month
help
out.
and my guidance.
Rick, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, Greg.
I feel like this used to be a Sears a long time
You
ago.
know what?
It
There
was
it is.
something like that.
Look,
I
Greg.
don't know about a Sears, but it was
Oh,
right
I know
beside
where it
Sears.
is.
Okay.
It was right beside Sears.
All right, listen. Let me tell you what it's like. When Greg goes to hawk something, do you know when somebody like comes in, they got one of them jigsaw puzzles and they should dump it out on the table? He just comes and dumps it out on the table, and then we have to piece it together.
Yeah.
Right
You know
now,
where the
right now, if
Chick-fil-A
I want to
is?
support
Yes, right
there by
Lisa
it.
Burgess, I don't know where to go.
you
what
don't
to
have
I got it
do.
now. Helm's done figured it out.
I know exactly where it is.
Right.
Hey, Mike Lindell, who? I mean, Greg's just a salesman of salesmen.
I'd like to see old Matt go over there.
I bet Mom and Dad has been in there.
I bet they have.
Yeah.
Let me tell you,
You know
something.
what?
It's unbelievable how much
Greg
stuff's
may
in
be on the short list to push OxyClean.
there. What was that guy's name?
I hope Auburn don't get you to announce their new coach.
I tell you this, Rick. If that flex sale job opens up, I'm all over it.
You know, Billy Mays died, Greg. You could take his job in a second.
I know.
really did.
He
Whatever
went
happened-
out. Well, he went out under bad circumstances.
I know what took Billy out. Wasn't that
It was a
controversial?
heart attack, but wasn't he supposedly maybe tied to substance abuse? I don't want to say that because I'm not sure.
What
No,
that
I
guy
think
did?
I think he did get caught up in that. I don't know if that's what took
Well,
him
you know,
out.
he was high energy, and you think that energy came naturally.
Yeah, you
Didn't
think
he
that guy
get-
was on uppers? What? That's
No, wait a
crazy.
minute.
That's crazy talk.
Wasn't he on a plane that had turbulence and he didn't have his seatbelt on? He got hit in the head
I think so.
by
Wait a
something and
minute.
it turned into like a brain tumor.
Wait a minute. I think I remember that.
It's crazy. Whatever happened to
What about the ShamWow guy? Remember him?
Yeah,
I love
I
ShamWow.
like the
Now, what
ShamWow.
killed
It
him?
was the ShamWow
Oh, I don't
guy that was.
He's
Rick,
dead.
he's
Rick.
still alive.
I think he's still alive.
Is it?
I think the ShamWow guy got busted for drugs and maybe
Oh,
being
he
with the
did.
person
Oh,
of the night.
Let's Google
No,
it.
look, hey,
I think he was with the person of the night.
hey, Greg, let me tell you this: what we're going to have. Vice is going to do the dark side of hockey, and they're going to tell all these terrible stories about these guys.
They're a little weird, you know.
No, they are. Well, you look in their eyes.
But I'm
always
thinking
look
about-
to the eyes. I try to tell you.
I'm looking for a side gig. I'm thinking about doing that.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Maybe
Greg,
start being a
again, so
spokesman.
how does people get that mug? Go.
This right here.
Go, Greg.
Go to Facebook, Forest Hills Home. That's one way to do it. And then we have them at the Emporium South in Gadsden, over by the Chick-fil-A.
What booth number?
That'd be 49.
Okay, all right, that's much
Getting better.
You're covering the mug the entire time with your hand. You're
Yeah,
supposed to
worst
show
talker
the
ever.
people the
Yeah.
product.
Worst talker ever. I've never seen anything like it.
Ever. So unaware.
Booth 49 at where? Give me one more.
That'd be Emporium South.
Golly.
Now you can go to Facebook. and
Somewhere
put in- I'll end up delivering it probably.
Somewhere I'm terrorized.
We're working through the shipping thing.
I'm terrorized that somebody's gonna walk up to Greg and say, "Now tell me about the man church."
I've noticed you've made sure. Look, I know you've made sure I wasn't on that.
Themanchurch.com does what? Yeah.
Probably telling people I'm giving golf lessons.
Yeah, is it not? I've done. A guy and his kid want to take up golf, and I gave him your number.
It's tennis, Greg.
Yeah.
So what do they search on
Greg,
Facebook?
Greg, nobody believed that because you didn't have
Forest
the number.
Hills Home.
15 minutes past. We'll be right back.
How to do it. I'm telling you.
I've got something similar, but it's not. But they would expect that of me. I think that's the story.
Well,
I got to tell you, the one that's got
it's as close to a purse as you.
It's big. I say that.
Purse.
It's big. It's bigger than I want it
I
to
will
be.
tell you this, Rick.
Look at that.
Okay,
Rick,
it
I
is
like
better.
You got to
than-
have a way to carry your paper, Rick.
Right.
I'm with you on this. I got you.
I like Colonel Littleton's
It
letter.
is better than what you were doing.
Right.
It bothered me. I never said anything.
Right.
But you had ripped out from like a little binder or something, individual pages.
I know.
And in the middle, you'd get lost on where the pages were, and you'd come over here and you'd be like,
I know you're right.
And
You're right.
and it's like
I'm not good at that.
And so this
is
at
helping.
least keeps it together, so you can refer back to something if you need to.
Well, Sherry said when she drew the line at church on Sundays, we have a piece of note paper in the bulletin, and she saw me pulling this out and not using that anymore. She goes, so even you're bringing it to church now? And I said, yeah, this is my new thing that now any sermon I hear or anything I think I need to know, because she also
you write a lot of notes.
You're kind of attached to it.
I become a note guy. She, you know why? Because Adrian Rogers, who I have great respect for, said that the cheapest pen is worth more than the greatest memory.
Right.
Write it down. So I and I'm not, and as my memory is getting worse, it's becoming more important. And then I produced a manila folder that is stuck into one of our little storage areas at the house, and inside of it are all those pieces of paper you're talking about. And I said, "You're telling me this isn't better than that?" She goes, "Oh my gosh, that's how you were keeping up with sermons?"
Oh, that was a mess.
And I would just stuff little pieces of paper I'd found that I'd taken notes on the back of stuff.
Now, when you really get sharp, Rick, is when you put an iPad in one side of that. So, and then you got electronic and handwritten stuff.
Right. So it is official. I think I'm sharp with this.
Yes, you do.
Rick, you came out the window with it the other day, and you're carrying it a little high.
You drop it down. Rick, you were like this.
Rick, they make a whole series. Luggage and belts and wallets.
Colonel Littleton is fantastic.
Drop it just a little.
Even hats. What about hats?
All right, do you like the way I fold it back and flip over?
That is your iPad. You're old school. You like to write things down.
I do.
Look, you don't like to look at it on the iPad.
Well, I got big
Colonel
Littleton.
I get it.
Yeah,
that's Colonel Littleton.
Is that
okay, buddy? Everybody knows you got
good
money.
Products. I like this.
Look
right
at there,
here.
got my initials right there on the front.
It was a
big
gift.
wallet
I didn't
over
go
there.
pursue
Rick,
it.
buy you that?
First of all, I want to close, and Greg did give me a ruling in the break, and I'm going to tell my wife today. The fact that this Colonel Littleton notebook was given to me as a gift, and I didn't go out and buy it, I think that reduces the assumption that I think I'm sharp, because I didn't go get it. You know what I mean?
That helps.
Somebody gave it to me.
If
Now,
you'd have picked it out, you'd have went, I think I'd be sharp if I had one of those.
Right.
Rick, do you know the Colonel Littleton story?
I don't. I looked on that
There's a
website
YouTube
to
video
order
you can watch.
the refills, but I understand it is quite the story. Their customer service, by the way, fantastic.
Made in Tennessee by a local craftsman.
Right. Really?
Yeah.
I didn't
That's
know
what
that.
they say.
I didn't know that.
I don't know the little Colonel Littleton story, but there's about a 5-minute video.
Yeah.
If you
I
wanna
know.
watch it.
I know Red Littleton.
Right. I don't know if it's the
but-
same bunch or
right.
not.
But anyway,
This said Tennessee, not Ohatchee.
right. So anyway, I like it. I like the way, and Bubba agreed. He looked at the filler paper that they
I
they
like
give it. It's got a good it's got a good
It
visual.
is.
And now Speedy didn't have to watch me reach for papers and have my
Bothered
line.
me.
Well, don't you like this better?
Yes.
We would
But-
find
I would
things
always
laying
wanna-
around here
Yeah.
that didn't make it back in the folder.
I got it.
First of all,
I'm working on
you
it.
would try to stay organized, because you would, when you were finished with one, you'd put it on the bottom, or you'd put it back over here face down. But then if you ever wanted to refer back to
I
something,
understand.
you would have to go back to it.
Wasn't good.
The other part that bothered me is I'm like, well, what does he do with that now? Where does he file it? Yeah. What does he do?
You don't want to know. There's a drawer in there that has stacks of them.
Rick.
I know. Well, not anymore.
Rick, they even
Colonel
have-
Littleton changed that.
They have, they have the full line of stuff.
Right.
Belts.
Yeah, sure.
They have cologne.
I know.
Thanks, Bub.
You ready? You
Get
just
you
get
a
on the
belt.
full Colonel Littleton train.
I might want to smell like the Colonel.
That thing does smell good.
Do you know?
I love
Do you know?
smell
I've
of it.
never worn cologne really of any kind.
I haven't either.
I don't. I mean, I'm not against it. I just never have.
Right guard.
Yeah, that's it.
I wore enough early on to make up for later.
Yeah. So you big.
Oh.
Well, I tell you, we got one boy. Big love.
Jovan
Big
Musk,
love of
baby.
piling on.
Yeah.
Big love of piling on. It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Yesterday, we brought you a story that was very intriguing from NASCAR. Ross Chastain. He said he remembered playing on GameCube, the NASCAR game from, 2005? Or whatever, and he said...
I never thought of that as a simulator for training NASCAR drivers.
I didn't either. So we showed you him ramming his car into the wall and letting the wall shoot him 5 positions for him to make the playoff, and he would have gone up even more if somebody hadn't blocked him.
Well, he used the wall to keep him on the track because going at that speed, you could not stay on that track.
Correct.
Crazy.
That's
why he's blowing by everybody else.
And
like
it's a video game move, apparently, that people will try.
Look at that.
And Rick, what's funny now, we have all the audio from the other drivers on the last lap, and they're edited back to back to back, and you can hear what they're saying and their pit crew is saying about what's happening.
Yeah, there is some language, but they beep it out. So the language is beeped out. So here's all the other drivers trying to talk about this car that just flew past them.
Hold on one second. Sorry, I was trying to show the actual replay of that from the stands.
Did Greg get in there again?
Queuing it up. Oh, Greg got in here.
Yeah, it's the same
I'll tell you, Greg.
Bubba, what's going on TV4? That's your area.
TV4,
Oh my gosh, he's got it
we're
on
anxiously waiting the launch of the Falcon Heavy, which I think they're going to go live here.
Bubba and millions of others are anxiously waiting.
Yes, Rick, it's a big deal, Greg. This is secret
Who's
military.
this guy up here?
It's some show that's on. I don't know.
You're gonna
He's got it on 4. He couldn't wait to get that on.
in this
Next
replay.
segment, we'll probably jip it.
In this replay, you're going to see at the bottom of the screen. So we may need to say the number of each person talking. So it's going to jump from
That's Joey Logano coming out of the gate.
From crew to crew. They're going to jump from crew to crew, and you're going to hear the radio communications as each person witnesses this crazy move from Ross. What's his name? Ross Chastain.
Chastain. Yeah.
Ross, we're on the fence outside of you. Outside. Holy cow. I guess it does work. Holy do you see that?
22 car.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Coming
14.
in the checkered flag. I can't believe what I just saw. That's literally the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. That was straight video game. That was incredible. Watch one rip in the outside wall of the fence. Holy unbelievable. Wow. I'm pretty sure he got in with that. That's the damnedest thing I've ever seen to one time.
43.
He was trying to play hold it wide open and go. He did it. That is insane. He passed people doing that? Yeah, he got in the Final Four doing that. Holy Come and check your gap for one. Cover your bottom up off. What in the hell? We're in. Good job. You put it on the fence and went wide open there. I don't know if he beat the... Yeah, he did. He beat the freaking... Beat the 11. What's the one outside over here? Outside. I guess we just lost on that. Well, I've never seen anything like it, but Bell wins. He's in, and the one Hail Mary defense in 3 and 4 and got it. Wow. Did all I could do, Chris.
That was 11. Did he beat?
He's in the car.
Gotta get him?
There's one here.
Yeah, I gotta get him. Need 2.
There you go.
Wow.
Keep coming. Hang on, man.
Hang on.
Checkered flag. Nice and easy. Keep it up against the fence there. Talk to me, boys. You made the transfer! Man! That was f***ing ridiculous, dude! That was wild, man. That was wild. Holy cow. Oh, my God. I don't know how long you've been sitting on that move, but that was incredible.
That was Adler in there.
What was funny is all the other drivers while driving, man, that's the coolest thing I've ever
Look,
Why did I do that?
I just saw the one just hit the fence and shooting. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Of course, you always have the one guy. I didn't read the details, but Kyle Larson, I think he was critical of it.
Why?
He said it was embarrassing. And he claimed he had done it before at Darlington.
Whatever.
But I don't know. But he's the only one I've seen that was
Why's
negative.
Kyle? Hey, Kyle ain't having business getting there being a
He's still
downer.
mad because
Everybody
Bubba
hates
Wallace
that
pushed
guy.
him.
Let's not.
He's still getting pushed by Bubba Wallace.
Who I understand got booed.
I love the reaction from all the others. They couldn't believe it. Look at that.
It's unbelievable.
Well, it worked. Hey, he's in the finals.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a
Has
shot to win.
NASCAR issued a ruling yet?
I guarantee you, between now and next year, you're going to have some kind of rule on that because there'll be people doing it every week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
every single car will be on the outside going wide open. They'll set a track record.
Well, you did hear his chief him say, I don't know how long you've been sitting on that move.
Yeah. Well done.
You're right.
I love how he goes, talk to me, boys.
Yeah.
Where we at?
By
Did
the
I
way,
get it?
By the way, this is going to cause. They will have to do something because everybody will be doing it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
next time
every
they're there.
single car will be on the fence. doing
Yeah.
that.
But then again, NASCAR's loving it because, boy, they're getting a lot of press.
They are. And you said, though, that they also, the change on the build of the car, which unfortunately they think is causing more concussions because the car's not
They made them where they don't
crinkling.
crinkle so easy.
Yep.
Which, used to, if you just scrub the wall, you'd have to come in because you were going to cut a tire.
Yeah.
Now you can scrub it a little bit and still keep going. Obviously, he did, even though you can see part of his coming off.
Yeah.
Right. That
was funny.
Yeah. So
Talk to me, boys.
yeah, listening to them talk about it in their cars is very, very funny. So, Bubba,
I'm sorry. The ShamWow guy did get arrested for beating up a lady of the night when she bit his tongue, and then the Billy Mays coroner did say that cocaine was in his system and may have contributed to his death. The family refuted that claim. Just wanted to clarify.
Rick, you're right. It's going to be like Dark Side of the Ring.
It is.
I mean,
It is.
Reels, is that the channel that's on, or Vice? Maybe Vice.
Vice does it. Yeah. Dark Side of whatever they do.
I've seen Dark Side
Co-
of Comedy.
Dark Side of Comedy's pretty good.
Hey, Brett Butler, bless her heart.
I know.
Did you see that one?
I heard them talking about it, but I never got to what happened. What happened? Can you say it?
I think in the end she's okay, but yeah, she's had.
She was
had a little
pretty
financial-
funny here on the show.
Yeah, she was.
Well,
She's one of the two reasons we have a delay now.
Yeah, we have our history of people that said things on the air that they didn't know they were
live.
they forgot they were live on the air, and
We're having a good
Brett
time.
Butler was one of them.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. And James Gregory, of course, the worst.
Seal the deal.
And in the sports czars, one Kyle Busch.
Yes.
Yes.
Real bad.
And Coulter.
Coulter was pretty
Yeah.
bad.
Wow. The race car driver, Willpower.
Yeah.
His wasn't as bad.
What? It wasn't?
Well,
It's pretty bad.
compared to like Kyle Busch's.
Right.
There was me and you doing the
Kyle's
remote
may
at
have been the
mall
most
during
offensive
lunch.
thing.
Ted Nugent.
Ted Nugent.
Oh, Ted Nugent.
Yep. Bubba and me.
Seriously,
the time
Kyle,
doing a remote.
Kyle's was one of those that everybody's offended. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
You got
yeah.
those words.
Speedy at
Some
the
are
jewelry
offended.
store.
Yeah. Greg, don't overlook what Speedy said.
That's true. You're right, Rick. It's right neck and neck with Kyle Busch.
It was. And and sitting there, Greg, probably 1A is Ted Nugent.
Rick, and his wasn't by accident.
No.
I think what I loved about Will Power is he thought it was okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like what?
Like Kyle.
In Australia, evidently, that's not considered.
Exactly.
He was like, what?
Was it the late Tim Wilson that would argue that certain words we wouldn't let him say we're not cuss words?
Right. And we had a different line than he did.
Right. We did.
Greg gives us that same argument.
He does.
sometimes.
Well, on
It's like
certain
it's a
words.
tribute to Tim Wilson.
Yeah. I mean,
A lot of it has to do with frequency on some of it.
Oh yes. Yeah.
well,
Picking
that's,
and
yeah,
choosing.
you gotta control that.
We allow it once a quarter.
Yeah.
For each person.
Just don't.
Have you ever held your saying, I don't want to use it so quick?
Yeah. I got it. I need it here, but I'm gonna wait.
I
Kickoff
started
hour,
to
it's
use
once a
one
week.
during Greg's segment a minute ago.
Yeah, I know.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Deer used to jump in front of Bubba's car.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I told you my wife said that when I went deer hunting the other day with Big Love, and we came back and I said, yeah, I said he didn't see anything. She goes, well, I know you can pull all the camo you want to out of that scent lock box, but if he still got cologne on from school that day, it ain't gonna, or from church that day, it ain't gonna help, is it?
No.
I said, well, I didn't think about that.
Maybe we need to spray it around the feeder all year.
Well, yeah, so they get accustomed to it.
So does nobody in here wears cologne, do they?
I do a little bit every now and then, not much. Just depends on the allergy
Do y'all
season.
ever? Yeah, I don't. Never mind. Just move on. I'll
Well-
get ridiculed for days. If
Well,
I
I don't
bring
want you to
that
get
up.
ridiculed, but I will tell you one of the reasons for me is also strategic. I have found that I am extremely sensitive to colognes and perfumes, and if it ever goes bad, I mean, it will literally ruin my day.
All right.
And so I don't want to have it on. What if I put something on, all of a sudden it starts kind of annoying? You know, like I just can't.
All right, I'm gonna say this then, and Greg, please don't beat me up too bad.
Okay.
I've always despised the smell of cologne. Always. I've kind of like you, and I don't know if it's
Especially somebody
but
overdoes.
but I.
Oh boy, you found something.
Pastor Chris, when he was in here the other day, a couple weeks ago,
What are you
and gave him a handshake and a hug, and I thought, his cologne smelled good,
Oh,
and that's
my
the first
God.
time I thought. Well, that's why I said
Good,
what I
buddy.
said.
Dial back.
But I thought.
Dial it back.
Hey,
he's just a man.
I thought it has nothing to do with him. I thought, hey, that's some cologne I could put up with.
Right.
Yeah, but I can't believe you even said that.
Well, but
gosh.
hey, it went through my mind.
You know, this is not helping the cult thing.
I know.
So wait a minute.
But I
When you
did.
had-
I real.
when
I
you
thought.
kind of did a bro hug.
Yeah.
With another dude.
I smelt cologne, and I thought that's
Instead of
cologne.
going, man, I love you. It was, hey, you smell good.
Usually, when I smell cologne, I think, golly, that's awful.
It's called the sin of the Highlands.
And I
They'll
thought,
be coming out with it soon.
and I thought, I mean, most of the time I'm gagging about it. Like, golly, I can't believe they wear that.
Yeah.
And I was like,
more,
I was
didn't
like,
Good
wait a
news
minute,
is you can
time
buy
out.
it at like 25 locations.
Hey, let me hit you with this. If there's ever, this saying's been said about other things, but if there's a place it fits the best to all of you and your perfumes and your colognes, less is really more.
Yeah.
Man,
Greg, you've got some experience on that.
You talking about big girl perfume?
Greg, no, don't do this.
Stop
Greg,
it.
don't do this. Christmas.
Stop it.
That's the lady I used to work with. I mean, you couldn't stay in the room with her.
I know.
I know.
I've been in that situation.
Now,
It
what
was that
the
flowery
situation?
big girl perfume. You know what I'm
Greg,
talking
you're calling it flowery big girl
about?
perfume?
Yeah, man.
There is
I
something
mean, make
to
your
that.
eyes burn. Yeah.
Yeah.
You be 3 rows from her.
I know.
Guys, I
Sweet,
hope-
hey, heart of gold.
Guys,
Sweet,
I hope
sweet
y'all
lady.
hear
And a fantastic cook.
on what I said. Okay, I thought the cologne smelled good.
Well, keep
Had
that.
nothing
Hey,
to
let
do
me
with
give
the-
you some advice.
Had nothing
Next
to do
time-
with the man. Okay?
Next time, keep that to yourself.
Right.
Well, I
Thought he smelled good.
I thought it smelled good. I thought it was a good smell.
If we come in for the kickoff hour one day and you look at one of us and go, I'll tell you what, y'all smell good today. I'll be like, what? You know what
Scent of the Highlands.
I mean? Heavenly mist.
A new cologne. Available at coh.com.
Soft.
This is what heaven smells like. Look, you should have never said that.
I know, but I wanted to be real with
I
y'all.
feel bad for
okay?
Pastor Chris.
How
I
about
can see the commercial for it now.
Boy, coming in hot.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with
You know
him.
what it is, but you just
Look,
made a list.
If one of you guys would have been wearing it, I'd have said the same thing. If Scott Dawson would have walked in here, I'd have said the same thing. I usually cannot stand cologne.
Evangelists don't
Cannot
have that smell.
stand it.
You
talking
know
about-
what I do?
We're going to bring up who shuts the place down when he comes
I
in?
know,
Hey,
Greg.
stop it.
Here?
Just stop
Yes.
right now.
Well, he hadn't been on here.
wait a
Rick,
second.
he ain't been in a
Don't let
while.
him do it.
Oh, I know you don't.
Yeah, don't let him
Comedian.
do it.
You know what
Hey,
does
hey,
smell
Rick, it
good?
stays in here like
I
a
said
problem.
comedian.
You know what does smell good?
His
And they
cologne
used
is
to-
so strong, I would give his cologne a biscuit before he ever got here.
Guys, it would choke a donkey.
It would.
It's
It's
that
horrible.
bad.
JT used to be.
Oh, yeah.
We
big
toned him
time.
down, though.
Yeah. Well, he's big.
Through sheer attack.
You would smell him before you saw
Well,
him.
it was something Panther he used to wear, wasn't it?
Made with bits of real panther.
It's terrible.
Kept in the vault.
That's terrible. They're awful.
Oh, man.
Guys, we'd have that linger for days.
Yeah.
Can I tell you what does?
Not
I do
JT,
think
the other
smells
guy.
good is vanilla, and I know they used to use that for perfume back in the day.
Get you some extract.
Yeah,
you just get the little can, get you a knock.
Okay, here's what I will say.
Use
to
it for a cover scent sometimes, and I go, wow, it smells good.
Here's what I will say to you on that, and this may surprise you. I don't mind the smell of vanilla itself. I don't like others to wear vanilla.
Yeah, interesting.
There's something weird about it. It makes me feel strange. It makes my head hurt right. I don't care for it. You know, I mean, if I go over and say, hey, well, here's something
But that
vanilla.
used to be a perfume. I mean, that's all they had
Right.
at one point.
Yeah, we used to have somebody in our circle that was heavy on the vanilla. I didn't care.
Really?
No.
What is vanilla? I mean, I don't know. Is there a perfume or cologne that's called that smells like vanilla?
Here's how far I'll go with
lotion.
it. The best.
Well, I use that extract sometimes as a scent.
The best perfume available is a perfume that you cannot smell. Those are the best.
Those ought to be easier to make. You call it water.
Yeah. I just soon not smell it.
I know. I'm the same way.
There's just something about it.
Well,
I don't know.
And if worn correctly, you don't really smell it until you're hugging them.
By the way,
what you did with your
it is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Adler, you and your family, latest HelloFresh stuff. Y'all been getting after it again. I mean, this is such a great product, and the food is delicious. And this time of year, Bubba, for the people like you and me that are grubbies,
Yep, I love being a grubber
because we don't like being called foodies. There's all kinds of stuff in the fall, and I love to eat in the fall. Of course, can't think of a time of year we don't like to eat, but fall, there's just something about hearty meals in the fall, you know. Yeah, and I know for some of you out there, you know, when pumpkin spice arrives, this is the end all for you. But anyway, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, they are going to give you an easy way to enjoy these wonderful flavors of the season, mouth-watering recipes delivered right to the door. Right now you can join us and treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner Series. It's complete with easy-to-follow videos, and they also make hosting your next tailgate or holiday party easy. Thanksgiving's coming up, Christmas, the New Year, and the fall flavors are ready, including a rotation of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more, all available for a limited time this season with more than 35 weekly recipes for you to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh.com/Bubba is going to spice up your cooking routine with fewer trips to the store, and it even saves you money, too, 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today. We'll get you 65% off. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That is 65% off. Use that promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, plus free shipping. Now, that's going to save you a lot of money. And the Adlers have been showing us some of the stuff they've been preparing, and it looks absolutely delicious. Look at all that there.
And I'll make it. It's quick. It's easy. And Erin has leftovers for lunch at school the next day. It's great.
Let's go.
And by the way, Erin's a teacher. She's not in school. She's an adult. I'm married to an adult.
Teaching. Yeah.
Okay.
Molding young minds.
Molding young minds. Not Adler molding them. His wife, who is an adult and is a teacher.
That's important.
Right. And has birthed one child and has another one on the way.
Yes,
so, okay, so this is... That's right. I know we've lost you, Bubba.
Big segment here.
Oh, my goodness.
SpaceX is about to launch the Falcon Heavy on a secret military mission, USS F-44 it's called, and we're 3 minutes from liftoff. So we'll get to see a launch right here during this segment.
All of us know about it. Why are we calling it a secret?
Well, you just don't know what it is they're putting up.
You said something a minute ago.
Well, it's spy satellites. We all know that.
Bubba.
Well, it's a rocket. What else do rockets put up there? Huh?
I mean,
so, but we're about 3 minutes away. Weather is good, although there is fog right at the launch site. So it's kind of an eerie look this morning from the launch site there.
Look at Elon.
Yeah.
This is a promo that they're playing as
say,
they get ready.
The Twitter.
Bubba, have you scanned the QR code?
That's Jack Dorsey. Yeah, the old.
No, I'm scared of them.
By the way, if you want to have fun to watch the world of
2 minutes and 13
seconds. The world of men's ministry, which features a lot of men my age and older, and the younger people who are helping it, trying to introduce QR codes for them to sign up for Bible studies or whatever. If you have ever watched a bunch of old men walk up to a screen with their phones and be told to scan the QR code,
I love it.
I look forward to it every time it's attempted. It is an absolute blast. Now, tell us again who's doing this. I can't keep up. So
this is SpaceX Falcon Heavy. This is their big rocket.
And they're launching for who?
They are launching on a secret mission for the Air Force. We're at 1 minute and 37 37 in the countdown.
Is now fully
I got 2 minutes on my feet.
Let's just jip it right here and see.
So they have contracted Elon Musk to do this job.
Yes.
And unlike Artemis, it's actually going to launch.
It's been 3 years since they flew a Falcon Heavy.
So it's going to be the opposite of Artemis.
Now,
would NASA scrub this with the fog? Would NASA scrub it?
The weather's fine. There's just some fog right at the launch pad.
I mean,
keep your lights on low beam.
This is the strongest operational rocket we have right now. 5.1 million pounds of thrust, and trust me, it'll clear the fog out when they light it.
T-minus 1 minute 23 seconds
and counting.
Now is this Artemis?
Who's this cat over here? ABC's got on.
Yeah, that's not. Who's that?
I don't know. NASA is not. The NASA channel's not covering it.
Are they jealous?
What's this guy doing?
NASA's jealous.
He's been on for a while.
A few minutes ago, I saw a bunch of astronauts they were in something floating around.
Adler, your feed that you've got is several seconds behind because we're down to 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm at 1 minute, and that's what I got going, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, close your laptop, Bubba.
Close your laptop.
It doesn't matter.
Watch it on the screen.
Close your laptop.
Enjoy it with the rest of
Watch it with the show. I thought we were Space Bros.
together.
Yo, turn your radios up and watch the launch.
Together.
By the way, the fog is just horrible right where the rocket is.
Greg, do to Bubba's computer what you did to the board today.
Now, 35 seconds. 35
Now, this
seconds.
is Artemis?
Yeah, are Space Bros upset you're not there?
This is not Artemis.
Oh, this isn't Artemis? Well, then who cares?
Y'all are missing Artemis.
Falcon Heavy.
Light it.
Bubba, turn around and look at the TV.
Look at the TV,
Look at the TV.
Bubba.
Let's do this together.
Let me tell you, it's going to be impressive.
Be a
boys.
team
In just a
member.
minute.
Come on, Willie
Bubba,
Ralph.
look with us.
15 seconds and counting.
Bubba's has already took off.
I thought we were Space Bros.
We are Space Bros.
10.
All right,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff.
Oh, wow.
Go, Artemis.
That's not Artemis.
This day will come, Greg.
Wow.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. MOD chamber pressure is nominal.
They did clear out the fog, Bubba.
The clock is running.
Some great views of it. This is where the two boosters are going to come back and land together, which is going to be really
Bubba,
cool.
are your eyes red?
Yes,
Are you watering up again?
They're watering again.
You know, this is very patriotic.
I just wish it was real.
All those nerds are so pumped.
Right.
Oh, yes.
Oh, look at that thing.
That is a big one.
Talk about big.
Wow, that thing is huge.
We know God through his laws of physics.
Here we go.
Look at that.
Pounds of thrust.
Look at that.
Headed to space.
Thrust is right.
Throttle down in preparation for max Q, moment of peak mechanical stress on the rocket.
Max
That's
Q's,
what I'm worried about.
Max Q's when they're about to break the sound barrier.
Faster than the speed of sound.
They'll break it and then they'll throttle back up.
Greg, do you have a tissue?
Sonic boom coming.
Max Q.
Oh, Max Q.
All right, there we just heard the call out. That is the moment of peak mechanical stress on the rocket.
Wow. That's really amazing.
Fly,
by the
baby,
way.
fly.
M1D engines throttling back up.
1D, they said.
A beautiful sight to see Falcon Heavy flying once again. Shortly, we'll hear the call out for MVAC chill, indicating that the second stage is prepping the MVAC engine.
Vehicle is following a nominal trajectory.
We will flow a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen
Look
through
how
the
fast
turbo
it's
pumps
going, Rick.
on
It's over
that
3,000
MVAC in
miles an hour
preparation for the full
already.
flow
Isn't that
of
unreal?
super chilled
Really wish
40
propellant.
miles high.
Is Ross Chastain driving it?
Yeah. Oh, it's in the flow, driver.
Side booster on the right-hand side of your screen.
I really wish Gary was giving all like the important information
Next
out.
event
No.
will be booster engine
I'm not
cutoff
doing
or
this to
beacon.
Bubba right now.
That'll be followed by stage separation of side boosters,
Watch it now.
side booster boost back burn, center core
boost
main
back.
engine
That's
cutoff.
tough. That's hard to say.
It is.
Boost back burn. The size of the flame that's coming
Please
out
look
of the
We're
back
about
of
10
that.
seconds away
Look
from
at the speed.
booster
Booster
separation.
Bubba, close your laptop, Bubba.
5,000 kilometers per hour.
Thank you, Adler.
Thanks,
Yep,
buddy.
That's what I said.
Hey,
just
keep it
now.
with miles. It's America.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, you a foreigner?
What?
55 kilometers in the air.
What, commie?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there they go. There they go,
Or
Bubba.
separation boosters, Bubba.
And there you can see.
You know, one of the coolest part is seeing the boosters land, you know?
Behind me, successful separation of
No,
the
he's
side
crying.
boosters.
All right, straight up, give him a tissue, Bubba. Greg.
There we can see 3 engines on each
crying.
side
No, he
booster
is.
have relit for their boost back burn.
I've got allergies.
NASA did
At
it.
this
They
point in
launched
time,
Artemis.
Both side boosters are returning.
Finally. Falcon.
Good news there.
Heavy
Both
Falcon.
side
Why
boosters
don't
are
they get
for,
SpaceX to launch
everything
Artemis?
Good. Side
Yeah,
boosters
It's a
are
different,
returning.
They'd already been
rocket.
back.
Different rocket, different
Now
group.
under the power of
Different
3
mission.
engines. That's a view there of the center core.
Different money.
Coming up, 3 events happening in rapid succession. We'll have the
How about
conclusion
the
of the
speed
side
is
booster
over
boost back burn,
12,000
followed
miles
by
per
main
hour
engine
now.
cutoff.
I mean,
as
that
well
is
as stage
hauling, isn't it?
separation
Hauling.
of that
It's
center
10,000
core.
kilometers for people that
As a
know
reminder,
kilometers.
per request
people-
of our
kilometer
customer, we
people.
won't be
All the
showing,
commies?
second
Yes.
stage
European
use
trash?
after
Yeah.
Second engine start.
95 miles high.
Additionally, our center core, or stage
100
1,
kilometers up for the
there,
socialists
is
that are listening
expendable
right
today,
now.
so we're this booster.
We're about to stage.
Man, that speed's something else.
That is
Look at that
unreal.
thing. I hate y'all missed it, Bubba. That would have been nice to see.
Yeah, we got to see the boosters.
Fly, Artemis.
Shutdown. Nico.
So there you go. Looks like it's all running smoothly, Bubba.
Oh, wow. So far, so good.
What is that stuff?
That's
Keep
an
flying,
alien,
baby.
It's an alien.
Oh my gosh!
What is
That's
that?
some tentacles.
Debris.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanks,
Thanks,
said
buddy.
they too have hugged Pastor Chris, and they said it makes you want to give your life to Jesus. And then another person says it's possible that it's prayer anointing oil that you're smelling.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, it could be.
Now my beard oil will have a little smell to it.
I don't know what.
I got to ask something. I got to go back.
Jerry
to
likes
something. I
that.
apologize.
Here we go.
So you really went to the mall or went online and ordered it?
Who said that?
Whatever he was wearing?
I don't even know what he was wearing.
So you don't know?
You just made that
Where'd
up.
that come I'm from? Asking.
You
I said I'm
completely
asking.
added to it.
No, I'm not. I'm asking.
No, I don't
Did
have
you
a
go
clue.
get it? No.
No,
So you don't.
this is the first time I've even mentioned it to
Okay,
anybody.
I didn't know if you've gone a step further.
And for some reason, I mentioned it to
Hams,
millions.
I'll throw you a line. Go get the treadmill.
Hey, how about this? How about do you remember? That song that came out with Nirvana,
Hey,
"Smells
you
Like
don't-
Teen
you
Spirit."
don't have to
This
jump
could be
in here,
called
too.
"Smells Like Holy Spirit."
There it is.
That's what you were ordering online earlier. I thought I saw something over there.
Completely making that up.
I love pastor.com.
Yeah.
you want to text? See what
I
we were?
simply said, no, I'm
Just
not going to
text him.
bother him.
All right, I'll
I'm
do
not
it.
going to bother him with that.
Hey, no, I'm doing it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hamsey
I
loves
wouldn't
you.
wear it. I don't wear cologne.
Hamsey has a crush on you.
See, this is why I said.
You know what? You know what else? Wait a minute. Wait, stop the music. You just told me something yesterday that's tied to this.
What?
You're main campus guy now too, aren't you?
He wants to smell it.
I've been the last two. I'm opening up seats at Grandview by going to Grants
Have
Mill
you
for
left
after the movies.
Have
That's
you
all we're
left
doing.
satellite campus and gone to the main campus
For 2 weeks? Yes.
After hugging him and smelling it.
Wow, Rick. For 2 weeks I have.
See there? It's drawn you to the main
I
campus.
got to research this a little more now.
How about it, Sam? Maybe call Grants Mill. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The pastor there had his book out, The Daniel Dilemma. We interviewed him here, and it's a great book if you haven't gotten it. And Hamsey admitted that when he hugged
I'm not a cologne guy, Rick.
Pastor Chris, that he liked the way he smelled.
But I like that.
did notice
And it started a rumor that Pastor Chris wore a scent that possibly he had created called Scent of the Highlands.
Right. And,
SOTH.
right. And, of course, the other brands that will come out under that, Smells Like Holy Spirit, and Essence of the Highlands. So
Please tell me y'all hadn't done what I think you've done now that I'm looking
But
at
it looks like Pastor Chris has called in.
Oh, but yeah,
They just want to help you out.
PC, how you doing, buddy?
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Well,
Merry Christmas to you, you good smelling fella.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you as uncomfortable right now as we all are?
Well, I was at home studying, and I started receiving texts from people saying that I am being talked about on air about my scent. So I'm happy to play along.
Well, I mean, this really did happen. So inquiring minds want to know. What we talked about is we're not big cologne people, and I usually have a very high sensitivity to smells and colognes and perfumes.
Mad at you.
And Helmsley said, well, me either, but I have to admit, when Pastor Hodges was here, when I hugged him, I liked the way he smelled.
Yeah.
And then
I couldn't let go.
And you imagine, which explains that uncomfortably long embrace before you left.
I don't remember the hug.
Oh, no.
So
it was a bro side hug.
Yeah.
And is this some sort of anointing oil?
Please
that maybe
tell me
he
you
smelled?
actually wear cologne. Otherwise, this is going to get even worse for me.
I actually wear cologne.
Okay.
And we did not invent the scent.
Right.
There is no scent of the Highlands.
Right.
Soft.
So do you have a drum roll sound? Do you want the big reveal?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
So it is. You ready for it?
Yes.
Abercrombie and Fitch Fierce.
So there you go.
It's fierce. Let me dabble on a
real fierce.
Fierce.
What a great name.
Boy, just like Daniel.
I love that.
There you go. Hey, today's 1 year Bible reading was Daniel and the Lion's Den, so there's just some fierce.
Well, how about that? So fierce it is. Boy,
Fierce it is.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
I got a surprise for you.
Listen,
Helmsy.
I know you had better things to do today. I'm sorry you got drug into this. I know there has to be days when you think, why am I connected to the show?
And this is one of those days.
It is one of those days. So thank you. And that explains the new series coming up, Fierce. It's to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. It's coming February the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. February 24, 25, the Performing Arts Center, Oxford, Alabama, my hometown. It is the first ever Man Church Conference. The manchurch.com discipleship strategy been around since March 1, 2020. Still in our infancy, but growing, and we're going to, in 2023, kind of have our first conference where churches all over the country that are doing the men's discipleship strategy, they come in to hear from some of our teachers. We'll have a guest speaker as well, but we'll also be introducing the new resources that are coming out in 2023 to reach and disciple the men of your church, of your community, and, of course, to help men, us to answer the call that God has called us to. All that coming up, and churches all over are sending groups of men. A couple things you need to know. If you need 10 tickets or less, you can just get them online. If you need more than 10, you'll need to call the box office, and that number is available too by going to the link at themanchurch.com. It's right there on the homepage. Click on that. We even had a meeting yesterday for our men at my home church. We're going to buy a block of tickets and send our guys. Coming up next year as part of our ongoing men's ministry at our church. And if you are part of it, you definitely want to come. If you're not part of it and you just like to find out more, or you just want to go to a conference that's going to have challenge, it's going to have equipping, and it's going to have fellowship, all in one conference. Get your tickets now. All the tickets are reserved, so you don't have to worry about, once you get them, every day having to go back to the venue and wait outside to run in and grab seats. Don't have to do that. They're reserved seats, so they're yours for the whole weekend. Great gift idea for the men on your Christmas list, too. Themanchurch.com. It's coming February 24th and 25th. So, Bubba, it looks like the launch went smoothly.
Yeah, the SpaceX Falcon Heavy, successful launch. The boosters both landed.
Yep.
And they're in good shape, and it is on its way to orbit now.
And there she goes.
Watch these land right here, Rick. This is still, to me, it just doesn't even look real. It looks like some kind of sci-fi show. You see Adler's got it up there, the boosters coming back through the clouds.
Yeah. Well, again, this is something that
Hear the
SpaceX
sonic booms
developed, right? And they come back and they land. It's fantastic technology.
There's one down, engines off, second one coming in, engines off.
You know, you and I have always been huge fans of the private sector. The private sector gets things done.
Well, it's a partnership. I mean, NASA
no, it is, but I'm
paid
just
a lot
saying.
of money and seed money to get them developed, and Elon's vision. And I like the fact they've just said, "Hey, why don't we reuse this?" Well, we've never done it. We couldn't land it. How do we get it? And he says, "Well, let's just make it land back where it left."
No.
All and we'll recycle it.
Yeah, all I mean is, I think even investing taxpayer dollars in the private sector, you just don't have some of the garbage that you have to deal with when you're dealing with the government.
Yeah. Well, it appears there's not as much red tape, and Elon makes the final calls on that, and they get it done. I mean, I think he's obviously making some pretty good decisions on this stuff.
If my tax dollars are going for space exploration, I like the investment in what I just saw.
Yeah,
it seemed like it was efficient. It took off on time.
The weather was working with them. A little foggy.
The stuff they're developing seems to be more efficient.
Right,
they seem to be advancing, So,
but wow, they're just very efficient in launching these things on time, weather permitting.
Yeah. All right. So if you want to go just goofy silly, we were talking about misspeaks and how much fun we have with those. We've had some legendary misspeaks on this show in the last 28 years. But we always love a good one. Apparently, hockey is going to be talked about a lot on the show today. Is that what the Carolina Hurricanes? They a hockey team? Just a hockey team?
Yes.
Carolina Hurricanes. Yes. So I guess they were trying to do some little Halloween promotion or whatever, and Trip Tracy is going to be. I guess they're talking about Halloween candy.
Yeah, he tripped up.
He's going to attempt to say Reese's peanut butter, Reese's Pieces peanut butter, and it goes south. He gets another word out. So
2-1 in October. I would have taken that and run for the hills like I just absolutely hit the lottery with a bunch of Reese's peanut butter cups trick and treating.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to tell you.
I didn't know Speedy was covering hurricanes.
Right. I'm not trying to tell Reese's what to do, but that product's going to be hard to market.
Yeah.
I so wish something like this would happen to Speedy at a UAB game.
Absolutely.
And about 4:30, 5 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, the videos start rolling in.
Don't plant that on me.
On his mind this week.
Your little link is right.
Yes, that is so funny. Sorry. Yeah, he meant to say Reese's Pieces.
Yes.
And he said, unfortunately, the scientific name for male anatomy.
Yep, he did.
And Reese's, the last I checked, that's not a product that they.
I don't think it is.
No.
They do like pumpkins, Christmas trees, but I don't think they do anything else. Yeah.
I
know the Christmas tree ones are good.
Weird transition.
Yeah, the Christmas trees are real good.
Weird transition here. Where are y'all on Reese's Pieces?
Love them.
I like them.
Love them.
I'm like.
Wish I had some right now.
Love them.
Well, okay. I don't search them out, but I'll tear them up
if they're near me. I will eat a handful.
Yeah.
Never pursue them.
I really don't. I don't think.
No,
you
I
have
don't.
to be there because somebody else brought.
Right, but when they're there, you're happy.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a weird relationship I have with them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm with that. Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind. But if I see them,
but now them little Reese's peanut butter Christmas trees. And I'll tell you another, the Little Debbie Christmas tree cakes.
Ooh.
Yeah. And you can't find them. Everybody goes nuts.
You mean the white ones?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, people go crazy this time. You can't find them anywhere.
Right. I love them.
I'm
starving right now.
Do you ever do things? I call it the flurry because McDonald's, if I recall, or whoever did the flurry. Was that McDonald's?
McFlurry.
Yeah, then the Blizzard came.
The Blizzard
it's the same.
Was
thing.
Dairy Queen the first one out with this thing?
Now, they're the ones that would hold it upside down first.
By the way, it's the same product. You just have to call it different.
Yeah,
for
look
trademark.
at that right there, and they come in big size and little size.
Do you ever?
They're delicious.
Do you ever get one of those and put Reese's Pieces as your choice of the candy?
I haven't, but I'll try.
That's good.
Is it?
I like Reese's Pieces in ice cream. Yes.
Yeah, it's good. Okay. I've done it at the yogurt shop.
It's good.
That's a good little cake right there.
When are the Christmas tree cakes out? Are they out now?
I think somebody did report a sighting the other day that they're already showing up.
Isn't the Christmas tree cake just the zebra cake?
It is minus the chocolate strip.
Yeah, okay.
Probably.
I'm not trying to.
You're right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Same family.
Right, but aren't you just eating the Christmas tree version of the zebra cake?
Just something about it.
Mm-hmm. Who cares? I mean,
you're right.
The zebra
it's
cake's
just
a good
minus
product.
the chocolate strip.
Right. Okay.
That's all.
And
the shape.
Right. Right. And it does, and it looks.
And it's just one of them things everybody starts going, well, I'm going to find them whether, it becomes a thing.
Well, they look incredibly festive, too. I like the feeling that it brings.
Yes.
How about a cup of coffee and that? That's a pretty good little deal.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
Are y'all a dip in
I'll dip a donut in coffee.
You will?
Interesting.
A glazed donut.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Only a glazed.
Interesting.
I did not know
It
that.
strictly has to be a cake donut for me.
Oh, and that's not a bad move either. Hey, I like cake donuts better than
I love a cake donut. I like it better than the other.
You've always been that way since we were kids.
I know it.
I never understood it then, but I do now.
I prefer a cake donut over whatever the other is.
Huh. They're good.
Mm-hmm.
Them Krispy Kreme glazed dipped in coffee is hard to beat.
Yeah, understood. I can see.
A little messy.
Right. Doesn't like Christmas tree, though. No. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
It's funny.
Yeah.
All right, so,
I've never had more of an uncomfortable text to someone. I don't really know how to let you know this.
Right.
However, when Helmsy hugged you, he liked the way you smelled.
how did that text? How did that text?
Yeah, it was pretty surprising to me too.
Right. Yeah.
He will start avoiding Helms at this point.
Now I will tell you.
guys.
I will
Appreciate
tell you good news on this. Big.
Back to Grandview for him.
Yeah. And we listen. And we did notice. BC, we did notice that he started showing up at the main campus now.
Yeah,
I did notice that too. Now we know why.
Well, here's good news for you.
I was freeing up a seat for at the movies.
Yeah, I'm very sensitive to these kinds of smells, and I did not smell you, so you're wearing it appropriately.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, I try to.
Will you let Helmsy know how you wear it? Because he'll want to know that too.
Hey, would you
are you one squirt?
Only off air.
Okay,
okay,
got it.
All right. Well, I know you have
all your secrets.
I know you have better things to do, so sorry to bother you, but thanks for clearing that up.
Yes.
You guys are the best. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas,
buddy.
Thank
See
you,
you,
brother.
PC.
Later.
There you go.
Let me see.
Really mad at y'all.
Well, it's your fault.
I will get this one back for that.
What? What'd I do?
Boy, he's sneaky, devil.
Right.
Well, I had to. I had to answer the phones. There wasn't anybody in there to
I'm
answer.
surprised you don't work for the CIA, really.
Okay. By the way, now the jokes.
Blame you.
Now the jokes are
Wasn't
pouring.
in there to answer the phone.
Oh, sure.
The jokes are pouring in now.
Oh, look, I'm getting beat up.
Yeah.
I once hugged Joel Osteen. I loved his cologne too. I bought some. Unfortunately, after 5 minutes, the scent wore off, and I couldn't get my money back. He said, I think the toilet was your best scent now.
Yeah.
All right, so that's a good one. Gosh, that's
it's
Babylon Bee worthy.
Yeah. That is good. I have to ask Helmsy a very straight, straight up question. How quick will you get this?
I probably won't go that far. If somebody got it for me, I would wear it. But I'm not going to go. It's kind of like that whole
Colonel Littleton.
Yeah, I
Dirty
would.
Santa.
I kind of wish I smelled like Colonel Littleton.
I do too.
All right, so
I want to know more about the Colonel
Look, guys,
Littleton story, don't you?
I'm not a cologne guy, so
know,
that's why this caught me off guard.
yeah, but you'll get this.
Yeah. Why do I feel like I'm
Hello,
the one
stocking
that
stuffer.
understands?
Hello, stocking stuffer. Hey, how about this? You know how we forget. You know what we are? We are children who've been handed dangerous weapons. Y'all realize this show, like, we think we're just in here talking. I'll have people talk about their whole lives will be shut down for a day if we start doing something.
Start making fun.
I just looked up, you know how something will come across your phone, so-and-so's now following you?
Yeah.
Colonel Littleton just came across my phone. Are you serious? Is now following you on Twitter. And we just get here and think we're just, we really, like we've affected Pastor Chris's life today.
Yeah.
I mean, in a big way.
Right.
Like meltdown text, whole thing. His whole day.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I want him to know I had nothing to do with that. It's all this one.
Here's the good news. He has a great sense of humor.
Yes, he does.
Or maybe I did have something to do with it because he was going to get eat up with text anyway.
Well, you're the one that brought it up.
At least we cleared it up.
Can I tell you something I've noticed, because he's had connections to the show for a long time, but him starting to get closer to it is kind of a new thing.
Yeah.
And you can almost sense his apprehension. It's like I
call it wisdom.
Yeah, thank you. Bubba. Look, I'm coming in here. I'm easing in. Not going to kind of do because.
And I've had some of the other campus pastors ask me, "Hey, y'all are real rowdy and loud and can be obnoxious at times, and we can."
Oh, no doubt.
And they'll ask, "Hey, how's he handled all that?" And and you're right. He's keeping a distance.
Well,
which is smart.
They talk about how he smells too.
100% wisdom.
No. Now I won't be able to live this down with them from now on. That's fine.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and you'll find people. There's an alarming number of times I'll get a text for somebody who went all in.
Sure.
That's in ministry, and it's that text asking for can I send their resume places?
Yeah.
I'm like, what happened? Well, I'm no longer where I was. Mm-hmm. You know, I think, and I know that I shouldn't draw that connection, but I always kind of think somehow we're part of that. It's one thing if we'll stay over in our little box, but when we get out of the box, we start coming into other people's worlds and where they're going, the way y'all do things, we don't really do that around here. Yeah. Then you start yucking it up with us. Next thing you know, people are like, that not here.
Yeah,
not here.
That's a make believe world.
Yeah, that's not here. Well, there it is. Now we'll be the show. This is just
who is it makes it.
Can I tell you how?
Abercrombie.
Can I tell you how Pastor Chris feels right now? The way Tommy Tuberville felt when all of somebody said that now for the rest of his life he's going to hear about Fierce and all that.
Sure.
And how did all that happen?
Yeah.
Tuberville can't get away from the Lubbock, Iraq statement.
Right.
We just move on with our lives, and everybody else is in a big handle. You know what I mean?
I hope this doesn't
Check your
affect the other
email.
thing I got going on.
Check your email with a picture of the bottle.
Oh, we've been showing it, Bubba.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, right.
Oh, sadly. Oh, well, look at there.
There it is again. I sent you the link, Helmsy, so
Thanks,
Amanda
buddy.
can order it for you.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Excited about a brand new hour from the No Name Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on all sorts of platforms. And you can find all the Rick and Bubba content either live or archived and on your time by going to rickandbubba.com and checking all the options available to you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little program we call Rick and Bubba.
That's the one. All right, so let's, we talked about QR codes, and you know, this is this thing. And
there's reason to fear, Rick.
Yeah, well, you know, we people are obsessed. Now, you would think, it goes back to what Peter said in 2 Peter, you would think if we really believe all the things that we're concerned about, that we would actually live our lives differently. And one of them is the never-ending assumption, hey, that right there is going to be Mark of the Beast. Mark of the Beast, Mark of the Beast, Mark of the Beast. A lot of people will upset. I mean, they'll talk about Mark of the Beast. They'll bring up Mark of the Beast.
Well, we know it's coming.
Right. And so the QR code world is another place where people go, well, there you go. And this video is not going to help.
No, China is making it real, Rick.
Yeah, China, and this is what, and Bubba and you and I have talked about this for years. The thing that you have to look for, if you look at the prophecies, this will involve buying and selling of goods, and the reason why we know that is because that's what the Bible says it'll be.
Yes, yeah, pretty straightforward on that one.
Right. So there's, and so it is. It has to do with you being denied the basic goods if you will not take the mark of the beast.
Yeah.
And so sometimes when people start getting on this, they're not really, it doesn't meet that criteria. But anyway, look at what China is doing. If you try to enter public transport with a yellow QR code, immediately an alarm goes off, and if your QR code is not green, you are cut off from society with no access to transport, food, or even your residential complex where you live. So see, it's saying, hey, that's yellow, and so they're putting the QR code up there. And
now, why would your QR code that you have on your phone be yellow? Because you've been
deemed.
You've been deemed an enemy of the state, or you're not in line with what they want you to believe or say.
Didn't get your vaccine.
And don't forget, if one of their police drones gets after you, your QR code better go green.
Yeah.
And
How about that?
Look right here. Here it is. Look at the QR code on the drone.
You have to scan the code from the drone on your phone. If it doesn't come back green, you can't pass that checkpoint.
Creep Y'all, that is that right there, I mean, that
crazy.
That's right out of Logan's
Yeah,
Run,
it is.
You know what I mean?
Sure, it is. Look at it talking to you. Hey, let me see your code. Let me see your code.
That's terrible.
Don't like it.
Y'all didn't know I spoke Mandarin, but that's what it's saying.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's just I'm a little. I dabble in Mandarin Chinese.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you guys heard, but Shanghai Disney went into lockdown just this week. They had somebody test positive while at the Disney resort, and on Monday they abruptly shut the gates, locking all the visitors inside at the time, only allowing them to leave hours later after they tested negative for the virus. Several city residents were notified on Tuesday that they and their children could not go to work or school if they had visited Disney since Thursday, and were ordered to take daily tests for the next 3 days.
Wow.
It's almost like China is overreactive with some of these viruses. It's almost like they know how dangerous they are that they've been working with in the lab, and if they get out, they don't want it to move around.
Well,
doesn't it?
And that and these kinds of things have been used by tyrannical governments since the beginning of tyrannical governments.
Yep.
Fear is always the motivator for us to get you to do whatever we want you to do. And we use fear to do that. Fear is how we grab more power, we grab more power, we grab more power. And of course, China is, when you look at that, here's what I would do. Just, I think this is helpful. if you're someone out there and you're trying to develop your worldview and you're not quite sure yet, you don't know really politically where you land, you're trying to figure it all out, and you're looking at all the propaganda that comes out from both parties and all this kind of stuff. And what I would do is I would ask myself this question. Do I think it's super cool to live under communist rule in a place like Red China? Is that something that I would desire? Now, some of you may say yes. I want that.
Well, you know what? You can head on over there.
Yeah, and you say that you don't. What I would do is I would watch little videos like this, and then if I looked up and saw politicians and political parties acting like that, that would be a red flag for me, and the pun is intended. That would be a red flag for me, and I would go, oh, they seem a lot like these super tyrannical giant central governments. They seem to say the same things, and they use some of the same strategies of these tyrannical governments that I have demonized, unless I play in the NBA, and then I give them a pass. But if that right there bothers you, that kind of creepy stuff, well then don't let people that could be ruling you here, who love that creepy stuff, don't let them have power.
Let's see that again. Can we see it again?
It's too creepy.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't like it.
Look,
and to both of y'all's points, it's estimated that the lockdowns in China just within the last week on 28 of their cities affected 208 million people, impacting 8.5% of China's GDP. But it doesn't matter because China makes the rules. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
And they're exercising that power over the people just willy-nilly, however they want to.
The drone bothers you more than anything, though.
Yeah, that's what I want
with
to
that,
see.
with that QR code hanging there and telling you get your
Because
phone
we
out.
all been in traffic. What if that's up there, and if you don't scan it, they come get you? I mean, there's no way around it.
Or if you scan it and it goes yellow.
Yeah,
you're
in
isolated
bad
from
shape.
society.
You shall not pass.
That's spooky.
Scan it, or the white van people in jumpsuits are coming after you. And
you got to have your
really
social,
bothering hams, by the way.
You got to have your
I don't like
social
it.
score where it needs to be there in China, Rick, or you get a yellow card.
Yeah, you don't want yellow. It'll kill a fellow.
And now keep in mind,
What if it's red? What happens?
in the country that we're living
Is
in,
that off to the re-education camp?
if you're in the United States of America, the country you currently live in, things like your social score, these are things that are talked about.
Yeah.
Meaning we want to see how you are on climate, we want to see how you are on this and how you are on that. And that kind of road leads to this. This is the destination of that kind of. Well, we don't like your social score.
Yeah.
And we don't like the way you think. We don't like your ideas. We don't want you thinking for yourself. You'll do as you're told by us.
Wait a minute, you've declared your allegiance to some god you worship? You think that God is the ultimate supreme power? We do. And that's what these tyrannical governments, they hate that.
Yeah. And speaking of tyrannical governments, a major hit for freedom in this entire Western Hemisphere. I'm showing now the presidential results in Brazil.
Yeah.
This Lula guy seems to have beaten out Jair Bolsonaro. And Bolsonaro is right-leaning. Lula is heavily left-leaning. And that's not good because the way that Brazil goes, the rest of South America goes. And that was something I was really hoping that Bolsonaro was going to win. He is a freedom guy. He's a transparent guy, and he's much. You say what you want about South American countries and governments, but Bolsonaro is so much less corrupt and so much more freedom, capitalism, that view of life. And unfortunately, it looks like Lula has won that election.
Lula was a former president.
And
wasn't
thrown
he?
in jail for corruption, yes. Money just disappeared. Money that was supposed to, quote, save the rainforest was just billions and billions of dollars just disappeared. And it's a joke. And I'm
so
sorry.
why did they elect him again?
I don't know. Everybody.
Did they though?
Yeah, yeah, right.
Bubba,
Did they though?
Yeah.
Did the mules go over there?
World Economic Forum to you, gentlemen.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Crazy story, the way they tied these two things together. I didn't know we had a Reno shooting from the 8th floor of this,
this is
place.
different. Okay, it's a different
and
government.
it lasted for 20 minutes. They ended up, the SWAT team going in, killed the guy, and the girl got out. And the way they related it is that this Paddock guy, he used to own a suite there or something and sold it last year.
Oh, okay.
But
so they're tying in that this guy who shot over in Vegas also had a unit in Reno. There was a shooting there too.
Correct, which is a weird tie-in.
That is kind of weird.
Yeah.
Back to the Tampa serial killer, 24-year-old who's been charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder after he asked his manager at McDonald's to hold a 9mm handgun for him because he wanted to leave the state. That doesn't make any what.
That's weird.
Is this where
I think he wanted to get rid of a weapon that was hot that had been used in
why
crimes.
do you just go hand it to a fellow employee who just went to the police?
Yeah, why would you not?
Well, apparently he trusted this guy would not do that. He was just trying to get rid of it. Now I'm like you could throw it, dispose of it, but apparently he was going to try to lay low for a while and come back and pick it back up from him.
I guess that's the only thing that makes
sense,
that makes any sense because it doesn't. But it has led to his arrest, and they think they now have the serial killer, which I hope that they do, and there can be some justice for those families and the rest of the community can quit living in fear. And we did mention that North Korea's Kim Jong-un ordered a missile launch saying "fire with courage." And they've sent some sort of ballistic missile toward Japan again, right?
Yeah, shot it up, but with the trajectory and the length of it, they say that if they aimed it properly, they could reach continental United States with it. At least that's what North Korea is saying.
So there's those updates. We continue. Let's go to Nate in
Never
Enterprise.
a dull moment there, NOCO, is there?
Oh, no. Nate, welcome to the program, buddy. How are you?
Hey, morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Well, I was just wanting to tell y'all, I'm currently in the United States Marines, and I'll be deployed soon overseas. And I was just going to tell you how much I'm going to miss y'all's show. I've been listening to y'all for about 5 years now, every single morning. And I hope that, you continue on doing what you're doing and everything. And I love you guys.
Well, thank you.
I'll be praying for y'all while I'm over there.
Well, thank you. Hopefully, I don't know how much access you can get to Wi-Fi, but, take that TuneIn app with you whenever you get back to some normalcy. And also, the Stream Club and all that. So hopefully you can still keep in touch. Thanks for your service to the country. And
big thanks.
And thanks a lot for encouraging us. I appreciate it very much. We continue. Ethan, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Yeah. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Earlier, y'all had mentioned something about an update on the Las Vegas shooter.
We said that there's a story today that ties him to pick the phone up. Don't put us on speakerphone because you're hard to hear. But there's a connection to a Reno shooting. They're saying the same guy owned a unit where that shooting took place as well. Different shooter, but owned by the shooter in Vegas.
Yeah, and he sold it last year, and it wasn't the suite the guy was in. It's just he owned a unit there.
I don't know. I didn't even hear about the shooter.
I didn't
That would
either.
have been more of a news story than this guy wants to own a suite there. What's that
Especially
got-
they say the shots came out for 20 minutes.
And SWAT team took him out, or he took himself
Yeah,
out?
the SWAT team came in and took him out.
Guys, this whole thing about the Vegas shooter, we just have kind of moved on.
Boy, it's strange.
Well, they can't really find anything other than it was just bizarre.
I still say that security guard something weird about him.
We continue. Any topic you want to talk about, 866-WE-BE-BIG. It is available for you, and we'll take your phone calls now. It's your turn. You're running the program. You're in charge at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Line them up, line them up, line them up. And at 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program closes. The next person gets the opportunity to be on the program. But the good news is, because of this buzzer, you won't have to wait in line very long, because those in front of you will be moving quickly, and you'll get your opportunity to speak and kind of impact the show and take it in the direction that you so desire. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Helmsy is on the phones. He'll take your phone calls now. Jamie out of Boaz, Alabama. Jamie, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead.
Howdy, y'all.
Hey, buddy.
I was just wanting to talk about the QR code in China. If you ride the train one too many times, your QR code will turn yellow because they want you to do a minimum of walking to work. Or if you buy one bottle of wine more than what they say, your QR code can turn yellow. And also, if you game past 10 p.m., your QR code can turn yellow.
So it's all about, time out, Rick. It's all about control of your behavior in China. Do you have firsthand experience with this? It sounds like you're very familiar with it.
Well, my sources are actually from education on YouTube, so they find those sources that are very obscure, and they show video. But they even talk about how, if we're being honest, we should actually try and follow those from our mental state. We should not want to drink too much or play games and ruin our sleep. But, of course, we should not want any government controlling that, though.
No. When government starts controlling your behavior, that's not a good road to be on. No. That's one of those things where, people who seem to talk about choice a lot suddenly want the government to make other decisions for them, which is odd. But anyway, that is it's all about control. And let me tell you something: when they get into population problems, you're really going to hate where they put the QR code.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Let's go to Jeremy out of Elmore. Jeremy, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Jeremy.
Yes, sir. I was calling to see what was y'all's opinion on Deion Sanders going to Auburn.
So do you think he is going to do that? Where are you getting that information?
I don't know. I mean, he said he would entertain all offers. So
are you asking, would that be a good move, or do you know that is there something coming out about that? Is that just, hey, man, what do you think about the idea?
Yeah, I think he was just asking, what do you think about it? We covered that in the first hour.
We did, yeah.
Pretty heavy. I think it would be because recruiting is the lifeblood. And when it comes to recruiting, Deion is right there on the top shelf. I think he would be a good splash hire.
Belinda in Pensacola. Belinda, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, I just wanted to thank Rick for scaring me yesterday morning while I was getting ready for work. I was listening to Rick being creeped out, and then I went out in my garage and was also creeped out. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah, it was eerie out there, wasn't it, on trash day? I'm talking about eerie.
It was, yes.
Can you imagine how afraid I was when I saw that silhouette of a person down the road with fog all around them?
Here they come. What'd you call him, Skinny Man?
The Skinny Man? What'd you call it, Greg? Skinwalker? Slender Man? But yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, if you were listening and it was that environment was around you, that was spooky. At one time I caught myself, I'm like, all right, you're running now. You're running to the truck.
I love how you thought that was a safe place.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought that. I guess zombies can tear the door right off of that. Greg in Tuscaloosa, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'd like to thank y'all for some advice y'all gave me a couple months back. I just recently had a daughter, and y'all gave me some great advice, and I'm following it. And she is doing amazing. Just wish I could do a little bit better, but I'd like to thank y'all.
Well, man, thanks. I appreciate that.
What was that advice about?
I don't know. We're always just here to help.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's working out.
Yeah, because when he first said that, I thought, well, this call is going to go one or two ways.
Yeah, you never know. Fort Payne, Alabama. Steve standing by. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, man. I love you guys.
Thank
love what you do. Love what you stand for.
Thank you.
But, Rick, I just want to straighten you out. There are not the Christmas tree cakes are nothing like the zebra cake. And you have to get the large ones. You big guys ought to understand that. Thank y'all.
Yeah,
Have a wonderful day, sir.
Yeah, if you're going to go down that road, get the big one.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Little one just makes you mad.
But I do think they are similar to the zebra cakes, if I remember them right. They are similar.
Similar.
Tom in Scottsboro,
Similar.
1017. Go right ahead.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. Good.
Yeah, about 5 years ago, my youngest grandson said, "Hey, Pap," we were in Walmart. He said, "I need you to give me a nickname." I said, "Okay." So we're walking along, and I see this end cap with moon pies. I said, "That's it." He said, "What?" And I said, "Moon pie." Well, anyways, he loved it. But Bell Buckle, Tennessee has a moon pie festival every year. And I went over there and got him a sign for his room.
Moon Pie's a good nickname.
Yeah,
Didn't we
it
have a
is.
Moon Pie, Greg? Didn't we have a guy we called Moon Pie?
We did.
Yeah,
That's a great
I've heard of that.
They cut it to Mooney.
Yeah, I've heard of that nickname with several people.
Yeah, and yeah, he looked just like you thought he did. His face was as big as round as it could possibly be. Coach in Florala. Coach. Hey, Coach. Coach.
Word up,
Hey,
Coach.
what's up, guys?
How about it?
Hey, man, Rick, did you receive my checking account number?
Did we receive it?
Yeah, when you messed up on your check, your son got your check. So I sent mine to you, so see if I can get that check.
That's
Anybody?
That's an old story.
Oh, Rick, your check ended up in your Brody's account.
Oh, yeah. I do.
boy,
Remember.
that was-
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, that was an old story.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Sorry about that. No, I haven't seen yours, Coach, but we'll take it.
Wow.
Let's go to Mike in Camden. Mike, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, so I had heard one of y'all had said something about the government and QR codes and once the government starts controlling your behavior. If you really think about it, guys, isn't the government already controlling your behavior?
Example?
I mean, I'm sorry?
Example?
Like with the COVID-19.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look. No.
Oh, they're trying to.
No,
Yeah.
you're 100% right. Wish I hadn't had to work so hard to hear that. But I will tell you, yeah, that's why we were against it. I mean, the pandemic was absolutely used for the government to grab power that normally you would not give them, and they were 100% trying to control behavior, no doubt about it, and still trying it. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Night. Bubba, how are you? Ready to go? You in a given mood today, my friend?
I feel, Rick, that my heart has enlarged three steps over the past 24 hours. I'm ready. I'm in a giving mood.
Right. I wasn't talking about the state of your current heart. I was talking about your Christmas spirit.
Well, I meant like
No,
the
I-
Grinch's
I know
heart.
you
You know
are.
how it got bigger.
Yeah, I know. Just a little fat joke there.
All
All right,
I know.
so-
I'm well aware. of
We've
it.
heard them all, haven't we? I want to let you know that no matter what we give away today, and we're going to go over the gifts a little bit, the ones that we do have in-house, but Pradco has stepped up again this year. Not only today will you win the first gift of Rick and Bubba Christmas, but you will be sent $200 worth of Pradco gifts to your house, and it could feature anything. It could be, a Moultrie product, could be, from the Decode line, a Summit safety harness, Nightingale game call assortment. Could be any of those, and Pradco will send you a $200 Pradco mystery gift with every single gift that we give out this Christmas season.
The mystery gift.
Yeah, so what do we got up there, Bubba? Tell me some things that we got for the 12 working days.
Well, Rick, we've got some dandies. We've got one we got to pick up today, but we have a virtual reality by Zeiss, who we love Zeiss products. We use their scopes in hunting. They make some really good, visual things and good glass. And this thing here, it may be the gift today. You can put your phone in it. Yeah. And have a virtual reality experience. You download, the different videos that are made for that. It's kind of like a high-tech video ViewMaster. You remember we all had the ViewMaster when we were kids.
Okay, where's that
one? It's there. It's the one that looks like a scuba mask
I
up
got
there.
you. Oh, yeah, I see it, yeah.
And I've got one of these, and it is really, really cool. The things you can put in there and see and fly in planes and visit places that you've never been. It's really, really a neat thing, and I think you're going to see more and more virtual reality stuff as time goes on. And we've got a wireless speaker up there that's camo. It's also waterproof. You feed it via Bluetooth. It's camo in design, so that's one of those speakers you can just carry with you wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
I think it's put out. Well, can you see the company name on it, Rick? I can't.
What's
It's
that?
JBL, I think.
Yeah, JBL. Yeah. It's the JBL Charger 3.
Yeah, they're
Charge
very
3.
popular. I see them around at a lot of things, and they're almost indestructible.
Yeah.
and that's
Yeah.
the good news about it.
Yeah.
So we got the Hero 5 camera up there. It's Adler's been eyeing that. He wants that. It's one of these that you can use, just about anywhere. We got an Apple TV 4K. We got a Sony video camera. We got Sony wireless earbuds. If you're one of these people that's been trying to get wireless earbuds and you hadn't been able to get the Apple version, this one may be a step above that. It's a really, really neat deal, and the little case you carry them in also charges them when you're not using them. We've got the Nintendo Switch up there, and I don't know anything about that, but
I'm out of the loop on that.
I hear it is going to be the hot item this year.
Okay, is that just just a smaller, more mobile version of Nintendo?
It is. And
all
in
in one?
Adler knows more about it. He was the one that was instrumental
He got all
in
fired
jumping
about
on
it?
that,
Yeah.
right? We also have a drone up there, the Mavic drone, and it's just like the kind that Adler has.
Oh,
that
yeah.
he does. That he did all the documentaries on the show
Yeah,
with.
yeah. Brody's got that one too. My son.
Yeah,
That same
they
one.
say it is really
it's
neat.
A dandy.
Really neat. We also have a PS4 Pro, not just the PS4, the PS4 Pro, which will do. It's a Sony PlayStation, and it will do all kind of things. Most notably, that is the one that you can get the Sony helmet to go with it to do the virtual reality on it, and they say it is outstanding.
You talking about the one and only?
Sony, the one and only.
So that's just a few, and we got some we're picking up today.
Yeah, I'll tell you more about those once we have them in hand today. But that's probably 9 of the 12.
Yeah, so that's going to get us started.
We'll get us started.
So today, one of the gifts will come out of one of those.
Yes,
and then Pradco throws in their $200 mystery gift on top of that.
But total with all what we got coming, we got some jewelry coming for the ladies. It'll be a little over $5,000.
So that's it. So the 12 working days of Christmas, $5,000 strong, and some change. And
Merry Christmas.
So there's going to be a lot of people making you jump through a lot of hoops. What we like to do is make it pretty straightforward.
Oh, and Rick, one late edition. It may be gift number 12, a head coach for Tennessee.
Okay. 35 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Do want to point you to another partner of the Rick and Bubba Show, helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. The studies continue to come to the same conclusion. One of the foundational parts of your overall health, it all builds off a good night's sleep. The body does a lot of repairing during that time. And if you're not sleeping well, this is going to lead to all kinds of problems. And so a Helix mattress may be the answer. Maybe it's the mattress. Maybe that's what's keeping you tossing and turning throughout the night. So why not get a mattress that is designed and customized for the way you sleep? That's what Greg and Lisa Burgess did. And Greg is one of the master hawkers this world has ever known.
Yep.
The Helix mattress, Greg, they asked you how you like to sleep.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
You like to sleep on your back, on your stomach, on your side?
Yep.
How about your mattress? You like it soft, hard, medium, what?
What, are you a medium?
Tell them.
Are you a medium?
I am.
Really? I prefer a firm.
Okay, then. Well, they'll take care of you, Rick.
Yeah,
and you got
that's
100 days to figure out if you like it.
Adler, which one do you like?
I was just going to say that Greg's a regular Jared Fogle up in here.
Yes.
Thank you for that,
amazing.
buddy.
Yeah. Are you firm?
I'm a firm guy. It
I'm
helps
very
my
firm.
Back. Yes.
Very firm.
Helps my back.
I'm a little softer than firm.
Yeah.
Medium.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Helmsy?
Firm.
Firm.
Firm all day long.
All right, so well, that's what we would tell them, and they send it right to the door, take it out of the box, set it up, ready to go. This mattress has been awarded the #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go there. We save you $350 at HelixSleep.com/Bubba, and 100 nights you sleep on it to be sure that you love it. And find that link also at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button.
Rick, we have some breaking news from the Supreme Court. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts has granted a stay temporarily blocking former President Donald Trump from having to turn over his tax records to Democrats on the House Ways and Means Committee.
Well, that's just an ongoing thing.
Yeah, Trump and his legal team on Monday asked the Supreme Court to block the release of his tax records. The House Ways and Means Committee first requested 6 years of Trump's tax returns in 2019.
There you go.
You know, this is what I don't understand. Are they prosecuting the House Ways and Means Committee? They're not handling legal issues here, right? I mean, that would be done by the Attorney General
I would
or
think,
whatever.
yeah.
Why do they need his tax returns? And
I
they
don't know.
tried to get them before the election, see?
Right, I knew that, yeah.
I mean, don't you have to have even probable cause for some of this? I mean, what are you, just witch hunting? Hey, let me stroll through your taxes.
Yes, Bubba, that's exactly what they do. Yeah, and
well, that doesn't need to take place by anybody.
No, this was another attempt, as you just said, and the Supreme Court has at least they've granted a stay, right?
Right,
and will temporarily.
That's temporarily.
Yeah. So
now, in 2021, the Justice Department said Congress should be able to review the records, a decision Trump and his legal team have since appealed.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
And this has been back and forth, just depending on which court you're in that day. So, but the Chief Justice has stayed that for right now. So I don't know what the next step is.
Yep. There you go. So but that won't be the end of it, I promise you. And this does, in a way, if you're, and I understand what Trump is doing and all that, but what it does for his opponents, they say, oh, good, I still have that feather I keep in my cap. Every time that I talk about him being corrupt, I say, well, he won't even show us his tax returns. Mm-hmm. Because they love to go back to that every time.
Oh, yeah.
They won't even show us our tax returns. Jacob is in Florence, WLAY. Hey, Jacob, go right ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how you doing this morning?
We're great, man. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I just wanted to know, since Halloween was yesterday, what was y'all's worst Halloween experience, and when do you think you should be able to put up your Christmas tree?
So what was our worst Halloween experience like as a kid?
It doesn't matter how old
I don't really remember having a bad one. Some Halloweens were better than others. Like I said, our neighborhood had a big cookout, so that was always fun because you got to see a lot of people you didn't see during the year. And, man, the food and the cooking was excellent. Big bonfire. So I don't really remember a bad one.
I remember probably because the dark side of Halloween has always bothered me, even as a kid. I've never liked it. I remember being completely terrified by all things haint and haunt and monsters and all. I hated all that as a kid. Now the candy and the cookouts like Bubba's talking about, I thought that was great, and so they're trying to find a way. So with that, knowing that, there were two things that happened to me, and one of them I've talked about on the air. I don't know that I've talked about this one in a long time. And Greg, you may remember this. You were so little, though, you may not. I mean, Greg and I were very, very small. Because the reason why I know that is we lived in Birmingham, and when Greg and I lived in Birmingham as children, the oldest that we could have ever been would be 5, almost 6, and Greg being 4, maybe almost 5. And that's the oldest we could have been because we moved to Oxford when I was 6, and Greg was 5. 5, yeah. And so our parents were taking us around the neighborhood. And a person, I remember it was raining.
I remember
there was a spring. You remember this?
Yes.
and there was a person, and I think they were a mummy. Was that what it was?
It was a mummy.
And they dressed
with an umbrella.
And they dressed up with a mummy with an umbrella, and they hid behind bushes.
I forgot all about that.
And as Greg and I were being led as little kids down that road, they jumped out from behind the shrubbery and scared the living daylights out of us. I mean, I remember having a complete meltdown.
Yeah.
I mean, where I thought, I froze and could not move.
Mm-hmm.
And the person terrified us. So that was.
I can't believe I remember that.
Yeah, that was a bad one. And
what about Ghost Horse?
Ghost Horse, I don't think was tied to Halloween.
Okay.
I think that just was something that happened in our neighborhood.
Okay.
But and I don't know whether the thing that happened with me and the Exorcist was Halloween. Did that come out around Halloween?
I don't know.
That was I talked about that recently because what happened was I was so terrified of all this stuff. I'm talking about completely terrified. I'm talking about like could not sleep, wouldn't stay in my bed. If I saw anything scary, it terrified me as a kid. Terrified. My mom couldn't even take me to the state fair, and I saw scary pictures on the side of the haunted house and had to go home. Okay? I didn't like anything to do with scary movies. I didn't like anything to do with any of it. Okay? And still don't.
Yeah.
Okay? So I was, and y'all have heard me tell this on the air before, but this guy asked, and it's been years ago. So my dad finally got me where I could function by telling me that none of this was real.
Right.
None of this is real. None of this is real. All this is pretend. None of it is real. Okay? And that at least got me to a place I could function. Okay? Well, we had a very tiny house. Okay? So if the adults were playing cards or whatever, if you just walked from your room anywhere, you hear them.
Yeah, you hear what's going on.
Well, we had, like all homes in the 70s had to have shag carpet. Okay, and we thought, well, we're rich now.
Yeah.
We have shag carpet, and our dad cut a hole in the paneling, the wood paneling, and we have a air conditioner now unit in the room where we watch TV. Now, don't forget, my dad cut through the sheetrock and the wood paneling, and then put an air conditioning unit there. We didn't have a window.
All right.
Okay, and so
Just in the wall,
and then the sliding glass door was here, and so there was a half kitchen, half den, where the adults would play cards in the kitchen part where the table was. So my Matchbox cars and Hot Wheel cars would not roll well on the carpet, so there was some hardwood if I could get toward the kitchen. Well, they didn't know that I had eased in there where the cars would run better, and I'm on the floor. You remember this story? Yeah. I'm on the floor, and they don't know it, okay, because nobody sees me, okay? God bless me, okay?
He's down there playing with
And
cards.
I hear my dad, who was sitting at the other end of the table in the I'm in charge seat. He must have been the dealer, okay? There's couples playing cards. My mom's there, and they're talking about The Exorcist, this horror movie that had just come out. And I can still see the car. I can still see it in my mind right now that I had. It was kind of a racing car, Hot Wheel, and I was rolling it. I got it about right here where I'm showing the guys where I was. And my dad says, as I guess he's dealing the next hand.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you what bothers me about this movie. Something like that can really happen.
Oh, no.
And I thought, what? And I just stared at the car, and it's like if I kept staring at that car, that wouldn't happen. It's like somehow my dad could take that back.
Yeah.
You know, and I said, what? I mean, the whole thing I've been told is none of this is real. That's real. I saw I watched 2 seconds of the preview.
Yeah.
I saw this little girl's head spinning around, and I ran out of the room. And now my dad is saying this could possibly happen, and it just my whole world collapsed. Everything fell. And and God bless my parents. I think I slept in their bed for a month because I thought.
So you let them know, hey, I heard you.
No,
or did you crawl back out?
Oh no, I went back in my room and thought to myself, well, I can't be back here now. It can get me. Yep. And I kept trying to get near Greg and just try to think about other things. I thought maybe Johnny West could save me.
Yeah, little West.
I got out those action figures. I tried to do anything to take my mind off of it, but I thought everything I've been told is a lie. This is awful, and I've never forgotten that.
Oh, that's funny.
By the way, that movie should have never been made. That was over the line.
Yeah.
That was way over the line.
Way over.
We'll be back. Final phone calls and headlines we may have missed.
Bad.
Coming up right after this.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I always wanted to learn Spanish.
No, D, touch it. If it does anything, I got it. Go. Touch it.
Speed racer.
Oh my God.
Shut up, see that?
You broke that thing.
I didn't mean to.
Oh my gosh.
Speedy.
Oh boy, that was close. Oh boy.
Speedy, did you look at Speedy? What did you do? Speedy.
Did y'all not see it move? All right, I should.
Speedy, you knocked its whole face off.
Speedy, Speedy, you see Speedy's face? I can't believe what just happened. Speedy,
What? Chris, let's go back. Let's see.
Speedy,
Let's see a slow-mo of that
You
hit.
punched an antique mannequin and crushed his face in his house.
Rick, I don't know what got over me, y'all.
Did they know you did that?
Oh, yeah, no, they know.
They know.
No, they know.
Chris, let's see it again.
What's the blowback?
We're okay, but...
Are we?
Yeah, they were... They were taking that mannequin down because they didn't want it there anyway.
It's a good thing.
And so she said that it's okay. And
did you punch it?
I did. I kept thinking it was moving, and I was so freaked out. We had things moving, chimes going off.
I told you he protects me everywhere I go. He protects me.
Let's see the hit, Chris. Slow mo.
Bubba, will you do this for me? When it's over, listen to Speedy and watch him. Okay?
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Listen.
D, touch it. If it does anything, I got it. Go. Touch it.
Let's see it in slow mo, Chris.
Good God, Speedy.
Speedy, I mean, you slapped that thing, didn't you?
Listen to the audio.
Look at that. Look, her mouth flies open when you hit her, Speedy. Did you see that? Did you see the mouth come open like she was hollering? Oh!
Oh my gosh. Now, please let me hear some. Look, because you know what? It's a story that you and I can't tell about the reaction when something's happening. You kind of move it around. You just start talking out of your head. Please listen to Speedy. He realized now he has broke this thing, this beautiful thing that had set up, and he starts trying to let everybody know why it happened.
It's the highlight of the home.
It's the highlight of the home.
Yeah.
Is it? Listen. You know the world famous. I had to get
thought it moved.
Now listen, Speedy.
Speed racer.
That was Christopher Columbus.
Shut up, see that?
You broke it.
I didn't mean to.
Oh my.
Another woman he's got to apologize to.
Right.
Oh boy, that was close. Oh boy.
Nervous laugh.
Nervous laugh? You're thinking blowback right on your mind?
I'm talking to the tourism board, Rick, who's standing just beside me.
The tourism board there!
Did y'all not see it move?
Uncomfortable.
No, listen to Christopher Columbus. Speed racer. The minute he hits it.
Rick, I think it moved.
Speedy, I'm sad to report we are not seeing any movement.
I didn't see the movement. Chris,
folks.
can we look at it frame by frame again?
Dang, the thing was haunted. It was haunted.
Did you see
You had
the
to
way
get it out
its
of there.
mouth? Did you see the way
Let me
its
tell you
mouth
something.
come up like it was hot?
If y'all want to go somewhere and get the fool scared out of you,
Ron, are you okay?
Mary Hope in Meridian, Mississippi,
Ron, are you okay?
is haunted to no end.
Ron, tell me you have extra breathers. Okay,
Chris, let's see it frame by frame as the fist goes into
Look on
it.
the website. The pictures of what we're seeing are there if you don't have TV. rickandbubba.com. You can see what Speedy does to this beautiful...
See, she moves at the end.
Bubba.
Watch her eyes. Look, did you see her?
Well, that's because your fist has knocked her mouth open. Look how her mouth flies open in pain.
There goes the wig.
It looks like she's crying on the way down, doesn't
Listen,
it?
Christopher Columbus, let me hear you go, Speed Racer. Listen, Bubba, please.
Touch it.
Speed racer. You broke that thing.
I didn't see that. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Also, the guy's second question was, when is it too early to put up Christmas decorations? Look, it's everybody's own opinion. I'm of the opinion I don't really enjoy them until after Thanksgiving. I like for Thanksgiving, which Greg says his favorite holiday, and I agree, it's a great one. I like for it to get its due, and then let's move into the Christmas season.
Well, now Betty has already put up a Thanksgiving tree.
Yeah, well, see, that's all right. It's November, so that's good. But Christmas decorations before Thanksgiving, they just don't do it for me. But to each his own. But you asked our opinion. That's mine. And sometimes
I love the lights being up and all that. I wish we kept them up longer.
Well, they're up for a long time. Ours this year may go up before Thanksgiving just because we're trying to get on the schedule and we're hosting some stuff. But just the lights. But I may not turn them on after Thanksgiving. I really don't want to see it till after Thanksgiving.
I'm okay with seeing it. I'm like you. I don't enjoy it till about the 10th.
Yeah.
But if we have a weekend that we can get it off our plate and get it up, I don't care when that is, as long as it's not interfering with our schedule.
Yeah,
like that's kind of where I'm at. I just want to get it done when it's good and convenient for everybody, get it off the plate.
Yeah.
But I don't really start enjoying it until about the 10th.
By the way, you can do all you want to about, I'll put them up whenever I want to, but you can't make me enjoy them.
No,
I mean,
that's the
up
kind
to
of
you.
thing.
How about this?
Yeah.
I don't enjoy them till after Thanksgiving, period. I don't care
kinda
when you put them up.
Yeah.
But you want me to
look
enjoy
at
it. If you want me to enjoy it, then I'll see you after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I
kind of tell Amanda, look, you need to understand, I'll put them up whenever you want to put them up, but I'm not going to start enjoying it till I'm sipping on eggnog around the 10th of December.
Bingo. And I'm okay. I'll start getting fired up on Black Friday.
Yeah.
But I have to be beyond Thanksgiving.
I got to see Christmas Vacation and Christmas Story a couple times, and then I'm in.
Well, here's the
Elf.
Here's the way I look at
Rudolph.
it. Here's the way I look at it. I can't get ahead of the Charlie Brown special. So there's a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving special. So I'm going to do Thanksgiving, and then when that's over, and there's now no more specials. If there's not a special before the Christmas special, now we're in Christmas.
Yeah.
But if there's still things I'm looking at. If I can see Great Pumpkin, I shouldn't be looking at Christmas. No. If I can see it's Thanksgiving Charlie Brown or whatever that one is, then I shouldn't.
Blockhead.
If there's a special that's before the Christmas one, then I can't be in.
Yeah.
And what in the world have we got Elf on now for?
I know.
Yeah, it'll run throughout the year.
It'll run in June.
Yeah.
Funny show though.
It is. To the phones we go. Brett, Oxford, Alabama. Brett, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey. Buddy.
Hey, I wanted to ask Bubba if he's checked out the YouTube page of a guy in Huntsville. I can't remember his name. It's called Smarter Every Day.
Yeah, we've talked about this guy.
Hasn't this come up before?
Yeah.
I don't recall it right offhand.
I don't know if this guy's trying to get us to hawk that thing or why it keeps coming up.
No, this guy's legit. He's a super cool rocket scientist
yeah.
guy.
This is the guy that sat in the golden ticket seats, right?
Yeah, he came to the show once. His name is Destin Sandlin.
I'd heard that before.
And he came to our show, and he's got like 11 million subscribers on YouTube right out of Huntsville.
I remember
He's a
that.
believer as well and a very smart guy that makes very cool videos on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
Wow, so Adler's all into it.
I'm a big fan.
Let's go to Doug, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Doug, you go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I just want to let you know that you shouldn't be so embarrassed about peeing a little bit yesterday morning.
Yeah.
When you took the trash out to the road.
Yep.
Because the scene you described is almost exactly the cover of the Exorcist movie.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
That again?
In there.
Mm-hmm. Is the priest in the silhouette coming? Yeah. Is he in the silhouette walking up to do the exorcism? Yeah. Are you serious?
Exactly. Yep.
No wonder it scared me so bad. See, it's still in there.
No wonder you were so scared.
I probably saw that. I probably saw that. I probably saw that on the preview when I was a kid.
Yep.
Oh my, it's still back there. So much trauma.
Because you scared.
Eddie in Alabama. Eddie, go ahead.
There it is, Rick.
No, I don't want to see
Hey, Rick,
that's what I saw.
I was just going to say.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you don't like your brother hawking things, you can always call your buddy Tone Loc.
That's true. I didn't Funky Cold Medina. Let's do it. And by the way, I said that to him in the car, and he laughed really hard. I went, "Let's do it."
Rick, now you make it.
No, I was in there.
All right.
Flip, Hendersonville. Flip, go ahead.
Flip Wilson.
Yes, sir. Hey, I traveled with the Happy Pastor Paul Baggett, and there was a movie made about him. Robert Duvall did it called The Apostle.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
But when me and Brother Baggett used to travel together, Brother, I've witnessed 2 times when I saw the real demonic thing happen.
Yeah.
And let me just tell you, you don't want none of that.
No, you don't.
Not one bit of it.
No, you don't. And that's the reason why, you know, and there's certainly some lighthearted stuff of it. That's the reason why that some things that happen I've seen too, and it's real. And when you're messing with this stuff, you're really, really playing in a game you don't need to be playing in. And it's also something that's really, really frowned on biblically to dabble in this witchcraft and that side of it. I mean, it is frowned on and hated by God. And I've seen some things too, and you don't want to see it. Randall in Kentucky. Randall, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm calling about the situation at Skinwalker Ranch.
Yep.
That pretty much is that. All that's been pretty much debunked by people who's been out there saying that the guy that owned it before Bigelow told them that you know, I don't care what you see, make it sound scary.
Time out. Right?
You know.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was late on my part.
Yeah. I will say this. He sounded a little scary.
It was going to be a selfish timeout for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've wrapped up shooting on this year's. It'll be out like February.
Yeah.
We'll
Hannah in Birmingham. Hannah, go ahead.
We didn't make the cut.
No, we didn't.
Okay, I have some bad news for you guys this morning.
Tell it.
All right, so Apple TV Plus, their streaming service, purchased all of the rights to the Peanuts specials and streaming, so you can only watch it on their Apple TV Plus. They're not even putting it on cable this year.
Wow.
Well, I'm an Apple TV.
Doesn't bother me. I have Apple Plus, so I guess I'll watch
in.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's something about it being on CBS.
Yeah.
It just, just seemed normal.
I got to tell you, this will be more convenient for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you ought to see me rumbling trying to find them DVDs we've had of it over the years. How about I've got when you have a piece of outdated equipment, how bad it is? I've got a piece of outdated equipment that's really large and really cumbersome and really in the way. And I don't really know what to do with it.
That big CD thing?
Yep, that thing you could put all the DVDs in.
Oh, yeah.
DVDs.
And it's a big one, too.
What about DVDs?
DVDs. Of course, then there's Brody, who used to say DVD, that claims the DVDs are still better.
Rick and Bubba.
And then he says, but I want you to abhor, which means hate fiercely, evil. Do you ever find yourself kind of dabbling in evil? Rick, what are you talking about? I'm talking about just letting it be around you. You know, entertainment that is twisted and dark. And you don't hate it because you actually let it into your life or you let it into your house. You know, some of these things we talk about, I've had people, and there's a process that we went through, concerning, and I'm not going to get any kind of legalistic or sanctimonious about Halloween. I'm not. It's a good opportunity to interact with your neighbors if you keep it in the right place. And look, your little kids are going to dress up as Buzz Lightyear and try to go get candy from a neighbor. I'm certainly not standing up saying that you're in sin and not acting as a good member of the church. And if you want to use this tradition to be able to talk to your neighbors and come over to the house and cook some hot dogs, but I'm going to tell you what the Bible does have a problem with is when you let your kid dress like a serial killer, you let your kid dress like a witch, you got your kids dressed like monsters, you're decorating your house with a bunch of monsters and blood and guts and gore. That's not abhorring what is evil. And certainly the history of Halloween is dark and twisted. And I'm not saying that there's no place for you to have a version of this time together that is okay. My family, we finally made a decision that we couldn't figure out a way to walk that line, so we don't participate in it at all. Now, that doesn't mean that's what you're supposed to do, and if you don't do it, we're more Christian than you. I'm not saying that at all. You got to seek this out for yourself, but I would put it under the filter of hating fiercely anything that's dark and evil. I'd let that be your guide, and then you make that decision for yourself. Dressing your kid up as Satan is wrong. Dressing your kid up as a witch is wrong. Dressing your kid up as a serial killer is wrong. You want to go and be some kind of little character, Cinderella, and go see your family and get some candy for your kid? Okay. But and if you can't walk that line, why not using this as an example to teach your children what it looks like to be set apart, to be holy, to love what is good, and to hate what is evil? Hey, our neighborhood right now is turning into a bunch of kind of a wicked place. They're kind of celebrating, dabbling with evil. We as followers in Jesus don't do that. We're not casting judgment on them, but we are saying that we cannot participate in that because we don't think it reflects the way God's called us to reflect. This is not light. This is darkness. And we don't have anything to do with it. Why? Well, because that's what the Bible said about it.